Hello and welcome everybody to Fight Night Rift Week 3. Can you believe it?
Yes.
Alk, we're already on the third one. It's absolutely insane. Welcome everybody to the show. I'm going to be your play-by-play caster for the day. You can call me Kangas. Joined by everybody's favorite Florida man over here, AlkBattery. Alk, a lot of news around Wild Rift lately, but let's start with today. How you feeling? How's your Tuesday going?
Just like you, I just got out of my Wild Rift game, and I'm kind of excited to start up our Week 3.
Nice, you're warming up so that way you get the brain working, right? I was playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Before this, so clearly we have different warm-up priorities. But the big news on everybody's mind, Alk, if you haven't heard at home, we got Professional Wild Rift right around the corner here in North America and hosted, of course, by the folks, the lovely folks behind the scene production here. So if you're liking the community events, make sure that you stick with us because we got more Wild Rift action coming ahead. And Alk, I cannot wait for the actual pro season to get started.
Fingers crossed, man. It can't come any sooner. And obviously, working with everybody here at Wisdom, players included, they all were, screaming how much they love the. So glad to be here and continue on the festivities here in North America.
But that's coming in the future. We'll be patient while we wait for the pro scene to actually come our way. But for right now, we still got some community nights. The Fight Night Rift in particular, Alex. So let's remind everybody, if they're not aware, what we're competing for tonight. We got a total prize pool of $1,000. First place is walking away with half of that. That's a large chunk of change right there, 500. And then, of course, you see the breakdown there. We have 4 teams in a best-of-1 single round robin, and then the top 2 will go on to a finals best-of-5. And, Alk, we have not yet had a tiebreaker scenario. You think it's coming today? Is this the time?
If there's a time for a best-of-5 to get that full tiebreaker, I think we might. I think it might be today.
Because Tribe's not here. This is the first time
it's
we
possible.
don't have Tribe competing. And you'll actually note a lot of interesting names. Stamina Esports, first of all, welcome. New org coming in from Mexico City. Awesome to see them participating in this event. We got the return of Dogwater Gaming from last time, 2 weeks ago. And then also Jan and Enemy, everyone's favorite non-signed team. And we're talking about Professional Wild Rift coming up here. There's a lot of unsigned rosters competing tonight. So I'm hoping that by the time we get to the professional circuit, that we'll have some actual, organizations backing these.
Hopefully, that's the plan, right? And I know all the boys at Enemy, they've been spamming socials. If you go to any of their Twitters, they're just like, please sign us. We've done well in North America already. We've been consistently somewhere of a top 3, top 4 roster. Get us on an org. Give us something. I think
there's
it's
a
their
lot.
time.
There's a lot of options for orgs looking to sign players. So, hey, if you can pop off today, that's a great argument for why you should be one of them. Speaking of, let's take a look at the games that we'll have on stream today. This is for the single round robin. We'll follow Enemy today. I'm happy about this because it's been a while since I've actually gotten to see this roster compete in a tournament. So this will be a refresher for me. How's Enemy looking coming into the professional circuit?
Well, hopefully it should be looking pretty good because they have a bunch of teams. One, there's no tribe, so they don't really have to worry about, hey, is someone going to knock us down, typically seen in Summoner Series. And for the other teams, I'd also be looking to try and play upset, right? Like, if we're talking about trying to make it tiebreakers, winning against Enemy is, almost a guaranteed ticket to get into second place.
That's what I was talking about when I was saying maybe we can actually have our first tiebreaker scenario today because the field looks much closer for all of these teams. But let's dive into the first matchup and start talking about this and why we think this one might be close. We have Team Yawn taking on Enemy. Now, this is the first challenger to Enemy, who we are presuming should be one of the favorites coming into here, just based on their pedigree as players and what they've all individually been able to accomplish. But Yawn has some returning names as well. Zenith God, where is Tony? I'm not sure. 9, Sad, and Yuru Camp Fan. Talk to me about the Yawn roster, Alk. Any names you want to highlight here?
Really big ones are just the solo lanes here. 9 and Zenith God have been mainstays in North America. Tony as well, we got to see him bounce across a couple of rosters throughout the Summoner Series, but remembering back to a couple months ago, Zenith was one, I think in the Baron lane, a lot of people had their eyes on of just saying, hey, like, this is someone else that can kind of fill out that middle of the pack in terms of top laners. And your first matchup is against Louis, who I know our co-caster, Smacks, he's like a huge Louis fan. This guy is going to basically save North American Baron lane if you're talking to him. So it should be a fun matchup in my mind.
Keep in mind, Smacks is a support player.
True.
So I just want to temper expectations. As a top laner myself, I could take Aloy any day of the week, clearly. But I chose the broadcast.
Yeah,
player route.
Yeah.
It was by choice. It was by choice, everybody. But no, Aloy, a fantastic player. I think Enemy, again, should be favorites coming into this one across the board. Also want to highlight Truth and Tybe, two players that, have been in 1v1 tournaments, still very active during the off season, competing in multiple events, whether on the team or in solo scenarios. So I think that Enemy should be coming in with the reps in, right? Like they're off season. Maybe they got some break, but they definitely put in work too. And now Jan, they're going to be the underdogs. Into pick and ban, though, for the first game of the day. Alec, this is always the exciting part because we get to see what scouting the teams have done for each other and what they want to prioritize in the banning phase.
It's also not just like, hey, scouting for other teams is a practice of what we want to play on stage, right? We're playing a bunch of best of ones. Might as well try some things, go for something a little bit different, or make sure that what your idea of perfect wildrift is going to be kind of shows up here. Now, one thing I do want to know for everybody at home, let's take a look at Morgana and her priority throughout the night. I'm really loving this champion, and I've heard some rumblings, thanks to the new patch changes, as to where she could kind of fall out.
Ooh, teasing us a little bit. I like that. We saw her a lot last time, so I would not be surprised if we see high ban priority as well. If she was left up, she was grabbed very early in rotation, so sometimes that just means get her off the table. But for right now, it's Diana, it's Camille, it's the usual suspects, those engaged champions that can try and duel it out, and also an Olaf ban away from time.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Now, considering what I saw of North America last week during the Code Red event, now, to be fair, I'll put an asterisk on this. These were teams that were basically piled together with a bunch of different team members from different teams, all coming in alongside other wildrift celebrities. There was a lot of Kazakhs. There was a little bit of Lee Sin, but a ton of that jungler in particular, and the priority had kind of focused away from the mid lane and put a lot of focus in making sure that Tybe, or maybe the jungle as a whole, is kind of set up. So I'm wondering if Tybe has kind of taken notes from that, since from what we saw last time, this guy was completely smurfing it in the jungle, especially on those carries.
All right. I mean, I would love to see it. I don't remember particularly Tybe last year being known for like the crazy assassin picks, but I mean, hey, if you're going to pull one out, I'm not going to complain. The Darius and the Jace bans here from Jan and Enemy. Jace, another one of the newer additions to Wild Rift. Very strong solo laner in his own right. So now we get to see Jan's first pick. What do they want to lock in here as a blue one? A lot of pressure on the team. Lee Sin Hover.
Wow. Ooh. Okay, Lee Sin is super aggressive, obviously, and I think you could also still play it in the Baron lanes. I think for Enemy, this is an instantly, you should just try to slam Morgana as soon as possible. That makes Lee Sin's life really, really hard, and it will take a little bit of work if you are going to try and throw it in the jungle, just for what we'll see, but I think Morgana just sets you up with such a strong pairing across the board for whatever draft you can go with.
Caitlyn also on the table. I actually don't hate the Caitlyn-Morgana combo if they want to go for it. Looks like we're actually having confirmation that the teams are swapped, so we'll just go through the champs for right now, and then once we have confirmation of which side they're on, we'll let you know who's piloting what. But Pantheon is the priority from Red's side. I'm a fan of this. I love Pantheon. He's like my main.
This is your solo queue. Yeah, this is basically your solo queue
but,
special right here.
I will say, there's a lot of rough matchups for him, so getting him this early, I would assume that's going to be jungle, though. I think Tybe is a Pantheon jungle player, so probably where that will end up.
Well, so in my mind, I think that this could be a really fun experimentation for Jackie. You could play in the solo lane, and I think we'll get to that later on, as I think that will pretty heavily change the draft identity of this team so far. But if you play it in support, it kind of lines up with some of the aggressive tendencies that we saw from Jackie, and especially with Thresh out of the pool. This could be a different flavor on that kind of stuff.
It could be. It could be. I will say I still think Pantheon is better in Wild Rift in a role where he's getting resources. You really want to spike around that 2 item. And it's difficult as support, especially against Morgana. So I'm hoping that they do not decide to go for that one. But hey, Enemy, they get the Morgana. I mean, it made it all the way through the second rotation of picks.
This is a really dangerous matchup now, Kangas, because if you want to go ahead, you can pick your AD carry from this point on. You could still go for something like the Xayah, which did get a couple changes. Looks like for the side of Enemy, they're going to pick up a Louis Renekton, which gives him that kind of instant playmaking potential on that Bruiser, gives you a good front line. Morgana can be flexed in basically 4 roles, minus Baron lane at this point. We saw last week that people were playing into the marksman position, and Morgana versus Orianna, in my mind, is a really awesome matchup just because she always has wave priority thanks to her Tormented Soil and can provide a little bit of utility against something like a Pantheon.
Yeah, and also not getting traded on as hard because of that black shield. She
True.
could absorb a lot of that poke that Orianna would be trying to throw her away. And I'm very interested in this Renekton pick because, again, as I do play a lot of Pantheon, I love this matchup as the Pantheon. As long as you're trading and, you know, looking to fight around your third ability's cooldowns, you're always going to win those trades. So I actually think that Yan are coming out a little on top here because they also lock in that Rengar, which makes me think, yeah, it's going to be Pantheon in that solo lane.
Exactly. The only reason I'm even laughing about this Pantheon pick now is I think
I finally get to flex knowledge.
Yeah, you get to flex knowledge, and also the one time, it was a while ago we were playing, and you were telling me, man, Pantheon is such a good matchup into Renekton, and I'm sitting there as the Renekton like, oh, this is a little bit scary. I come to lane, he didn't buy any items, and I ask him, like, Kangas, can you win the matchup without items? And you're like, no. And I'm like, okay, well, there you go. We ended up winning that game.
Well, you didn't have to out me like that, Alk, but...
You're the Pantheon. No, it wasn't. You were on my team. We won. We take those.
I
yeah.
thought you were saying that. I didn't remember this.
I was trying to broach you for your Pantheon knowledge. If the items really made a difference, turns out it did.
Okay. Well, I mean, regardless, I still think the Pantheon is favored there. But, I mean, still technically, it can be flexed around. So I don't want to, like, hone in on that too much. But what we can say is that 80 carries are the next focus of bans from both of these teams. We see Caitlyn and Varus taken off the table.
I think we should also expect Ziggs potentially. It was a big point of contention last week was the Varus versus Ziggs matchup. If you can't match the poke of Varus like a Ziggs, it's going to be really, really tough. However, for Yan, they don't exactly have a very good front line. So a stable AD carry, one that can peel for themselves, is going to be necessary if they kind of trying to find some success.
Yeah, conditional frontline. Pantheon,
exactly.
While he has the shield, is like maybe the best frontliner in the game.
Yeah.
But then that only lasts for about 4 seconds. So, yeah, it's rough. But send a ban away. We're hearing that Yan actually did not lock in their final ban. So,
they didn't need it.
Yeah. You sure? Let's just see what they lock in then. Enchanter meta. Okay.
Yeah, we've been seeing this a lot, especially, again, the Code Red event. I got to get a little bit of a sneak peek into what North America was going into. If it's anything like we saw, it's going to be Vayne, and Vayne feels very sad about this team. It is going to be a Morgana bot lane. This is what we're going to take a look at. We're getting Morgana with Galio. You're getting...
Wow.
Okay. Kangas, I'm scared for Yan. You need to hold them. We need to hold them. We need to hold them tight. This is going to look rough.
I mean... I would have been much happier if they went for something like a Jinx. It was something with range that can still pair well with the Lulu, scale up, and then be a monster in the late game. That's kind of what I think of with a Vayne, maybe more mid-game than hard late game. And then you can focus on top lane, but this range disadvantage from Vayne in the Dragon lane is going to be brutal.
I just think that you don't get to play this matchup as an AD carry. This makes it makes Yan's ability to play out the bot lane so hard. Because typically when we like to think of Vayne is you get to really, really late game in Wild Rift, about 15 minutes, and you're going to be good. But you will never have wave priority with this against Morgana and Galio. And if you ever step up to the wave and use your tumble accidentally, you just get destroyed if they land a binding. So this is going to be an incredibly dangerous matchup that we'll have to watch how they navigate.
Yeah, and it's so easy for the Galio to set up the Morgana to set up the Galio. They can chain the CC, but so far Sad and Yoru are getting aggressive with the early level 1 trading. So maybe this is the strat. Maybe this is the plan. Be aggressive when they don't have level 2 and they can't layer that CC, and by then we have a big enough health bar advantage that we can actually take over the lane.
I mean, take a look at this. Already coming out from enemy. They put wards on both sides of the river just to try and cover for this Rengar because they know bot lane's going to be so important for them. A little bit of trading. Nine did get chunked out pretty early on thanks to Truth. Tony's here going to try and save his mid laner, but if enemy can ever get back to this bot lane, it's going to be huge for them to try and keep Yan out of the game.
Bot lane, speaking of, roam all the way up here from Jackie. Taunting, where is Tony? The follow through. Tide gets the kill. Nine looking to trade. Flashes for one more auto. 1 for 1. But we also had a solo kill in the Baron lane. Okay, a Louis coming out on top against Zenith God, as Nine will get some assistance mid.
So many things there from Yan. They already knew that, hey, Galio's going to be missing. They called it, but they weren't able to get to there in time. Good job from enemy to answer that play. Force not only Tony's flash, but getting that kill onto your Zed. So pivotal. And we were talking about how good a Louis is. He just does it by himself. He doesn't even need the observers to show us how good he is.
Oh, and okay. And I guess Time's just camping mid lane right now. They got another one.
Okay, well, Kangas, another win condition for enemy is just let your Zed get super fed and your Renekton have a general lead by himself. Vayne doesn't do very well against those. She can do all right against bruisers thanks to the Silver Bolts, but not against Zed.
Yeah, I mean, you at least have a Lulu, and I guess Orianna shields as well, so like
Sure.
some assistance there, but in general, you're not going to be happy that there's a fed Zed level 5 coming to your lane at 2.5 minutes. Truth is straight up just lane ganking the bottom lane, flash taunt misses. Euro, I don't even know if he needed to flash right there, but regardless, it gets out.
It looked close. It was a little bit dicey there. The taunt range was just out of reach. Good call from Tide, by the way, to hold onto this mid wave to make sure that not only they're not losing advantages, hold that.
Jackie in a really rough position right now. Doesn't have the flash available because he used it earlier to go for that engage. So that is a kill picked up here by Jan.
Good call out from Jan, just trying to make sure that they're punishing the lack of summoner spells. It is another 45 seconds. See the picture-in-picture, Alui, Ignite Burn from Zenith God. Gonna have to be careful, buddy. Pops a Dominus.
Okay, Zenith God has the ultimate available right now. Alui doesn't, because that will be off cooldown now. He's gonna go heal up. Zenith God, I leave the wave. I walk back, ult onto Alui right now as soon as that Dominus goes down, but Alui just goes in. He just wants to take the fight.
Oh, no,
down,
no.
Into the shield, Zenith God survives.
That is a huge combo to miss out right there. Alui was, I think, in practice, was just trying to go up and clear the wave, but you were talking about this play pattern for Pantheon. Do you see what Pantheon's items are? He's going to be very tanky coming up on this first dragon, and having that ultimate available is definitely a cheat code that you can utilize.
That's one of my favorite parts about Pantheon as a champion, how flexible you can be with the build. If you lose that first kill to Renekton was like up 1,000 gold at 2 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
Just, you know, eat the ego, swallow that. Just go tank instead. You'll be still very effective. You're not going to be solo killing Renekton from this point forward, even though he was kind of close there. But now, like you said, they don't have this big front line. They have a little bit more.
Ooh, I'm a little bit worried here, Kangas, now, because I'm trying to visualize how Jan are going to be able to win this game, and it requires them to go so late into the game with Orianna. She has the Seraphs, which will be a little bit of a nice buffer, but if Tony is not set up for success, then your backup advantage is kind of just non-existent.
Truth, you're just trolling right now. I mean, your team's taking the Herald, and you're trying to 1v4 in the bottom lane right now. Sad, though, getting 1v1 by Griff here on the side, but it's just Jan getting 3 kills? Straight up traded for the Herald, and they'll get the Dragon. This is massive for Team Jan.
What are they doing
but Tide
right
once
now?
more. He goes for the kick flash. Gets onto 9, but does not secure the kill. Alui was not ready for the follow-up.
Tide invested the ultimate and got 9's flash, which as Orianna, you can revisit, especially because they have Zed, they have the Galio, so much pick potential available to them as an assassin. Now, I like this from Jan, taking control of bot wave, either punishing whoever stays under this turret.
Oh, they're not even necessary. Zenith could just do this himself.
Oh!
Nice Jackie taunt right there, but oh, 9 with the damage from long range gets a double kill onto Truth and Jackie. And the turret falls too. Hey, you wanted a win condition, Alk. I think Jan just found it.
They just deathballed completely. They were like, okay, well, if no one's going to really show bot lane, we know that there's 2 members here. Griff is coming out of base, but we can kind of just track this. We're willing to take the risk of multiple members potentially showing up under that bot wave, and they get paid off in dividends. 2,000 gold lead for them in an early game, Kangas, that was looking a little bit suspect. There was a couple plays here from enemy that I think caught them off foot, and now they themselves are trying to find out how they get back into this game.
It's about playing around the map here. I love what, again, Zenith God has been doing on this Pantheon. Even though he died early in that lane, yeah, he swallowed the ego, went tank to survive for a little bit, and then is now using this ultimate to get to that dragon, help out with the numbers fight. Now it's about to be up again. Watch Zenith God and where he wants to go here, because if Jan can keep finding these plays around the map, and enemy keep over-indexing into trying to play multiple sides of the map at the same time, they're actually going to get punished for it.
That was enemy just being incredibly greedy. And look at this. They are focusing so much on these outer turrets because they know unless Orianna's there, the wave clear for the side of Jan is not going to be as potent as maybe something from enemy. So,
here it is. This might be a little ambitious, though. Has the shield, still gets back under the turret, hasn't thrown the shield yet. Oh, he was chain CC'd. I didn't see the shield animation. I don't think he even had a chance to.
Pain. Just straight up pain. This is when, you know how like there was those teleport changes that made it so you couldn't cancel teleport? This is when you just want to cancel Pantheon ult. You just see 3 members come out of Fog of War as soon as you press the button, and you're just like, oh no, no.
It would have been sick if he could have just pressed that one ability. I think he survives. He at least trades himself 1 kill, but really well done by enemy. But now Tony looking for the kill onto Aloy. They get Galio ult as well. Just a couple cooldowns.
Yep, I'll take that any day of the week. It was just to get the Galio ultimate, and he's back into the river. He is using ultimate right now just to try to go in between the lanes, make sure that they can find something. But huge priority, I think, for enemy to not only protect this mid turret, but also to try and attack the opponent, right? Because if they can get rid of that, it opens up the jungle, and it allows for more split pushing, which you already see, right? Louis is super strong, so put him in a side lane, and how they're playing to both of their solo laners is key to how they want to try and blow up that Nexus.
Enemy have so much pressure on the map right now, Alk. Look at the top wave, look at the bot wave, both shoved in to Yon. They even have 1 ward that just expired in the top jungle, so if they can get a couple more down, they can now spot out where Yon are. But I don't know if any of that's going to matter, because Dragon's up in about half a minute's time, and I would expect the teams to be positioning for this fight.
Yeah, they want to set up the Rift Herald, they want to grab this turret. This is the turret going to be going down. Now, for the side of Yon, the important thing to note is that the timers for both objectives are desynced, right? The Rift Herald is going to be coming up in 20, and the Dragon's going to be coming up in 30. If they want, what they could do, and I think would be the correct choice, is starting up the Rift Herald and forcing enemy into an uncomfortable position. They already have control of this side of the river, and mid priority is going to be so weak when you look at already them having the Galio ult. There's just still not up something, a timer that they can punish.
And look at what's happening on the bottom lane. Zenith pushes it in, and Truth went to answer, but Truth doesn't have teleport. Zenith has his ult, so now Truth goes up here. Already sad, getting some damage down there onto Aloy, but there's a flash taunt from Jackie! That was absolutely massive, but can they clean up the fight right now? Jackie very low, the rest of the team's coming in. Now comes Pantheon. Zenith with the damage and a rampage for 9. Yon have turned it around. They still survive. A double kill over to 9. And they're going to just run forward the death ball style, the death ball composition, and a killing spree for Sad. I don't know if they got the Rift Herald as well, but that was massive for Yon regardless.
We'll see it when it comes up as to who got it. It had to be that unless Jackie somehow stole it with a taunt from Galio. It was good. It
might be
great.
Sad.
Exactly.
I think I see. Yeah, it's on Sad.
It's on Tony.
No, it's
there
on
we
Tony.
go. It's
okay,
on Tony.
Okay.
He's got it. He's just playing the purple vein skin. It's okay. It happens. But 9's shockwave right there completely ended enemy's chances. It lands onto 3 members. Jackie, you might not be long for this world.
He's pretty tanky. He's surviving quite a while. Oh, another
champ.
shockwave from 9, but nah, there's too many members. Truth and Tybe, the tag team combo. Zenith will flash over the wall, but Tybe still has some follow-up here. Jackie might find this. Tybe, he misses, and the re-engage from Zenith. The team's there to follow up. Sad on a rampage.
And now Tony just gets to walk them down out of their jungle. I don't know about that one, Truth, but a continuous back-to-back wins. They got a second dragon in their back pocket. So not only do they now have the healing from the Ocean Drake, but the Mountain Drake is also going to kind of supplant a little bit more of an advantage in their back pocket. And obviously, getting the second Rift Herald is going to be a cash injection that we'll see later on in the game. But it has been back-to-back really, really tight team fighting coming out from the side of Yon.
I gotta give an apology to Team Yon right now. I came in saying that enemy were favorites. I expected them to take this, but Yon are flipping that script and playing incredibly well. Yes, I will say a lot of it is punishing enemy for mistakes that they're making, but they're still punishing, and they're still playing very mechanically well in these clutch scenarios. Zenith surviving that long, the decision-making of which path am I going to try and escape through in the enemy jungle, those are the little things that I like to watch players, especially at this point in Wild Rift, and say, yep, they have a good understanding of what they're doing.
I think 9 is just providing so much utility and kind of just being at the right spot at the right time. It is constantly either his shockwaves, his shielding, preventing enemy from finding these kills. And on the side lane, I mean, we're waiting for Jackie to continue to make plays.
Tony in trouble. 1v3, how long can he survive for? He's going to go down. It's just trying to waste time and will fall. Yuru, yeah, I don't even know why you're trying to help that out there.
Truth?
Backs away.
Picture?
Okay. And a 1v1. Truth takes down Zenith. So 2 kills picked up by enemy. That is a massive swing of momentum.
That is a good amount of gold and also prevents them from hitting more of these side lanes and pushing them out, which is something that we saw them do right before the last objective take, right? Zenith was pushing in the Dragon lane, and they were able to then use the Pantheon ult to come in. But never would I ever say, Kangas, that I thought I'd see a Zed be really excited to use the Zhonya's Hourglass. But here we are. It saved him from the Ignite ticks. He barely got out of that fight. And, I mean, still, Truth is still coming up with small picks here and there, but the consistency of what Zed finds in a kill it needs to be upped if enemy want to find the win.
And the big thing is enemy didn't get much after the kills. Yeah, it feels good to get that gold, but now Tybe's probably picked off here. If not, then Jackie most likely, because he ulted in to try and save his jungler and will pay for the mistakes. At least they get the top turret, though. This could actually be a good trade.
And they're going for Rift Herald here, but the Rift Herald's so far away, Grift has to blow the flash. Huge key summoner spells and things that are happening for Yon that I don't know if enemy can really try to punish. Yes, they got a top tier 2, but they more than likely are never going to be able to revisit this lane.
Tybe,
pause champ.
He's 9. There's the ward there, but yeah, you don't take that. There's no way.
I was
even with
a
your
little bit
ultimate
afraid
available.
there, Kangas.
Yeah, I mean,
I saw it. It would have happened potentially. It could have happened. I would have believed it.
Yeah, I'm happy he did not, though. But I mean, honestly, I think enemy they did get a good amount there. They didn't, no, they did lose mid outer turret. Now that I take a look at it, but okay, Yon are just on Baron off spawn. This is aggressive.
They know that Zed can't be here, but still, I agree. I don't know what they're gonna be able to do. It's burning really fast.
Yeah, that Sad's tumbled down, and oh, that was a big stun coming through, though. Combo of Galio taunt as well. Aloy jumps through, and it's a slaughter in the Baron pit. That is an expensive objective right there for Team Yon. Can they stay alive to utilize it? Truth taking a lot of damage right now, but look at everybody else just collapsing on top of them. Nine's kiting. It's going to come down to this Orianna. Can Nine do it? That's one kill. Flash away. Can he get Truth? Truth's taking damage. That's a double kill. Nine, you're absolutely insane. A triple kill shut down for Nine.
He just auto-spaced the living hell out of Yon. I don't know what to say out of enemy. Look at him. He's walking him down. He says, Jackie, it doesn't matter that you try to engage on us. You didn't get the Baron, and I just got a triple kill. This whole game, he's been a silent protagonist, and it is now for him to kind of just come right into his own light. What just happened, Kangas?
Nine's gonna start soloing the dragon. Tony's here. Nine literally just took that entire play and said, nope, I am the carry now. As Team Yon. It looked really scary at first. That was a massive stud coming in from Aloy, flashing into the pit, starting the engage, follow up from Jackie. Everything looked like it was going enemy's way to start.
But Nine was right on the outsides of the pit. You saw that Aloy had to go over the wall to try and fight him, but not enough magic resist. I think Lulu's dead here, probably. Okay. Yeah. See you later. We get
Wild Growth.
Wild Growth, kind of OP. Okay, well, now this whole game is in Yon's hands to lose, because now they have all 3 Drakes. Sad that we don't get a Cloud, but they do have Baron. They just need to attend to the side waves.
Oh, okay, Tybe. Ambitious engage, as we call that. He goes back in because it's Jackie that's trying to engage for the team. Shockwave used. Those are low health bars. Enemy, they've over-engaged. They've over-indexed into the dive, and they are getting hard punished for it. That's a double kill over to Sad, and 3 members have fallen on the side of enemy. Yon, they positioned so well there.
They said, we really don't need our bot lane to win. We're going to let Vayne just... If Vayne dies, We're throwing her out as bait. We're going to allow for 9 to carry. And now that Orianna already had finished the Seraphs long ago, she's becoming more and more unkillable alongside having the Zhonyas and the barrier. Enemy have no way to answer this, and Morgana hasn't proved too useful so far in this one.
Yeah, and has not been doing damage, not been wave clearing, and now it's going to be even harder to clear these waves with supers pushing mid. Yon have just played these fights so well and are constantly answering every single play that enemy throw at them.
The only thing that is in their favor for enemy is the fact that they are having pressure in the side lanes, but after you lose a team fight, if you can just walk down mid and take an inhibitor, side lanes really don't matter. I talked about it a little bit earlier. The fact that they got the tier 2 is great. It was a nice gold injection for them, but they can never actually revisit and get that far back out onto the map onto Yon's side because it's just way too risky. You have way too many members from Yon who can collapse immediately.
You said it earlier. This is Yon's game to lose. Enemy with the pincer maneuver right now. They're trying to collapse onto 3 members. This is actually really big for Team Enemy. They got a lot of damage down before the rest of the team shows up here. But look at Sad. Look at the Vayne. Absolutely popping off in this fight right now with nobody knocking her down with CC. And Griff falls as well. A double kill to Sad. It was a nice attempt from Enemy. The Hail Mary. But you got to imagine this is the game. Yon still have members up. And they still have supers pushing mid, but they're not going for game. They're going to peel back for Baron.
Okay, Jan, I'm going to just call out. I think this is a mistake. You can clearly end the game here, in my opinion. But they want to cross their I's, dot their T's, whatever the metaphor is at this point. They want to just grab Baron,
You know
recall.
what that was?
What was
that? Classic jungler saying, Baron, Baron, Baron.
Baron. We gotta do Baron right now. We gotta do Baron right now.
No, we can end. We can end, Tony.
Yeah. I've had that happen before, but trust me, I've done that with Rafa and Smash.
I was gonna say that's a classic Rafa move right there.
Yeah, actually, it's me who calls for Baron usually, and I'm like,
Ooh.
"Can we do Baron?" And Sam just goes, "Are you dumb? Just end the game."
But you need Baron to end the game.
Like, that's what I'm saying. And
it's
then Rafa's
ingrained
like,
in us.
Rafa's a little traumatized thanks to North American solo queue, where like if we do Baron while we're ahead and it gets stolen, it's just an instant FF. We just mentally are out of the game at that point, and that's fair.
But it's not just the Baron. They're also going to coin flip for this dragon. Now, coin flip in loose terms, 7k ahead, and a massive chunk of damage right there at the time. That's Guardian Angel down. Full engage comes through. This could be a big turnaround though for enemy. Massive knockup from Jackie. Do they have the damage? There's just no DPS though. Everybody's dying left and right. Yeah, Jan do not need that dragon. With the Baron buff, they can just burn down these turrets at lightning speed and look to close out game 1.
Kangas, you say coin flip, Jan say calculated risk. They're going to go in here. Louis, do what you can, bud.
Nicely done from Team Jan with a quick game 1 victory, taking down enemy at the first match of Fight Night Rift.
Well, we did set out at the beginning of the night to say, hey, if you can beat enemy, that almost guarantees your spot in the finals. We'll have to see what the rest of enemy's story looks like, but for right now, Jan, that was a good show.
That was a fantastic show. I love a lot of things that... I mean, honestly, there's a key takeaway for every single player in that game. Where it's like, okay, there was impressive performances, decision-making, mechanics in the team fight. You can break down a lot from that and say, yeah, this is a team... Again, professional play is right around the corner. And, I mean, with this kind of performance against a team like Enemy, I think Jan can be holding their heads very high.
Exactly. They looked really good. I think... the draft in itself was really tricky to play and required for enemy to make a couple mistakes, which we ended up seeing in the game. I think lacking a long-range ability to deal with Vayne is something that ends up hurting enemy here. Varus was already obviously banned, but if they wanted a mage who can fulfill a similar role in that sense to Morgana, it's Ziggs, something that I noted in draft. So I would like to see them kind of retool this, see what they can do. What were you going to say?
I was going to say, I liked the one answer they had to the Vayne. You're right. Range is one option. Zed Assassination is another. And we saw the double kill, level 5, went towards the bot lane for the lane gank, tried to find something, wasn't able to get it. But the key sin of truth in that game was when his team was taking Rift Herald, trying to solo the Rengar in bottom river. You have your jungler in top lane taking Rift Herald. You don't have to do that. You can just go back to mid and catch the wave. But then he dies, he baits Jackie into die, and I think that was the pivotal moment, because Vayne got 2 kills off of that and then was back into the game. So I think enemy still, the early game played out very well. They can look at that specific moment and say, all right, truth, cool down a little bit. Let's play respectfully of the opponents.
They were just trying so many different things, right? When we were talking about that first dragon and first Rift Herald, like you said, your jungler's doing Rift Herald at that point. You really don't have to make all that many plays, and it is just a Mountain Drake at the end of the day. It is really impactful, yes, but I don't know if you really need to go for that. And one thing that we've kind of talked about throughout North America as a whole, I think, is the development is Jackie as a player in the support role, right? Went from AD carry, swapped to support, and has really kind of been playing a ton of Enchanter supports, as we do get an update to our standings. Stamina are 1-0, which I think provides a lot of hype for later on in the day, but I want to see what Jackie continues to look like on Engage. I've seen them do really well on Thresh. The Galio leaves a little bit of a bitter taste in my mouth, and I would hope for some kind of redemption there.
I think we're still going to be following enemy throughout the day. That is the schedule that we started. I think it's hype that for once the team we're following loses the first game. I don't think that's happened yet. whether it was Tribe or Cloud9 when we were following them the past 2 events. But now it's going to be Enemy versus Dogwater Gaming. So we actually have both teams that dropped their first game. They'll need to pick up a win here in order to continue their lives through the tournament, unless we have some crazy, like, everybody's lost to everybody tiebreaker scenario. But
It's time for
Enemy
tiebreakers.
backs against the wall already. We're going to send it to a short break before we're back for this next match, so don't go anywhere. Or if you need to, make it quick, because we're going to be right back after this.
Introducing Fight Night Rift, a bi-weekly Wild Rift event hosted by GiantSlayer. 4 teams will be invited to compete in a round-robin best-of-1 format, where the top 2 teams in the round-robin will play in the finals to decide the winner of that week's Fight Night. And the best part of it all, anyone can join. Head over to GiantSlayer.tv/WR to sign up and have a chance to be invited to compete in the next Fight Night. Our hope with the Fight Night Rift is to create a place to develop North American talent in a grassroots environment. Will you be the next Fight Night Rift champion? We'll see you on the Rift.
As we're preparing now for our second game of the day. Enemy taking on Dogwater Gaming. Al, get off your phone. You had your time to play your ranked games earlier today, man.
I had to look up why Enemy lost. I'm trying to play it in practice tour right now.
Oh, okay. You're practicing not going in as Zed every single time that you have ult up.
Yeah, I was also practicing some Galio mechanics. I was trying to see whether or not Flash Taunt works. It does.
It does. It does. Good to know. Couple things to note from that last game, because we'll see Enemy again here against Dogwater Gaming. Hopefully they're looking a little bit better in this second game. I actually did like Jackie's performance. I'm happy you brought that up. I think Jackie was probably the shining light on the team for that Galio. He was actually finding some really slick engages. Team just wasn't always there to follow up.
Yeah, it was kind of hard to do much. I mean, you're playing Galio, you got a bunch of melees. Your follow-up engage is Morgana. And once she kind of throws out her binding, it's kind of like, okay, well, that one person dies, and then we got to wait like 4 or 5 seconds before we can try for another one. So Jackie did an alright job. Again, I want to continue to track the development of this player.
Yes, we'll keep watching him throughout the day, eyes on Jackie, but let's also bring our eyes to their opponents here. We have our head-to-head, Dogwater Gaming. We got to get them a logo, man. I mean, they've just been DWG.
Oh, these guys won Worlds,
now.
right? For League PC, no?
Oh, true. Yeah, DWG. They have skins in the client.
Yeah.
No, this is, of course, DWG, the Wild Rift team, Dogwater Gaming with Pandemic, Demon King, Twitch, Cosmic Soul. I don't know if that's a name change or a new player in the mid lane, but then Soju, Rain, and Stove rounding out this roster. Now, Dogwater, this is another team that has a couple names that are returning that we've seen before. So, Alk, thoughts on Dogwater Gaming? What should we expect from them coming into this game?
Now that they have Cosmic Soul, this is like you're saying, this is a new name. This is a new player. I got to talk to them a little bit beforehand, not before this tournament, but a couple others alongside just being around in the space. We'll have to see what they can kind of bring out, because I was looking forward to their last mid laner, and now I'm kind of sad. But hey, new beginnings for everybody, and I'm looking forward to see what we get from Dogwater Gaming.
Rough matchup against Truth to start off.
Yeah.
Truth is known to be pretty good in lane, and we saw that come to fruition even in that last game. So, backs against the wall here. What do we think, Alk? Is this the first time that we're not going to have the team that we followed all day be in the finals? Let's put our predictions in now. I feel like it doesn't have any weight to it if we put them in after this game.
Yeah. I have faith. I have the enemy copium running through my veins right now. I hope.
Okay, I'm gonna be a little divisive here.
Okay.
I'm gonna say maybe no.
You don't have to be Kangas. You don't have to go with the other. You can vote for enemy to lose this too.
Well, I guess I could vote them to lose this. I don't expect them to lose this one, but I don't know. We haven't seen Stamina Esports, but they also won. I think maybe based on how they do against Yawn, that can also influence my decision. But I want to commit now. I'm gonna say I think it could be Yawn versus Stamina Esports in the finals. But I'm open. I'm open to enemy proving me wrong. This is a challenge.
Results-based analysis is what I'm seeing. You're 1-0 at the beginning of the night. You're in.
100%, baby. Well, let's see if enemy can prove me wrong. As they're once again on the blue side. And again, pick a ban. First couple picks shows what the teams have been scouting against each other. Akshan is the first ban from enemy.
Now, Kangas, I don't want to call you out here. Were you able to watch Code Red last week, Friday?
I did not catch it. No, okay. I'm sorry.
One, not supporting me and the homies.
Nope.
See how it is. I'm going to let TJ know after this. I'm going to let TJ know after this. He didn't do that. The reason why I was talking about Morgana so heavily, just talking to a couple of the pros and the staff. Soju was literally the first match. This guy on Morgana was flashing forward on enemy veins and just like killing them as Morgana. It was flash binding under turret as well. We got to see a ton of that. So I think the priority might be a little bit stronger than some of the other matches we'll see later on tonight. I think that should be something to track.
So what you're saying is you don't expect enemy to get the Morgana unless maybe they blue one it. Dogwater will pick that up.
I want to see a blue one, but knowing last game, I'm a little sad.
Yeah, they didn't go for it then, and they were able to get it in the second rotation. And they're not banding it themselves, so enemy leaving it up, and Dogwater also leaving it up, banding away the Varus instead. The Jax band's interesting to me, but let's see what enemy want to lock in here. I'm trying to remember what their lock-in was from last game in game 1.
It was Lee Sin first pick, no?
It was Lee Sin first pick, you're right, but oh, it's the Morgana hover, and there we go.
Good.
They are pivoting.
Okay, I love this one just because it also removes Thresh from the pool, which Thresh has been so pivotal in the support role ever since his release. So I'm excited to see this, and now we see from Dogwater Gaming what is their response, right? Lee Sin is still on the table if you want to go for it, but only North America has really been trying out this Enchanter meta. Maybe they're getting a few hints from what's happening in League PC, but Lulu and Vayne have been just constantly way higher priority than I think anywhere else in the world.
Well, let's see if they actually pair with the Vayne, because there's other, hyper carries that you could try and pair it with. Ziggs is not one I would expect. I know typically, like, we see Ziggs as a flex pick, but I would be surprised if it's actually flexed in this instance. Unless it's like Lulu flex into a solo lane. There is actually a lot of flexibility right now on Dogwater Gaming's first 2 picks.
Exactly. You can do something like a Lulu mid with Xin Zhao, who's still available, Olaf, who's still there, and I would kind of hope that they somehow get a front line, especially when you have Ziggs. You need to have someone who can stand in front of him, like the Renekton that we saw. As I'm saying this, they're going to need a lot more damage on the other side from enemy to supplement this, because Kha'Zix is an assassin, but I really like the role that he plays, where he kind of comes in and cleans up fights as they go on.
Ooh, double assassins that like to clean up fights. So now I'm wondering, where's the primary damage going to come from? I mean, I suppose anybody that Morgana binds is probably just dead instantly.
Yeah, probably.
With 2 assassins on him, so maybe that's the plan.
Yeah, this just I think for me that this raises so much priority on champions that are those bruisers. So Galio kind of comes front and center to my mind. Not only having the magic damage shield against either of these teams is going to feel pretty nice, but Galio taunt versus Akali is sick. And then on the flip side for enemy, having someone who could follow up on either of these 2 assassins is going to be perfect.
But they went for the Lee Sin, and now enemy have the chance to ban away some of those bruisers. I would expect a Galio ban here from enemy. And the Lee Sin doesn't even match like that Xin Zhao Olaf that you're talking about with that Lulu. So it's making me think it'll probably be the Ziggs in the mid lane with Lulu in support at this point. And then now it's enemy. Do they want to ban things like the Galio or ban things like the Vayne that can pair with that Lulu?
Exactly. It looks like they're going to ban away the Vayne.
Yeah.
Next on my list, if it's not going to be Galio, it's going to be Renekton. We don't have a topside matchup quite yet, but still following in line. You want a bruiser, or you want someone who's going to be tanky, a little bit of a beefy boy standing in front of your Ziggs. And Galio is going to be the next choice. Okay, cool. Also, we have to remember against enemy that Rakan is a double flex. That Truth can play AP Rakan mid. Has found mixed results, but it still can be done.
I always forget about that. He has pulled that out before. But yeah, you're right. The Galio ban from Dogwater Gaming means that now enemy don't have to ban that away. I mean, I guess it would have been awkward because then you have to put Galio with Ziggs.
Yeah, they're going to have to show their hand here, right? Like they will have counterpick for one of their lanes, but more often than not, we'll probably see something of a bruiser, if not just straight up picking the mid champion.
I like Renekton. I think it's a safe enough blind pick right now if you want that bruiser for the Baron lane. So it makes sense. Dogwater do lock that in.
Okay, so what do they go for it here? You see how they were already setting up for the topside matchup by getting rid of things like the Jax earlier on in the draft, as well as the Fiora. So what have they set up for themselves? I don't think we're going to see another Pantheon performance. Other top laners that are going to be kind of serviceable here, you could play Garen if you really wanted to, but
is it going to be Akali?
Suffer.
It might be the Akali in the Baron lane with Zed mid now.
That is true. I think that matchup, from playing it a couple times, not exactly the most fun for Akali, but it definitely can be a little bit easier if you have some jungle attention.
And then Leona with Morgana bot lane. Okay, yeah. So I guess they can still be flexible if they want to put the Zed or the Akali in the Baron lane. I would expect Akali with Zed versus presumably that Ziggs, but let's see what Dogwater want to show here. They still have a little bit of flexibility and Ezreal hover. So yeah, that means Ziggs in the mid lane, and they're This is not the AD carry I expect from a Lulu to pair with it. Like, this isn't that same kind of late game hyper scaling attack speed focused carry that a Lulu can really buff up.
Perhaps they're, what did the kids say nowadays, pushing P? Maybe they're trying to buff up their Renekton. Pandemic P, he's sitting up there. You get the Lulu to kind of connect with either of them. There you go.
I don't know how I feel about this Zoomer language, Alk.
I
understand that the Wild Rift player base is on the younger side, but as a boomer myself, I can't keep up.
Trust me, most of the people who use this don't even know what it means either. Me included.
I think that's the mark of just lingo in general. You know, you don't have to know what it means to adopt it and start
provocative.
Using it. It gets the people going.
Exactly.
Speaking of, we're going into game 2 right now, Alk. Enemy down a game against the other team, also down a game to start off the day. Hoping to turn their fortunes around here because they still want to make it to that finals, which means they will need to be top 2 at the end of this round robin.
Now, like you were saying, Ezreal's not the typical pairing with Lulu, which is, I think, fair to say, but also doesn't have the same kind of kill threat on level 2 that maybe a Vayne and Lulu would have, so hopefully for the side of enemy, they are looking for this lane to be a little smoother than it was in Game 1 that we saw from them, and again, all eyes on these solo lanes yet again, Truth and Louis versus Pandemic P and Cosmic Soul, really looking for what happens there as, again, Tybe is pathing away from this bot lane.
Last time we saw Louis actually get the solo kill as Renekton. Won't have that opportunity this time as he's piloting the Akali instead. But yeah, Tybe actually pathing directly into this bottom side. You said pathing away because we expected him to go in towards the top jungle, but he's doing a full clear. And with the double CC, there's a chance he could actually pull this off.
They can, but look at how they're positioning right now, right? Like, you're playing double ranged as Leona. It's so hard to get any kind of priority with just the Morgana there. And they've seen him now on 2 different wards. So the entirety of DWG are here.
They will spot this out. Tybe in trouble in the Baron pit. Here comes Cosmic Soul as well. A lot of damage returned on a Demon King, though. The Ignite ticking down. First blood for Jackie. Follow up on a Soju Rain. That is a kill over to Griff. Okay, enemy, they're able to, put the bait down and execute on it.
That is one way to do a bait. Demon King, I don't know if we, maybe we have to kind of brush up on our Kha'Zix mechanics, but Kha'Zix passive means that you will take about 20% more damage if you are isolated. I could be wrong on that number. Twitch chat's probably going to flame me regardless, but I don't know if you want to do that. Oh, no!
Oh! That's so sad. He had barrier, he had flash, but he was so focused on getting the kill, he just did not react in time.
Only production can see my face, but it is like literally shriveled up at this point. Oh no,
We've all been there. We've all been there, Alk.
This one hurts, because now, like, you could say, like, okay, enemy, if you're playing with Kha'Zix, you usually want to play in stealth. You're doing a fantastic job at that, but DWG had vision of him the entire time. Now, Jackie, I don't know about this. You're pretty lucky that he didn't just go over the wall to check for you, but the fact that Dogwater Gaming did have vision of almost all of these plays and weren't able to respond accordingly.
Watch mid.
It's good for them. They're just flashing in.
Yeah, they're just going to hard commit right now onto Twitch Cosmic Soul under the turret. Truth with the ultimate secures the kill.
Without flash, even with flash, with barrier, as soon as a little death mark above his head came up, Cosmic already was dead before he knew it, so he's going down, and now they're just going to be able to perfectly
Jackie's on a tour
into this.
Mr. Worldwide, World Tour, Jackie going from bottom lane up to top lane right now, tanking up the turret, going to stay on the edge. This is beautiful from Jackie, setting up the team perfectly. But can Truth get out? Oh, there's no wave!
No!
Oh, there's no wave! All right, Stove turns it around and makes it a trade.
And yet again, another turn of strange events. Lulu has just solo killed Zed. This is just a little bit of greed. That's probably the best that Dogwater Gaming are going to get, but enemy are constantly aggressing. And the roams that we were seeing in the last game from Jackie are now paying off for them as they continue to find kills, continue to affect the rest of the map, and snowball a lead that I think enemy were looking for in Game 1.
Enemies still have a gold lead for right now. It's close to 2,000 as objectives are coming onto the map, so they should be favored if we see fights, especially now that Wild Growth is down and Cosmic Soul very low on health. I'll have to see. I wish I could have seen how that happened exactly. Probably just time jumping in on them, but because of that chunk, it's enemy on Dragon.
Enemy get Dragon, and they're going to trade for the Rift Herald. Now, Mountain Drake is going to feel nice just because, again, it is that miniature shield. I do love how it gives you a little bit of a buffer in terms of the damage, especially when you look at how much burst is on the side from enemy. But Rift Herald is just so pivotal, especially since they're already behind. Getting a little bit of chip damage, especially with the Ziggs, is going to be something that I'm looking forward to, as that could potentially lead to a turret and a little bit more.
You can survive the, survive the poke that much better from those choke point controls that Ziggs is known for. Enemy try and transition this into a turret down here. Ziggs will clear a lot of that wave. Truth's down as well. Demon King getting a little greedy right now under the turret. Jackie still so tanky on this Leona, and that's a kill picked up. Should be 2. as Tide flashes forward for one more. Soju Rain will trade it right on back. Exhaust in onto Truth. Has to flash away. Followed up by Soju Rain. That's a double kill.
Stove?
Tide 1v1ing Stove again. This is the hardest carry Lulu I have ever seen as he gets his second kill.
Stove, no, man. The entire time, yet again, Alui's like, no cameras needed. I'm just going to destroy Pandemic by myself, solo killing him this time. But that was a really good play, and I think Time getting a little too greedy, which we saw Time, they've done this before. But this was, honestly, the biggest MVP for DWG there was the Ezreal ult that came in a little bit earlier. It spotted out Tybe, and if that hadn't happened, Cosmic would have just freely walked up to the wave and probably would have died a lot sooner, and DWG would have not gotten anything for that. So the fact that they then rotated 2 members and got stuff, really excellent there.
And again, Enemy getting a little greedy, going for the dive when didn't necessarily have to. Alui actually takes that into the smoke screen. Rift Herald's down. This should be a turret picked up there. Oh, just barely not enough.
Get in there.
127 health.
Spam every single ability. I don't care what you have to do. You want that turret. It's so sad for them that they don't get that. It's only 1 plate. Or I think it's 2 plates. But still, you want that turret down so you can try to get Pandemic out of this matchup.
Gonna have to be on the next wave right now, and Truth looking to get his own Soju Rain. Oh, it was the cannon! The cannon auto-killed him!
Oh my god. Oh, well, that's gotta feel pretty good, but especially if you're Enemy, you're like, just got a solo kill, we're gonna get this tier 1 turret bot lane. Gotta feel pretty nice about it.
Ooh, Aloy. He wants a 1v1. Stove was there to back it up, so it would not have been a fair fight. Truth now taking some damage in the bottom lane, which Cosmic Soul wants to find him, but not going to get the kill, at least saves the turret.
You know what's actually a really funny change that we saw in this patch? So anybody who was watching or looking at the patch notes, everyone saw that Ezreal received 0.1 AD on his Mystic Shot, and everyone was like, wow, this will really save the Ezreal players from solo queue, huh? This is actually a change to try and prevent Frostfire Gauntlet. I say that.
Yeah, as there's an invade coming in again. Jackie over the wall now away from the rest of the team. They're a little split here. Look at the flank coming in from Soju, but now he's alone. Talk about isolation damage. Kha'Zix cleaning that one up as a solo kill Baron lane. Alui, you gotta stop it, baby. Time jumps in. That was ambitious, though. Jackie can't keep him alive, and Demon King is there to react. Now, Truth trying to dance around the fight right here. Jackie in trouble. No escape options. No flash available. Who gets the kill? Demon King picks it up.
Oh, man. And that, the over-aggression that we saw from Enemy in their last couple of games is still prevalent here, right? They see the play. They're like, I'm jumping straight in. And it's this time that DWG get out. Ignite is ticking for Cosmic. Oh, my God. A Demon King ends up finishing that. That is really big for them.
Yeah, I mean, the Lee Sin, very mobile, can actually, one of the few champions that can get on a Zed fairly easily. So, nicely done there from Demon King. Didn't even have to blow flash.
Yeah, and take a look at this now, right? We're looking at DWG. They will now be first out onto the map. They're still going to be waiting for their Ziggs. I like this idea from Tybe. Clear out his bot side jungle and just try to maybe look for something, either mid or rotate into the Rift Herald. You have such strength because you can then play around a Louis who, level 10, ready to pop off.
They're grouping up. They want to approach as a team. Let the tanks go first. I say that as Twitch Cosmic Soul runs into the brush.
Truth, they didn't go well last time. Don't do this, buddy.
Yeah, all right, Truth. I think he learned his lesson. It's going to be an objective trade yet again.
Yep, make sure that they're not getting anything. If they want, they can go straight for the dive. He has to know multiple members are here.
A lot of damage poked down onto him. He looks for the trade onto Cosmic Soul, and he finds it! Truth! With the quick thinking, actually goes 1-for-1.
Cosmic, you have Zonia's, brother. Maybe it's off. It's on cooldown. What are we doing? This happened in the level 1 gank that we said. We were like, oh, well, maybe he couldn't get out. He didn't use the flash or the barrier. You didn't use it now. Cosmic, that is a kill you kind of left up on the table. Enemy, look on the opposite side of the map, though. They still have Rift Herald. They just took tier 1 in mid. Massive swing for them, in my opinion.
Yeah, I actually am favoring Enemy here. They even have a Death Brush. Oh no, Stove! He's walking up, immediately stunned. That's the chain CC. Soju already used the E, so he's got to jump away now. Nobody's died yet. Even Stove got out right now. And now it's a re-engage. Demon King going forward. Aloy finds one on the side, but a double kill to Pandemic. And now Aloy, Tybe, They're going to look for a kill onto this Renekton if they can find it, but Demon King and Sova right behind, so no more kills to be had.
You see that they're making trades one after the other. Demon King, I don't know how aggressive you can really be solo. A Louis?
Oh, Louis! Oh, beautiful stuff right there. Oh, can't quite get Soju Rain, though. Didn't
close.
necessarily have
I'll
the
take
health
it.
bar for it. It was close, but now Demon King living up to the name. Forces Time to jump under turret. Good plays from DWG. The entire time, though, Truth was split pushing. Truth got a whole turret bot wave and a plate on tier 2.
It's a lot of gold for Zed and still a lot of gold there for a Louis, but the fact that he can only find 1 to 2 members while the rest of his team is not quite able to clean up. I love when Kha'Zix isn't necessarily your primary assassin, and I love that a Louis is now taking that role for himself, but still, a lot of survivability here for Dogwater Gaming is still showing some signs of fight against enemy who, again, this team was pretty far ahead earlier on into this game and are starting to slowly make some of those mistakes that we saw appear in.
At this point in the game, we're at 11 minutes here. Baron's coming up soon, and they're only 2,000 behind. This is definitely within reason that they can still hang in these fights. Speaking of, we got one breaking out in the bottom lane. Demon King and Tybe. Twitch Cosmic Soul versus Truth. And it will actually be a wash. Nobody goes down.
Yeah, and again, with kind of how renewable this Zed can be on the side lane with, you know, consistently providing the same kind of results, which is solo kill someone in a side lane. Cosmic not having flash means for the next couple minutes, Truth has a very open window to kind of find a kill on this mage and either prevent the push or do it right before an objective and take them away from a fight. So watch for that timer, watch for how Truth continues to be a side lane menace, and also how enemy are continuously finding some advantages in off-number fights, right? That was a 4-on-5, and they still only got out with 2. They didn't lose much out on the map.
I mean, you're talking about the Truth split push as he's right back to it. Louis also split pushing. It's a multi-lane split push threat right now that enemy's putting out there.
This is exactly what they wanted to do in Game 1, right? Which is, if it was the Galio or the Leona, have them sit in Fog of War. They're actually going right on a Soju here. So Exhaust comes
down. Aloy getting aggressive right now. That's Rift Herald dropped, and Aloy goes back in! Locked down, stunned, but now the follow-up here. Jackie playing hero, saving Aloy, who looks for more! Oh, I respect it, but I question it. Now Demon King trying to find that engage, goes in onto Jackie instead. Leona might be the sacrificial lamb.
No!
Gets the kill on a stove! And still alive!
Yes.
Oh, it's disaster for DWG. And enemy are coming out with all heads. That's another kill for Tybe. Another notch in the belt. And enemy get a massive gold influx.
There's no more coin flips. We're just going for it. No flash Truth.
Okay, there we go. Saving stasis for this moment, but it's not enough. Truth still gets the kill.
Oh, I gotta be really careful with this minion wave here, Truth.
Yeah.
Almost out of range. Is not gonna get anything. Jackie is gonna fall down. Flash comes out. Ultimate. Jackie's dead. The dragon is up. And without any engage, this could be a little bit hard for them to defend. Especially Truth doesn't have teleport. Will not be here for this fight unless he switches his boot enchant, which actually isn't picked up. Could be a potential upgrade here. Lisa's trying to make his way over here, but an Infernal Drake is such a massive win condition for either of these teams.
Yeah, I don't think that Dogwater Gaming can approach.
Wait.
They don't have everybody grouped up. Demon King's looking for it. Might go for the steal instead. Looks for the fight. Lulu ultimate wild growth. Soju Rain trying to come back. Hit by the binding. A lot of damage. Tybe jumps in into stasis. Soju Rain has to stay alive right here, but nobody's feeling him. Now the Renekton's there, but there's too many assassins. 1, 2, 3. An enemy just pile on top of Soju Rain. But the rest of Dogwater Gaming have actually done a decent job of scrapping it out right now. And now Truth just gets obliterated. Oh, did not expect Cosmic Soul to be there. Tybe, you can't do this. This is illegal. Tybe, brother. Oh,
no! Cosmic!
Tybe,
no!
go! Cosmic!
No!
Go back! Oh,
No!
that was ridiculous.
He lost to the minimap! Because on the minimap, it'll show you blue buff is there! Oh my... Tybe. Secret Agent Tybe. Sign this man. Please!
Now he's gonna get Demon King, who didn't even realize that there was a Kha'Zix in it. Oh, that's just tragic.
All I can tell you is right now in comms, Cosmic is like, wait, why is he there? And Demon King's like, bro, he was in bush the whole time, you just walked by him. And it's just, damn, that's crazy, bro.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I was paying too much attention to my stopwatch. I was ready to press it in a second this time. You know,
He's like, it's grayed out, but I'm trying to slam that button right now.
Baron on the table now for enemy. They lost their mid turret, but they're starting this up on Vision. Pandemic, he's right here, has dominance. He can pop in and go in for the fight. They want it. There we go. Plus the Ziggs bomb. They're looking for the kill onto Aloy. Very low on health. Baron secure. The fight continues. Time's over the wall. Finally goes down. Truth almost cleans it up. That could have been a triple, if not a quadra kill for Truth if he had ultimate available, but does not get it.
And I love this call for enemy. It means that, hey, there's no jungler. We are basically no risk unless Tide makes a grievous error or Dogwater come out with a miracle play. So takes away their ability to come back and allows them to continue to have priority. We were talking about this earlier, but it's really hard to clear Baroned up super minions or Baroned up cannon minions when they have the Baron buff on. It's just, as mages, you don't have a lot of wave clear. You have an Ezreal in your team, so really you're kind of waiting on maybe Renekton to come in, use his Call of the Meek to try and clear out the wave, but even that's not going to be enough.
Or try and just find an engage. If they're pushing up a wave, at this point I'm looking at Demon King. Flash is coming off cooldown relatively soon, so you can actually look to just get a nice flank in and start a fight. So that way you can just blow a single member up. But right now it is about just pushing these waves back if they can absorb them. Enemy's doing a pretty good job though. They got push in all 3 lanes.
And Pandemic is just dead.
Okay, Aloy. Oh, there's stopwatch used. Demon King missing Sonic Wave. Kicks Jackie away. Pandemic lives, but those are some pretty long cooldowns. And now, okay, Truth's just trying to 1v1. There we go! Cosmic Soul!
Woo!
You'll love to see the Zonias.
Did it a second time. Proud of him. We're learning. We're adapting middle of the game. Very Kha'Zix-like, you know, on both sides of the rift. But we get to see the full core press here from enemy. Baron buff. None of their laners can kind of stand up to the might of enemy and how far some of them have
Stove! One binding is all it takes for this team of 3 assassins to just blow up a member. And they're going to find even more here. Actually, Truth died. Truth died in that top lane for that turret, but they get the turret regardless. That is super lane pressure.
The Sunlight proc from Jackie. He landed it right onto Cosmic. It took 1 binding from Griff. A Louis, fancy feat.
Okay, this is just not fair. How are you doing this? How are you doing this, Aloy? No! The 1v1 from 200 health.
If I didn't know that this was Wild Rift, I would have thought this was the Chemtech build. But alas, he's got Crystalline Reflector, so he's definitely not taking damage from the Ezreal or the Renekton.
I'm upset for Pandemic right now.
I would be too.
Oh, but speaking of being upset here, Griff finds himself caught out, has to flash away, and you take that. There we go. Nicely done. Demon King landing the skill shots.
Yep, and hopefully you'll be able to grab this. Yeah, knows that there's some honey fruit here. This is an Elder Cloud Drake, not the most impactful of the Drakes, but still an Elder for that bird. It's going to feel pretty nice. You already see that some of the members are switching to teleport as soon as they can. They want to make sure that they're here for this fight. Oh, Soju,
I'm
no.
getting a little bit of a stutter here.
Oh, Soju,
okay,
yes!
Soju with the kill! Stove keeping him alive long enough. Aloy should clean this one up, but Soju gets out to land a little bit more damage. Nicely done. Now Demon King, Cosmic Soul are here, walking into melee range of the Assassins. This is really bold. Cosmic Soul, flash away. Tide follows up, has the barrier. Cosmic Soul still alive in the stasis. Pandemic, oh, the perfectly timed Jackie ultimate, but Pandemic still gets a kill. He can just 1v1 Jackie now. The only members left alive. That's a straight 4 for 4.
Yeah, shout out Wendy's. That's a great 4 for 4 deal if you're Dogwater Gaming. If you're enemy, you're crying. You're like, please, never have let that happen again. But Dogwater, the fact that they got even an even fight with double inhibitors down, mind you, at 19 minutes, might save them the game. I don't know if they're able to do this dragon by themselves. It's going to take them a really long time. But enemy, they know that there's no vision here. They try to clear out a little bit of it, thanks with Jackie. So, are they really just going to get an Elder? They have to say that
they're backing
ABC
away.
is going to come.
I think they actually could have taken that. I would have liked to see them stay, but they...
Yep.
I mean, I actually know they did have vision on Pandemic, because he was clearing the top wave. So,
yes.
Just a decision from Griff and Jack to back off.
They may have saw the timer for Tide versus Demon King and say, okay, well, he's going to be up in 5 seconds, so let's just not go to try and... We're going to get it down to about 2,000 HP before he's here. Let's not risk the smite. Let's not risk give them some damage amplification with the Elder Drake. So I like the idea of it. I personally agree. Should have just gone for it. Force Dogwater Gaming's hand.
And Engage now coming in from enemy in the mid lane, but Truth dies for it. Support from mid lane, that's pretty good for Dogwater Gaming. Flash forward from Pandemic. This Renekton really wants the fight to continue, but watch Aloy, the flank of the Akali. Who's going to peel the carries? They're actually positioned pretty well right now, but Pandemic only has so big of a health bar. We can see what Aloy can do to him! He goes in! But Aloy locked down, and Aloy's out! Cosmic Soul still alive, finds the kill. 4v3 on the map in favor of Dogwater Gaming.
And Kangas, they don't even need to fight right now. If you're enemy, you do
they're
not need to be looking for stuff. Tybe, GA.
Oh, Dogwater Gaming, they committed a cardinal sin. They retreated, and they all split up. They did not stay grouped, but now Soju reigns here, trying to turn this one around. Demon King still alive, burning down. Is he gonna live? Barely alive. Soju, though, will fall for it. Demon King and Pandemic, they're gonna have to mount a defense now against triple super waves.
Oh no, all they had to do was just walk out. You needed to be little ducklings. There might be a fine on the pick here.
Oh, good engage from Demon King. The kick onto 2. Griff taking damage. Griff falls down. Now Jackie trying to take up as much as he can. Dude, what? Jackie!
Huh?
What? How does a Leona 1v2 and get a kill and get out? Now Truth 1v1 in against Demon King. That's Guardian Angel popped, but with assassins around every corner, Demon King's in a lot of trouble right now. Cannot escape. Enemy come out with 2 kills. Oh, the minions.
That's the game.
The minions. The cannons. Pandemic can just barely clear them.
No.
Alk, I don't even know what to say.
It's regenerating HP! What? Okay, Louis, if you're a true Chad, the real move here is you ult in, you use your passive proc, and end the game.
Yeah.
That would have been the ultimate Chad move, but that right there is enemy getting punished, right? They no longer, for Dogwater Gaming, they didn't back all at the same time. They didn't kind of corral themselves and walk back into base. And for enemy, they just needed to stop backs. They didn't even need to find kills there. The 2 super minion waves are going to do enough.
And now that with the Baron, you have to imagine that this is just game. Enemy, they
Goodbye,
played a
Cosmic.
pretty clean last couple of minutes, and the assassins are working, finding kill after kill after kill. And now with no Cosmic Soul, with no Twitch, it's just going to be a cakewalk here for enemy. The assassins jumping in one after the other. The Congo line, we came to dance. Enemy actually taking a lot of damage, though, on the back end. Aloy finds one. Ty barely alive. Aloy with the double kill. Aloy! You absolute madman! Almost finds a triple kill, but regardless, the cannons will end the game, and enemy will move to 1-1.
I'm glad enemy were playing that really close to the chest. They're like, we have Baron. The minions will probably end. It's triple super minions. Let's just fight them. It looked a little dicey for literally half a second, and then it was all fine, all dandy for them. Kangas, it was a sloppy game. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to try and sugarcoat it for enemy. The gold graph may say otherwise, but I liked how close Dogwater were keeping it.
The Dogwater actually put up a very impressive performance. I'm not gonna... Honestly, this just makes me more excited to see Stamina versus Enemy now, because that will be the next matchup. We'll get into that later, but the fact that Dogwater Gaming actually hung with Enemy in a lot of those fights, yes, a lot of that has to do with the composition. They have a Lulu and a Ezreal with the Iceborne Gauntlet into triple assassins, even went for the Guardian Angel and the Death's Dance, so it was kind of hard to kill Soju Rain, but it just was too much. Like, Enemy, they were too far ahead. The assassins were too fed.
Yeah, again, Truth was doing good just because they are constantly finding a Zed matchup for themselves that looks alright. We saw it last game, it didn't work out too well, and this time around the Ziggs was a huge pain point, I think, for Dogwater Gaming, that they couldn't really use the Hextech explosive, right? We never saw them execute at turrets, so not being able to siege on turrets is such a pivotal part of the kit that not being able to use that, I think, ends up hampering them. All of this aside, Louis literally winning them games by themselves.
Yeah.
Even in the first game, it was really close on the Renekton. But this time around, Akali matchup, it's a little bit tougher. Solo killing Renekton back to back.
And if we have a second player that we want to highlight, I definitely agree. I think Louis the standout so far for Enemy on the day. But Jackie having an incredible performance too.
Yes.
That Leona was literally like soloing the Renekton in the late game right there. I don't even know why that's possible, but Jackie was making it look easy. Very impressive stuff from Enemy. And this is, I think, a good showing for them now. It's good for the confidence going into this next game. Because again, most likely a must-win here, as we can take a look at the standings for the day so far to see who actually won on the other stream, or rather the unstreamed game between Team Yawn and Stamina Esports.
They lost!
Team Yawn took it!
Let's go. It's a Yawn diff. It's a Yawn diff. I was asking around some of the pros as to who would win the fight night, and everyone was like, Yawn's too OP. They're back. They're about to smurf it.
All right, Al, can I get a "that's massive" from you? I need to hear it.
All right. That was massive.
Oh, come on. You need to get more
I can't
heart
do it.
behind it.
I want to see it when we get to Game 5 of Yawn versus Enemy. We'll get a that was massive.
Okay, all right. Well, let's see, because if it goes the way I predicted, I still think Stamina Esports can bring it to them, and that will be the next matchup. Of course, Enemy versus Stamina Esports. One of the longer mainstays in Wild Rift in North America versus one of the newcomers coming in from Mexico. Really exciting matchup to see. Cannot wait. But we will send it to a short break. If you got to get water, do it now, because we're going to be right back after this. Hello and welcome back, everybody, for the final game of the group stage to determine who will challenge Team Yawn in the best of 5 finals. Enemy versus the newcomers, Stamina Esports, both sitting 1-1, both of their losses to Team Yawn. So, this is going to be a close one, I'm expecting, and I'm just so excited that it feels like we actually have a very close field of teams here on this day.
We're on the cusp of having the people that we were tracking throughout the day for Fight Night not being in the finals. It's a first, right? Cloud9 made it, Tribe made it, Tribe very obviously made it. And now, again, we've been following Enemy throughout the night, and this right here determines who's in our finals.
We've been following enemies. Let's take a look at their opponents so we can catch everybody up on who they will be matching in this final game. Again, Stamina Esports, a newcomer to the Wild Rift scene. They have a couple other teams in games like Brawl Stars, Call of Duty Mobile, etc. So they've been around the block if you're a mobile gaming fan, but now we get to see a look at their Wild Rift roster. Hitman, Lazing, Sirius, Jack Locky, and Arvoinen. I haven't gotten confirmation on how to say that one, so we're just going to kind of wing that in the
Good luck. Yeah, that'll be fun. And actually, Arvoinen is their coach as well. So a small little coach, you know, kind of like a sub-coach, but is also playing support. So I think that's a really cool flex. So when that's obviously an out-of-game later, coming into the game and being able to provide that voice.
So somebody clip that and then tweet at Alk and Arvoinen saying "small little coach" in quotations.
Coach Div.
After
a sick play.
Yes. Yeah. Watch him just absolutely pop off right now. I was like, all right, who's a small little coach now, Alk? Because again, you're rooting for Enemy, right? Like you're expecting them to still make that run to the finals. Are you doubling down?
I want to double down, but I'm still not sold. Some of their gameplay is still really shaky, and I want to see them have another consistent early game, because I think that they had an okay idea. They executed pretty well on it, but it was that mid-game where it got a little dicey for them when we saw Dogwater take it back.
Again, just what we've seen so far in the day, I echoed the sentiment. Enemy, sometimes it feels like they're overreaching for a lot of these plays where they're trying to be somewhere that they're not allowed to be. But stand-up performers, Aloy and Jackie, really impressing me so far on the day. I think that the two of them have been having an incredible performance. And again, you gotta be anticipating scouts to be watching games like this to see, okay, who's ready to sign right now. And Enemy historically has been one of those like non-org orgs that still competes and is at the top tier of competitive play here in North America. And it's crazy that nobody's picked them up yet, but hoping that turns around for them and that there's some watching right now. They're like, these players, they're pretty good. Pretty good at Wild Rift.
Well, we're looking for a slot for WNS. We need a team to play. Let's just pick them up. They've already got a lot of innate synergy. That's the first cheat code that you get. They've already won a couple of things, which is definitely a bonus if you're looking. You're like, we want something that can build success for us. It's there. But Kangas, we are in the game here, and for anyone from North America who's watching the Summoner series, if we're talking about Aloy being a player that we want to watch, I think Hitman is the kind of the lane to be. If you want to play against Hitman, you got to show up, and Aloy so far tonight has really kind of been that guy.
Aloy's got multiple solo kills so far on the day. So if Stamina Esports has been watching any of the stream to actually like get some insight into the last games, they might be looking at Aloy as a lane that they want to start banning out here. Already the Jace taken off the table here. Enemy though, again, they've done scouting. They've had different first bans against every team they've been against so far today. I like that. It means that they've actually put some time into seeing what do they play.
No more Baron laners, man. They do not want Hitman to have any kind of fun.
Guess not.
And this team for Stamina, we haven't been able to catch some of their other games, obviously, but I am looking at basically Hitman and the rest of this roster kind of run the same way. Speaking of bans, you're talking about wanting to see if they've been paying attention. They've been catching the Morgana. I'm kind of sad we don't get to see Jace today, but I'm also happy that teams are putting respect on him because he is really, really broken.
I'm happy that finally this is banned on the red side, because going into the day, that was like the first conversation we had about champions. Who's strong? Morgana's at the top of that list, so you expect that you'd take that away from that blue one. And now that Enemy pivoted to blue one Morgana, I'm happy that Stamina take that off. And Enemy answer with that Rakan ban themselves, even though, again, like you were highlighting, that's a flex pick for them. So let's see what Stamina wants to close out with.
I wonder if Truth was just like, I think AP Rakan just doesn't work the same as it did in Summoner Series. It's just not hitting the same, maybe.
I feel like that's Heresy. Like, this is when you would play God mid.
I don't know,
But it's
dude.
not
I have a
Summoner
chance to
Series.
almost make $500 or make like 200. Like, am I gonna play around with that? Probably not.
That's like the difference between a Yu-Gi-Oh pack and a structure deck right there. So, I mean, just to put it in comparison for anybody at home, in case you speak terminology that's close to my heart. But Thresh first picked here for enemy. We didn't talk about this when that Morgana was banned, but this means that Thresh is a much higher priority pick now.
Exactly. Thresh just instantly kind of jumps up right under Morgana since you can't use the Black Shield. We'll have to see what the response is. Typically, people like to play Rakan, but obviously it's been banned, so really good setup. And finally, Kangas, I get to see a team that is more likely going to play front to back. They've already shown that now with the Varus, and Galio more than likely going to be that support.
And we've seen a lot of Varus bans from enemy in particular, so now they have to play against that poke range. And yeah, the Galio, I think, is just such a strong pick, and we haven't seen that prioritized as much. I'm actually already very happy with how Stamina has approached this pick ban phase.
Yes. So far, already setting up for front to back, and enemy playing a little bit flexible, right? We've seen Jax in the jungle throughout the world, and Alui's definitely no slouch when it comes to playing the duelist there. So I'm looking forward to that. I think that then this could mean we get a really fun top lane matchup if that's the case. And Ziggs, we'll have to see where he continues to go, as we just did see him in the mid lane. But against Varus, he is the kind of global standard for wanting to fight up against Varus.
Yeah, I expect him to go into that dragon lane, but not necessarily expected here. But I mean, maybe you expect this more. Hitman answering the call with the Fiora. You talk about a duelist, literally the duelist champion here.
Yes.
Going up against Jax. Well,
That
potentially.
is a 100% a skill match. It doesn't even have to go. It could go up against Jax. Maybe not in the Baron lane, right? We could see it in the jungle. Both of these champions are proficient enough at clearing camps and being, if you give them a couple of resources, they're super, super mobile all by themselves.
And again, the flexibility might work out better for Stamina Esports, because then they can lock in a mid laner, hold that flex pick till the very end to see what enemy is opting for with their lanes. But for right now, it's taking away the Assassins, taking away Truth's Zed. He will not get that 3 games in a row.
Man, they want to take care of that, make sure that there's no backline threat. And again, this is another situation where I think Renekton kind of climbs a little bit in priority for me. I want to see tanky frontline bruisers. Garen, actually, against enemies comp is very, very strong in my opinion. So this is something that I think Stamina could potentially bring out.
But would they want to lock it in now, or again lock in that mid lane blind first? They have options to go for right now. The mid lane pool's been pinched a lot. I mean, Orianna, Diana, and Zed all taking off the table. If you want to throw things like Jason, Morgana into that mid lane pool as well. So yeah, it looks like Corki, Stamina Esports, committing to that mid lane.
Okay, Corki is personally just not my favorite here. You can play at range as Corki with the obviously with the package is going to be very pivotal, but with Jax, with Thresh, and Ziggs, I think that 3-man combo is so dangerous. And enemy, instead, they're going to flex it around. They're going to say, we're going to throw a Tybe in the jungle, we're going to get our Akshan and the Garen.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about that Garen being potentially good into enemy, and maybe they identified that too, saying, hey, we can just play that ourselves. So that means Garen versus that Fiora, because J4 is being hovered right now by Stamina Esports. That would be
That's
in
a
the
lock
jungle.
in. Yeah. No, that's a top lane matchup. Okay. I know you were saying, hey, Jarvan's really cool in the jungle, but Hitman just recently in the Code Red last week played a ton of games and won the tournament playing almost exclusively Jarvan top lane. He wasn't quite finding solo kills like we've seen a Louis tonight, but still providing that role, going some poke builds with the Aerie, and still just being an amazing front line. And I was touting him as the most mechanical top laner in the tournament, but just playing Jarvan, he's still showing it off.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, Alk. Wow, I'm in for a treat right now. I did not realize that Hitman was a J4 aficionado. But yeah, we got the Fiora versus Jax in the jungle. Now, this is a very common strategy that we saw at the Horizon Cup where, you farm up in the jungle and then you become a split pusher later on in the game. And then Garen J4 can kind of be frontliners for the team fights.
It's been super, super dangerous, and it's going to kind of come down, in my mind, to how the solo lanes yet again pull out. I think bot lane, you have so much range. You have in favor of enemy because you have double ranged versus a melee support. Unless they can find an engage, this Varus and Galio are kind of going to be stuck a little bit under their turret. For Enemy, though, if somehow Truth gets out of this lane alive and is able to provide kill pressure onto Corki or onto Lezing on this Fiora, then I think Stamina will find themselves in a very dangerous position.
All on the line. The winner goes to face Jan for a rematch in the grand finals. And that one's best of 5, so you get multiple chances in case you drop a game unlike these best of 1s. So it's all coming down to this. Enemy versus Stamina for our final game of the group stages. Already Truth with a very early run
What is
towards
this,
his top
Truth?
lane. Let's get the observers up there. Hitman in trouble. Has the flash available. Holding it till the very end and for too long because, of course, Akshan has a double auto attack passive.
Oh, he was thinking maybe if I'm out of range, the auto attack will get canceled. I know there's been a couple of problems with Akshan in previous patches, but Truth makes good on it and finds that solo kill. They know that level 1, Jarvan literally doesn't have half of his combo there.
Yeah.
So really good punish. Does miss out a little bit, but in terms of gold, in terms of experience, Corki got a small back just to try and match, but Truth didn't really do much with it. He's still level 3, only has 1 item, and it's a pretty good pickup for them.
And is that 3 games in a row now? No, maybe not. I know Truth's gotten first blood in at least one of the other games that we saw today, but
That's a prod question. That's definitely
a prod
question.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Maybe we can get confirmation on how many first bloods Truth has had, but very impressive nonetheless on the Akshan. Getting around the map, this is where this champion excels. You can just roam so fast.
Yeah, not only that, but also now it just kind of ruins the jungle matchup in favor of Enemy, right? Because not only does he now have mid priority, we already saw that Jackie, because of the matchup that they're playing, Jackie got first say on the roam. So bot lane Scuttle goes over to Enemy, top lane Scuttle goes over to Enemy, and Jackie, without missing a beat, can try to punish this. Misses the hook.
Very active on the map early on. You love to see that from your supports here. So Lezing, let's see if he can catch up right now. Tybe forces flash out of Hitman, who's not having a fun time up here because Truth's also roaming, about to hit level 5.
See ya.
Flag and drag away, but Truth just following up saying, where you running to, buddy?
No!
Oh, flashes!
No!
Does he die? The Ignite, he hits level 5, barely lives.
Oh, if he just had vision of Hitman, he would probably be spamming that ultimate. But without any vision, he can't be seen. Enemy, okay, you need to be really careful with how they play this, because Truth, in theory, could go rogue and kind of just sneak into the enemy jungle, try to find that kill into Hitman. But taking away Jarvan's ability to be a proactive early game leader is nice and all. Still, what are they getting from it on the side of Enemy? Gold is nice, zoning away experience, but as long as Hitman hits level 5, really he's not going to be hurting all that much in this early game.
He's got to be so upset, though, that Truth hit level 5 off the minions in that wave. So close to finding that kill. But regardless, it's still just one on the scoreboard for Enemy right now, as finally Jack Lockey goes for a reset. Has a pretty big buy here for a potential dragon fight.
Yeah, this is going to be really massive. And take a look, Stamina's bot lane were the first to recall. It is 30 seconds, however, which I think is a kind of excessive just because they're right now just waiting for package. If you're on the side of Stamina, you're waiting for Corki package, and then you're going to set up. And take a look at how now Enemy's bot lane are playing it, getting vision down early. And Arvoyan, coming out a little bit late, doesn't have the sweeper as well, so no ability to take away vision from the side of Enemy means they're just going to play for top side.
Yeah, Stamina went a hard stack up here. Jackie walks up to the brush blind, and Arvoyan punishes. Nicely done from Stamina.
Exactly. Take away their engage potentials. It does still mean that they're going to play on the opposite side, but Corki package being taken here, and with the ability to kind of contest mid-wave, without Enemy starting this Drake up, this is potentially a double contest. They can go over to the Dragon Pit.
Already Tybe's on it, soloing the dragon as the rest of Stamina. Everybody on the top side here, they will secure that objective, and they don't even run to go contest that dragon, so it's just traded, but already ahead for Stamina as Eloy, locked in the Cataclysm, flashes to safety away from the Grand Challenge.
They want to try and get Hitman some gold, and more importantly, free up this lane so Jarvan can go across the map. Still a package here, gets the Galio ultimate out. Super, super reactionary there coming out from Stamina.
Very respectful. They do not want to give any chance of a dive. As I say that, Tybe jumps in here. Gotta be very careful of this Corki with package. Honestly, I think that's Sirius had a couple opportunities there where he could have looked to turn the play. And they still do, because Tybe still just this far forward. when you know that there's a Galio and a Corki package. Greedy play from enemy.
That is a massive win for Stamina. Not only did they get the turret in top lane, it crashed again, so a lot more gold going over into Lazing's pocket, and they protect this turret. No one is going to be able to get this plate. And Fiora's been kind of upticked in gold a little bit now. That kill goes over to the Corki. Again, we've been talking about it all night. Enemy, some aggressive outlooks on the game, ends up biting them. I'm still a little bit scared at Kangas.
Yeah, the general trend from enemy that we've seen on the day is great mechanical play, but some of the decision making, some of the, like, okay, where are we on the map and where are we allowed to be on the map, just not quite synced up. So that's what we need to look at for enemy. How do they, read the situation and play safe enough? Speaking of, Truth here walks into the river where there's no wards down and has to burn flash. Oh, actually, no, he just swings away. He's good.
He's action. He always swings away. And if he doesn't swing away, he's just taking a nap. Speaking of taking a nap, I think they're about to dive this turret. Someone's probably going to go down here. This is just my intelligent guess.
Truth and Jackie were trying to get the camp, but it looks like Stamina don't want to hard push and overcommit. Speaking of committing, Hitman in the top lane right now. Cataclysm under turret. Aloy lives through it too, so enemy with a successful dive.
Okay, wait a minute. Almost gets the turret.
So
Chains of
close.
Corruptions miss. This is a turret more than likely going down. I think the only way that they save this is if Lazing skips the red buff right now and comes up. Tybe is a little bit afraid just because he doesn't know where the rest of the members of the enemy team are.
Dive bot side too.
What are they
Jackie down
doing?
here with exhaust. They're pulling off a dive. Actually, I don't hate this one, but no, maybe it's not looking as good now. The exhaust from our Voiden. Griff does not cancel it. So
Close. Pause champ. Everybody in chat just instantly spam pause champ. That took way too long to find that kill onto Series, and they got the trade. They don't get anything topside. This is going to have to be a trade. They do finally get the turret, but
okay,
Louis, run, brother. You got flash.
Yeah, it might have to use it. Ooh, Lazing does not want to overcommit. That's actually very respectful from Lazing. No vision in that top river and just doesn't see if the enemy jungler is there. But Tybe was, of course, bot
He's
side,
dead.
and now Hitman is realizing that. Trying to get away. Tybe with a solo kill.
Yep, good job. Good call from enemy, focusing on the bot side. It is 45 seconds. They need to move Griff over. They don't even have to do that. They can stay in mid and try and crack down this turret, but they want to try and use the Hextech explosive, break it down, make sure that there's as much gold in their back pocket while Lazing pushes in the Baron lane.
Dive potential here. Nice hook coming in from Jackie, but Griff hasn't taken down the turret yet. The turret's still doing damage.
He has no explosive.
They still find one. They find two. That's a double kill over to Truth.
Oh my god, they even use the explosive early on. And they do get a kill. That is pretty massive for them. However, look at the death timer. Sirius up in 10 seconds. The Dragon up in 15. Has the package. Will get there in time. And enemy, some of their members have to back. This should be Stamina first onto the play if they want to. You see the pings come out. They're going to try and grab Rift Herald.
Such low health bars for enemy, and Lazing took two turrets off of that. Literally pushed into two. This is the split push jungle that we were talking about here. Actually gets a lot in his own pocket for it. Rift Herald's going down. Everybody from enemy running straight to Dragon, though. Can Stamina contest?
They should just go for the mid lane turret. I don't think you want to try and contest for this Dragon. It is a Mountain Drake, but you need those tools, and the hit and the Corki package is going to be so pivotal for them. Fiora has a lot of standing gold at this moment.
Good poke, though, from Sirius. If they can land a little bit more here, Tybe and Aloy could be in trouble. If their health bars are too low, it's much harder to frontline for a Dragon fight. But so far, Stamina, they're not pressuring with that Herald. They didn't drop it in the mid lane.
They don't need it. Look in the top lane right now. The wave is going to slowly start building. It's going to push onto this inhibitor.
Oh.
Hitman, Tybe.
Tybe in a lot of trouble right now. All alone here in the Dragon lane. Lazing stunned up here, but they should get this. Tybe. There we go. Just gives the kill over to the Corki. And now Aloy trying to push away Jack Locky, but in a lot of trouble now as Sirius joins in. Aloy thought that he had some backup. Has to burn a lot to stay alive. That's both summoners down and the gargoyles.
And again, this stops enemy from doing the Drake and Stamina. They can continue to get resets off. Fiora's going to stay here in the river. There's no smite. 5 seconds on Tybe. This should be their Drake.
The enemy is just going straight in. They still want the fight. Even with a man down right now, they're going for it. And Aloy just runs through everybody. Takes down Lazing. Truth still alive. There's no way. There's no way Truth lives. That was so close. but Enemy make it work.
It's clutch team fighting. Enemy are now back out onto the map. Tybe is alive. Louis the Baron later just completely saves this. Look at how low they are.
Time's gonna get this. Time's gonna get this. That's Flash already. Time with the target in his sights. We'll find a double kill. Jack Lockey has to retreat all the way back to tier 2 turret. Enemy diving between turrets, and they're pulling it off. This is absolutely insane.
What are Enemy doing? They're just kind of like running at them. Speaking of which, the Grand Challenge is issued, but is ultimately denied. Griff just walks straight away. A Mountain Drake in their back pocket. They still have Rift Herald. Like, Stamina, you didn't even have to go for the Drake. You didn't have to let Fiora die. You could have just walked it down mid, put the Rift Herald down. In that timer, I think the best possible play there after Tybe goes down is you let Hitman recall, you let Lei Xing recall, and finish that item. They were standing on so much gold. We talked about how close they were, but at that time, Tybe had already gotten a recall in. So there was just a mismatch in items where I think they just stayed out too far onto the map, and they get punished.
Hard punish for it, but now maybe Stamina finding something big here. Time's down already. And they're looking for even more, but Aloy trying to be frontliner now. Double kill for Jack Lockey. The Varus range coming in clutch.
Yep, they're playing around their team fight potential, right? It is let Arvoinen and Hitman tank up a lot of the abilities, all of the damage there from someone like Griff or from Tybe, and then just allow for this Corki and this Varus to come in from the back. All of that range. But again, it's just 2 kills, a reset, and not much damage onto the turret. It's nice for the gold in their back pocket and keeping this game even, but we need to see them start to break open turrets if they want to try and threaten some of these other members.
Very close on the gold count there. It's only 1,000 lead, but Truth has a kill here. Hitman in trouble. Just goes in with Cataclysm.
Truth, I don't know about this one.
The Galio combo. Truth has to flash away.
Good job. Okay, so they do get 2 ultimates out of that, but Truth without Flash and without Ignite makes them a little bit easier of a target to try and find. And Varus in the top lane could be a very juicy target.
Big hook onto Lei Xing. Aloy under turret. Buys enough time for the Ziggs. That's a big bomb onto 3 and the hook. Oh, Jackie just cannot miss these. Under turret, flay bag. A little ambitious here, Jackie. I don't know if the rest of the team's nearby. Hits a minion with that last hook. The Stamina will not lose any more members.
And there is that kind of synergy that we had talked about with existing team members. Louis trusting his Ziggs is going to do it. Jack Lockey might be in a little bit of a dangerous position, and Lei Xing is going in to try to help him, but...
Oh, Hitman's dead!
There it is!
Lei Xing cannot get in range in time. Enemy playing around with this range.
The Truth Cannon comes on through. They're going to get another turret. Tybe hit the button.
He's out.
Thank you.
He's out.
Okay. I was a little bit afraid there. I know with playing with Smacks that some of the players in Wild Rift don't like hitting that button. Corki package is here. It's going to be their engage.
Package in. This is what Stamina wanted. Run down through the mid lane, but they haven't landed it quite yet. Aloy, frontlining, still alive. Taking up so much damage. The 6 bombs! And the re-engage from Time. Stunning 3 members. Enemy have done it. A massive team fight win. And with a minion wave coming in the mid lane, this might just be game. 30-second timers. It's a 4v2. Stamina, they have to survive. Cataclysm in. That's the engage. But Aloy just runs straight in under Jack Lockey. Now has to jump away. Flashes back out. Enemy playing around on the edge of their seats. But they will give respect to Stamina.
We're going to count the level 1 Akshan play as a solo kill for Louis, right? That basically counts, because it just set the lane off to such a good start. Hitman could not be this frontline engage for the team anymore. Louis inadvertently gets super far ahead, and after that, a lot of what's happening in mid lane kind of just falls in between. Hey, we couldn't really match at that point. So Baron now in their back pocket. Enemy, after, it was a back and forth mid game yet again, we are here now with a Baron in their back pocket and the Infernal Drake spawning. Either team getting this, I think, just kind of gives a lot of breathing room. Enemy get this. Getting the Infernal Drake locks out Stamina from winning this one. If Stamina gets this, I think that there's a very real possibility they could potentially come back.
The crucial thing here, Alk, is that Stamina have not lost an inhibitor turret. Enemy, even with all that numbers advantage, could not crack mid. They haven't even done damage to it. So Baron will give them push priority, but only so much right now. Stamina do still have another team fight in them. If they can position correctly with this Corki Varus, they have a shot.
It's all about the side lanes. Yet again, Stamina have really good side lanes here, but they can't ever attend.
Engage from Tybe. Aloy going in. This is not the fight that Stamina wanted. They were not positioned for it, and Enemy were positioned perfectly. Front to back, easy peasy slaughter on Stamina. That's already 2 members down, diving onto the turret here, and no one's gonna live through this one. Truth flashes forward. Picking up a couple turret shots, but Tybe gets one. Cataclysm from Hitman. He can't do damage. The counter strike into the stasis. Hitman still alive. Gets the knock up. Tybe's not even taking damage, and he's out of there. That's it. That's got to be game. It's 1 member up, 20-second death timers. Enemy, they have this cannon minion with Baron. They're going to walk forward. Nexus in their sights. What can Hitman do? Buying 10 seconds for the rest of the team to spawn. He dives in, has to flash away. He's down. Enemy have done it. They'll get their shot of revenge against Yawn in the grand finals.
Oh my god, Enemy. They just came out swinging. They said, we're not gonna lose, right? We're gonna go straight top lane. We're gonna set them up for success. And Tybe, aggressive tendencies and all, still ends up finding kill after kill on this Jax.
Yep. I mean, so if we're going the story of the day, Aloy and Jackie being the standout performers in the first 2 games, you gotta throw Tybe's name in the hat now after that Jax performance. Incredible play, finding split pushes on the map, counter plays, trading objectives even when they were slower to get to them, and then that one clutch 3-champ stun in the mid lane fight at the end there. Oh, beautiful stuff.
I mean, fantastic job for Enemy, and I want to give them props for making it to this point. But Stamina, still a couple things to work on. I think that the Corki packages weren't quite there. We saw that last one that kind of ended the game a little bit, and Corki package didn't really do much, which I know we've been critical in North America of some uses of the Corki package throughout professional play, but that one right there, gonna need to go back in the lab, I think.
I'm also gonna say it, Cleaver into Death Dance. I'm not sure if that's a build that I'm in love with for Corki. I don't know if you have a better insight into that. Maybe I'm a little behind on the meta.
It's a LATAM special. I don't know. LATAM and all of the Spanish teams from Latin America, they have crazy builds for Corki. We saw it during the Wild Tour where we're seeing like tank Corki with Abyssal Mask.
Yeah,
exactly. So a lot of things going on. I personally don't have a lot of good things to say about it, but maybe if I get to talk with the player, if I get to talk with them, maybe they can kind of work through that mindset with me.
Regardless, Enemy, they actually pull it off, prove me wrong, and move on to the finals for the rematch against Yawn with a 1-0, but that was a very entertaining game there. I mean, honestly, shout-outs to every team that's competed so far, because it's been some great games. But let's take a look at the updated standings, because group stages are wrapped, everybody. We're getting into the grand finals. But as I say that, it looks like we actually don't know the victor of Yawn versus Dogwater Gaming yet, so I'm curious to see if Yawn will be undefeated going into the grand finals or not.
If Dogwater Gaming win that, I mean, we already have our finals decided at that point, right? Because they have the head-to-head over Enemy. Really didn't have to worry about Stamina there, but I mean, damn. That would be really cool, obviously, for the boys over at Dogwater Gaming.
We've yet to have a team not be undefeated. I believe Tribe have been undefeated in the last 2 that we've had so far, so they just kind of run the gauntlet every time. This would be refreshing if we again saw this tight competition from the teams that are competing today. But of course, Yawn are looking good. I mean, my goodness, and that's of course why they will be in the grand finals against Enemy. Thoughts on the matchup before we send it to a break here, Alk? Just to tease the audience a little bit of what they can expect.
If the matchup that we saw last time is of any indication, I think we're probably going to get a 3-1. It's just the Fight Night way. We get 3-1s every time. Just bring it home.
Every time. Yeah, yet to not be that one. But we'll see what the script has in store for us as we send it to another short break before we are back for the grand finals best of 5 between Enemy and Team Yawn.
Introducing Fight Night Rift, a bi-weekly Wild Rift event hosted by GiantSlayer. 4 teams will be invited to compete in a round-robin best-of-1 format where the top 2 teams in the round-robin will play in the finals to decide the winner of that week's Fight Night. And the best part of it all, anyone can join. Head over to GiantSlayer.tv/WR to sign up and have a chance to be invited to compete in the next Fight Night. Our hope with the Fight Night Rift is to create a place to develop North American talent in a grassroots environment. Will you be the next Fight Night Rift champion? We'll see you on the Rift.
And we're back, everybody, with the best of 5 grand finals for Fight Night Rift. We have Team Yawn taking on Enemy. Now, Yawn actually took game 1 during the group stage here, so Enemy coming on the back foot. Now, maybe not favorites anymore coming into this one. Actually, I'd say definitely not favorites, as Yawn 3-0'd through the group stage, Elk.
It's gotta look really, really good, especially because Yawn, throughout Summoner Series, they were a pretty decent team, but never really could kind of reach into that upper echelon where you saw Enemy. I do want to also note, this is a pretty new Enemy, all things considered, right? You have a new bot lane that's playing alongside the other 3 long-standing members. So it is going to take some time, and hopefully tournaments like this are going to provide that kind of practice and necessary staged games to kind of get it all in line.
Yeah, for anybody who's tuning in, who maybe watched throughout all of the summer, D'Enzio no longer on the team, of course, has moved on to Tribe. So this is now kind of the new structure of Enemy, and it is still exciting to see. They have explosivity, they have high impact plays that they go for. It's just cleaning up again some of the misplays that we'll see here and there. But here's the roster head to head. Alk, what lane, if you had to identify a single matchup that you want us to be focusing on throughout this best of 5, we're going to point our direction towards?
So we already know how the Louis matchup's going to go. Mid lane, man. Truth versus 9. It made a difference in the last time these two teams met at the beginning of the fight night today. And I think yet again, this is where we're going to see a lot of the difference. Obviously, draft might change a little bit of our expectations as to who we're looking at as key players. But I'd say overall throughout the series, 9 versus Truth is where we're going to see a lot of the difference being made as games go on.
I'm happy you highlight that, because Truth has been one of the most impactful players for Enemy, whether making the early game plays, getting those kills, those roams around the map, or going for those over aggressive plays. So kind of hitting both sides of that coin so far on the day. So eyes on Truth against 9. How are they going to stack up against each other? But Yawn, I mean, this is, I think, a big story for them, for this roster to come into this event. I mean, obviously the biggest thing for this event is there's no tribe, right? So there's a much better chance of a team having that run to the finals, let alone the championship run and taking the whole thing. And I think Yawn are capitalizing on this beautifully right now, and definitely being stand-up performers.
This could be you. If you want to sign up, you can do ! Sign up, and every other week you can just hit that button. You can sign up with your boys and your girls and your they-thems, whoever. We don't discriminate here.
All gamers allowed.
Exactly.
All gamers invited.
You can come on through, and you could be a team that is looking to upset some of the bigger teams here. So go ahead, sign up. Again, you see where Yawn is? Insert your name here. Free.
You see where Dogwater Gaming's was? Make a logo.
Make a logo.
Any JPEG. Just
and already, if you have any kind of logo, automatically Kangas is going to root for you. Sorry, Dogwater Gaming. We got a couple of friends over there, but
Yawn are literally just a base emoji, and already I'm a fan. You know, like
it's not even just the emoji. The little teardrop or the nose thing also has a sad or like a yawning face on it.
Oh, it does. I never even noticed that. All right, extra points for creativity right there. That's how they don't get struck for like some kind of copyright of taking the emoji, right?
Yeah, they get like $250 or the $500 prize pool, and Samsung or whatever comes there and is like, we're just gonna take that real quick. Thank you. Can't be using our images for monetary purposes.
But no. It's got a second face on it. You have to understand.
Exactly. So it's creative comment. It's creative use. It's free.
Yeah, there you go. And now, hey, if they win, they're going to be nationally famous in the Wild Rift community for taking a series here, best of 5 series against Enemy. Again, even though it's not the same look, one of the top teams in North America. So I think this is a big story, and I'm excited to now follow the careers of these players.
I will say it will be a pretty big event. I don't know if national success is going to necessarily be the word I would use, but I'll let you roll with it.
Mainstream TV, news outlets covering this. Alk, I'm telling you, the works. The works.
You're really selling me on Yawn right now. Are you their PRs? Are you on payroll?
Well, now that Stamina are out, the other team I was rooting for jumping ship to Yawn. You know, we have to have balance on the cast between Enemy fans and whoever they're playing against.
By the way, now that we get to talk about making good on our balances and all that, who here predicted Enemy would be in this final?
It was, I was hoping you wouldn't take this opportunity, but you have the stage, Alk. If you want to gloat,
We're here.
go for it.
No, it's fine. I've been talking. We've both been talking a fair bit. I just wanted to point it out, make sure that everybody at home also remembered.
Okay. I feel like next time we have to have like a bet placed on this. So
Sure.
that way there's
Do
actually
you have
weight
anything to
behind
say
it.
for yourself? Do you want to apologize to enemy
You know
for
what?
making it this far?
I'm not gonna apologize to enemy.
Okay,
'Cause
respect. See,
at
I
this-
was a test.
going into the day, expectations were that they were making it. So I mean, I feel fine. It's like, well, they were the expected winners. So look at them. They still made it. Congratulations. Stamina though, still impressed me, and I just like seeing new names, especially new orgs backing teams in the Wild Rift scene. So that's why I was excited about them. But I still all respect to enemy.
Whatever reason you need. Everybody in Twitch chat already may have said Keck W Kangas, or threw
I'm
in their
probably
Twitch
hard
prediction.
flamed right
There's
now.
a couple people who may have trusted you on that one, and they like bet against enemy, and their Twitch points just went all down the drain. So there might be a couple of angry Twitch chatters, but win or they're not, right? So we're here.
Well, the
Hopefully
first mistake was respecting or trusting my opinion of a team.
I respect your opinion.
his-
Come on, Kangas, speak highly of yourself.
Historically, I'm happy Tribe's not here because they owe me a beard from the Horizon Cup. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's grown back. It's back now. But
It's good. It's healthy. It's nice.
This is literally fresh from losing it in that moment back in October.
Maybe you should stop doing bets, man. The only thing you bet is your beard like 95% of the time.
Yeah, I need to get more creative with it at this point. But we're in a pick and ban here, Alec, for the best of 5. Game 1 kicking us off. And enemy, they've been on blue side for like every single game today.
They just love blue side, man. Blue side's OP. They recognize
so?
it. They're like, look, we get first pick. We love to try and abuse it. And so far, it's been different kinds of things all the time, right? It's been first, we're picking Lee Sin. Then we're going to Morgana. We're going to continue looking for more of these picks. So I like that they're trying to continue and sharpen up what their image is for as a team identity. But already we're getting some different stuff as well. You were talking about it in the second game, or in the third game, I believe. Every single one of these ban phases has been pretty different and a little more tailored against their opponents.
Exactly. The Vayne in particular, if you remember, that's how Jan won the first game. Sad's Vayne was insane. So enemy already adapting. I mean, it's a best of 5 starting now, but you can kind of add that first game into this best of series because it gave the teams insight into how each other want to play. So
Exactly.
enemy hard adapting. I mean, even the Lulu ban too.
Wow. That's a really, really kind of, again, I guess, heavy leaning into saying, we don't want to play into this bot lane. I wonder how this kind of changes the landscape because Galio is still available. Morgana is still on the table. And I still think there are a couple other champions that were, I think, in my opinion, way more problematic than this Vayne Lulu. Orianna comes to mind, a safe mid laner that still has amazing team fight impact.
Yeah, and that's potentially on the table here for Jan if they want it right away. Enemy sticking with that Morgana blue 1. It was in the series against Jan where they didn't take it blue 1 and got it blue 2, but not even given an opportunity this time around. And Jan's answer, I would love this Caitlyn. All right, Caitlyn's locked in. I'm a big fan of the Caitlyn in the Dragon Lane.
I love Caitlyn. I don't know if people around the world necessarily have. Again, it can match some of the range, auto attack range wise, but globally speaking, Varus, I think, is still just such a strong marksman, provides both team fight ability with the ultimate, as well as just overpowering range.
He does provide a lot of that poke damage, but the thing about Caitlyn is she's just so oppressive in lane. If you step up at all, you're going to be getting autoed. And it could be a Morgana Galio in the bot lane here, and that means that enemy might just be avoiding any of that trade pattern at all. Just Morgana drop down the Tormented Soil, walk away from the wave. Don't even go for it.
Yeah, I wonder what that means also for the support role, right? Because we have Galio, we have Morgana, so either way, we could see them both appear down there. We could also see Morgana in the mid lane. For me, anyway, I think that this makes engaged support so much more likely. We're thinking stuff like Leona to pop up, but depends on if Yoru is going to be willing to play it, right?
Yeah, they have the Orianna as their priority like you had been talking about. It worked for them last time around, so why stray too far away from that? But this time around, it's not with that hyper scaling AD carry and Lulu bot lane. We'll have to get something else to round out this composition. And also give respect to Truth. This is another Zed ban. We've seen a couple of these today already.
Yeah, truth. They just want him off it. They're like, yeah, a late game, like a good early game assassin that can also split push as the game goes on. Probably not something we're gonna want to do as Orianna, Caitlyn, and Lee Sin. Want to look for more of those team fights. Look for some picks. For enemy in their second ban phase, I want to see them prioritize Baron laners. We already see the Darius being taken away, but Renekton for Yon I think would be such a dangerous matchup if Zenith God can get it off to a nice start. So really looking forward to see what we get from here.
One of those safer blind top laners you can lock in, but Jan can also instead go the option of counterpick, because if you lock in support here, you're already showing your mid laner, so then you can hold that counter pick. Maybe you have something that you want to play into the Renekton, and you leave it up for enemy to grab. I like that Akshan ban, actually. That almost makes me think that they are going to go into the Renekton.
Exactly. The Akshan pick, not only just because of what they did in the level 1, but also against control mages, he just has such an easy time, can itemize pretty freely with a Wit's End if the matchup gets a little unbearable, so I like this adaptation to the draft, but there's still a couple of mages. Diana is one that we haven't seen. It would overload a lot of the damage, but is really good at kind of stopping engages like something from an Orianna or a Lee Sin.
And they don't. Enemies afraid of the combos. They're afraid of these other top laners.
Yes.
Not the Renekton ban, but like the Malphite, which can combo off of that Orianna very well. So now what does Yon want to do? Do they save that counter pick, or do they go for that Renekton priority pick?
Are they setting up for like a top lane Jax or Fiora? Because Malphite would pretty handedly destroy that lane, or just stymie it for what they want to do. For Yon, they might just go more teamfight indexing, and the Braum, I think, is really good like that. It is definitely a bad matchup into Braum, or into Galio, but against something like Kha'Zix, it's serviceable, I think.
Yeah, I don't know if it's necessary based on what you see enemy have locked in already. I don't see it being like, oh, they have a lot of poke, a lot of long range damage I'm going to need to block. It's a lot of people that are going to be on top of the Braum. But I guess the Corki, it will be nice into that, so enemy picking into it a little bit. But you're right about that Fiora read, so that it is enemy looking for a split push.
All right, Kangas, I'm so sorry for everybody and me, but I feel like they just gave Yon the biggest lob of Fight Night today. Not only now, they have a Garen free matchup, which is just like GG's in my mind for top lane, but Louis going to find a way to solo kill him somehow, because it's just a constant today. Braum into Fiora and Corki, in my mind, that's a free dub. I take those every single day of the week. Yeah, Corki, okay. I can block all of his missiles. He can't really use Valkyrie anytime that I have ultimate as a Braum, or if I can tag him with a Winter's Bite. And Fiora walks up on me, and she's a melee champion versus Braum, which is not going to have that much fun. So I really think this is a fantastic matchup against even this bot lane, right? We're talking about the Morgana matchup. You just unbreakable it, and you're sitting there as Braum like, I'm unkillable.
And they still have, again, tagging the Morgana or the Galio. Obviously, the Black Shield can give some counterplay, but there's opportunities for Yon to still even win this 2v2 if they can play it correctly. It feels like hardcore, kind of front-to-back team fighting from Yon versus split push focus here from enemy. They have an Assassin to catch people out, Corki package, and Galio to get around the map, and then this Fiora. So a lot of weight being put onto Aloy here to carry in this game.
He's going to find a way, man. He's going to find a way to solo kill in this matchup. I just know it. I feel it in my bones. I'm not exactly the happiest about it, but it's going to happen.
I mean, if history is anything to indicate, yes.
It's every game, man. Like, how is this balanced? Like, is this like a 3.0 patch where, like, Aloy has some kind of, like, secret 100 CS per minute Doindy hacks or something?
Yeah, Draggle specifically buffing Aloy.
Yep.
The summoner account, as it were. Jackie, though, this is what I was talking about. The Winter's Bite, the range advantage of the Caitlyn Braum here. They can actually poke out something like that Galio, something fierce.
This is a really fun matchup, I think, stylistically between Morgana and Caitlyn, because, like you were saying, Caitlyn does have a lot of ranges you can utilize to try and poke up Morgana, but one thing that typically hurts Caitlyn is her wave clear can be a little hit or miss depending on how the Piltover Peacemaker is used, and as you see right there, Morgana can just throw down the Tormented Soil and just walk away.
Yeah, like you don't even have to be in range
exactly.
of the Caitlyn auto trades. So it's an interesting matchup as the observers are still highlighting it. But I also want to bring our attention to top lane still, because that's where at least Tybe is passing towards. I like that from the Kha'Zix, trying to get away ahead, but It looks like we actually have Zenith reading that one because it's not. Or he went for a very early back and picked up extra item.
Yep. Got himself the. Looks like the Ruby Crystal. It shouldn't change the matchup all that much. It is a little bit of a small recall. It forces Louis to be off tempo in terms of gold, but Tony's here. Jackie, gotta be very careful. This melee matchup is super difficult versus Braum. If you can't find an engage, can't slip by him, it's gonna be problematic. As Zenith did just blow the Ignite, trying to find a solo kill, force a Louis back.
Got fairly close, but I mean, the enemy saw the jungler bot side, so this is pretty free for Tybe. Zenith in a lot of trouble here. Has flash available, looking to reset, but Tybe, he's just waiting for his cooldowns. Wants to go in, get the kill, and then jump away. He just cancels the back. He could jump in for this. I think the cooldown will be up in time. Aloy's there. Oh,
no,
under the turret!
No,
Oh, traded, but that is first blood to Aloy. Oh, but the dive bot side. Jackie goes down.
Oh my god. Okay, so 2 huge wins here. Not only finding the kill onto Jackie, the dive goes 1 for 1. The important part for enemies is that Louis did hit level 5 before that, so there's a small experience advantage, and Louis just got that wave under the turret, which means there is going to be some minions that are just going to be inherently lost to that. So a small advantage for Louis, but the fact that just happened.
Oh, mid lane.
9.
Oh, Tybe is being so active right now.
Dead.
Gank top lane, gank mid lane, flash. Oh, no, he misses. The Winter's Bite misses, and Jackie's there as backup. Tybe should get out. I think Tybe's out of this one. The ultimate Glacial Fissure coming in, and now the engage from Where is Tony? Jackie sacrifices his life, and Tybe gets away.
Okay, the fact that there was a 1 for 0 in that, or 1 for 1 in that trade, it's gotta feel okay, but everybody on Yawn right now is like, how did this guy just survive? Tybe with the fancy hands.
And Yuru even hit him with the Glacial Fissure too, but they still couldn't get on him. That was very, very close. But yeah, 1 for 1 at the end of the day. These teams are going back and forth in this game 1.
It was so close right there. I don't know how much it would have changed. They did blow a lot of summoners, which means in the next 20 seconds, there's going to be a ton of stuff that just isn't available. More specifically for Yawn, there is just no Braum ultimate. So they're going to have to play pretty tight on these timers if they want to find an advantage.
And already here, the objectives up in 10 seconds. You can see where the teams are deciding to put their pressure as we look at the Baron lane. Ooh, Zenith, God, I thought he was going to go in for the ultimate there, but now it's Jackie caught out of position, kicked away from the team, and the Braum shield keeping everybody alive, keeping everybody safe. Griff pops the ultimate, flashes away mid-ult, and the Winter's Bite with the Sonic Wave. That's a killing spree for Tony.
I told you, the top lane match is untenable right now, and Braum is just walking them down. Really good find from Tony there.
Truth has package. He goes in, he gets on the sad. Big damage coming in from Truth, and that is an earned double kill as Tybe will actually take one of those away where Tony goes in, he gets a trade. 1 for 2, but now 9 in trouble. You baited in. Louis had joined the fight as well. Enemy pick up 3.
Zenith is way too late for this fight, and look at how enemy already rotating multiple members down. Jackie had time to respawn, hit the ultimate, and in the meantime, Griff in the mid lane shoves in that wave using the Tormented Shadow, and now can move over to the Rift Herald. I don't know if Enemy are going to be able to grab this, as you see Yawn already on the way, and they have ultimates unlike Enemy.
It had actually been 4 that Enemy picked up before, but it's so early in the game that everybody's back on the map. So Enemy, they have to fight their way into this, and it's actually Yawn with the better setup right now. The ult onto Jackie, but he's the tank. Hard to burst him down at this stage of the game. Not enough items. And they're right back on the Herald. Enemy, they're still here. Are they going to contest this? That's,
Louis has TP. He's going in.
No smite. Tony doesn't have smite anymore. So, yeah, teleport flank right now coming in from Aloy. This is massive for Enemy. He's getting onto the back line as Zenithgod has to reposition, get back to Peel, but he cannot. And it's just everybody falling from Yawn. Enemy running away with the team fight. Beautifully executed. Aloy under the turret. One more auto should get him. He's dancing around. Truth with the rockets. He can't get it with the phosphorus bomb. One auto will take him down.
There it is. And Louis with the really smurf teleport there comes in behind the pit, disrupts Nine's ability to fight, which is something that we saw in the first game that these guys played against each other, where Nine is unattacked in the side of the fight. No one is hitting on him, and he just kind of goes off, gets that triple, gets the quadra that we saw. This time around, a Louis no longer on Renekton, but a fed version of a Fiora. he's putting in work, and just look at how far ahead he's now exploded. This matchup was looking good for Zenith, and similar to, I think it was the Akali game, they put so much resources in the top line, and it just didn't matter because Louis just walked to another lane.
He's just so impactful everywhere on the map. Like, that's the best part about this player, is he can win lane, he can get those solo kills, but he will bring that advantage elsewhere. As now Jackie goes for an engage here. Can he get sad? Just barely misses with that taunt. And now here comes, where's Tony? Might have over-indexed here. Oh, good glacial fissure from Yoru. Jump in, exhaust onto Tybe. Can he get one kill? Sad's positioning perfectly in that fight. A double kill to Sad.
And without a wave here, Griff can try to, kind of push this one out, but there should be the turret going down. Meanwhile, in the Baron lane, Louis pushing tier 2s. He doesn't care about Zenith God at this point. He will just walk him down if he really needs to. He can even start to absorb some of the camps.
Under turret, 1v3. Very impressive stuff so far. Can he survive long enough? Where's Tony goes in? He's down. Traded. 9 and Yoru. Oh, one more turret shot doesn't come through.
Oh my god. Okay.
Wow, that was close.
They have package here. Watch for truth. He can try to interrupt. Has to have some feeling as to where the other members are.
Gonna see him, but it's very dangerous to go for that. Oh, but it's not dangerous to go for this.
Sad. So this is just a punish from Sad for their positioning, being really greedy. As a Caitlyn, without flash available, and against this kind of team with Fiora and Galio, if you step over the midway line anywhere in a lane where, especially with the tier 1 being gone in the Baron lane, it's just way too far up. Your Caitlyn, utilize that range, you get punished for it. In a swift matter of a minute and a half, 2 minutes, enemy have now picked up every single tier 1.
It's incredible how fast they were able to do it and how quickly they've ballooned this lead for Aloy, as now they're looking for more. 9 did not realize that there's so many members of enemy here, and even with the backup, it's not going to be good. 1 for 1 for now, but how much more can enemy get? That's a double kill to Tybe. Under turret are Sad and Yoru, and they can clear this wave. They should be safe, but I keep thinking they are, and enemy keep going for the dives. Tybe's here over the wall, decides to back off.
Again, just look at how hard it is to play Caitlyn in this matchup, right? You have constantly shoving wave against you, so you can't utilize the range advantage, and then when they dive you, there's not much you can do. Does have the flash now, but at this point you're taking so much damage and kind of have to just sit there and wait for either Truth to go a little too far into the turret or for Jackie to slowly get whittled down. We're 9 minutes in, Kangas. The dragon has just respawned, and Jan, if they can't get this dragon, they're also not going to get this Rift Herald. So, huge swing here for them.
Really rough, though, because Aloy's going to the Baron lane, has teleport. Jackie reset, but has ult, so, and even back onto the map, so it doesn't even matter. Enemy have such a stranglehold of the access to the dragon.
And look at what they can do here, right? They can have 3 people sitting on this dragon, Galio pushing in and shoving in the midwave, and either come in for a flank or use the ultimate.
Yeah, this is
Tony's
really
fighting
scrappy.
Galio, and it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, really rough decision-making from Jan there, but Jackie just staying on top of where is Tony, keeping him in that lane. Aloy, meanwhile, pushes for another turret. Enemy are playing the Rift beautifully.
Exactly. This is, I think, an evolution so far that we haven't seen from them tonight. And they're just playing clean Wild Rift. They're playing to their side lane advantage right now. They're allowing Louis to split push. And Jan, for them, if they see a side lane push, they should just have one member look like they're enticing a fight and just try to overload on one side of the map. A Rift Herald over here, I think, is the final nail in the coffin for them as they slowly start to tick over a 10,000 gold lead. At this point, you're looking at Jan. They're just trying to like deathball everything. Walk together, hope to find someone.
You cannot be alone. Isolation damage for Kha'Zix. 6, 1, and 3. I've been talking up Aloy a lot. Obviously, Fiora split pushing, getting turrets. Tybe's been getting the kills. This Kha'Zix is scary.
It's one of those games, Kangas, where I just look at the jungle and you just type in jungle diff. Even if it's not Tony's fault. This man's just finding kill after kill. The bot lane didn't work out. And 9 having a little bit of a lower game just because of how much of focus went into mid lane, right? Truth playing the Corki.
They're not spotted.
No.
This is a successful death push. Just run past the Braum onto Sad. Flashes the turret. Gets very far forward. That's a hard committal from enemy right now. This might be too much. We've seen them throw with overreaching plays, but they're getting out. That's one down. Even if Tybe falls here, Rift Heralds drop mid lane. I think enemy even come out ahead if they lose these lives. That's one down. Aloy flashes. Everybody from Yon are hard chasing, but enemy, they're just taking inhibitor turrets at 11 minutes in the game. Teleport from Aloy. And they're just going to go for it. The observers, if we can see that, yeah, that's one turret down. Another turret going to follow here underneath the top lane turret. Aloy will sacrifice his life just to try and get this. The supers are coming in. 31 health. Come out of stasis. One auto. No, Griff, you flashed the wrong way. Looking to survive instead of taking the objective, and will die for it. Yawn get a couple kills, but their base is in shambles.
Exactly. That was what I was looking forward to, because you just saw they were trying to go for the dive. Ty, buddy, relax just a little bit. You don't got to do all that. You're doing, I think, a little too much. You're getting a little fancy with it, but correctly so. Enemy on the opposite side of the map, they're like, well, we can just keep pushing. And it wasn't even the split pushers we had set up for, right? Louis was there in the Dragon lane alongside Ty, and it was Truth and Griff getting the Rift-Tailed in mid, pushing in the Baron lane, and almost threatening for a second inhibitor. It's going to be stuck at 31 HP, and at any time, one of these range members from enemy can just walk up.
And last time we saw this matchup, we saw similar plays from enemy where they would go for like, okay, they're making multiple plays around the map and they get punished for it. This time they survived long enough on the bait play that you're right. The other members were able to get a lot done for it. And I mean, part of it's just the gold lead that they had, but another part is just pretty good decision making from the team, realizing, all right, they got 5 people bot. And now look at the gold advantage that they have. Look at the pressure all over the map. And the objectives coming up too. Enemy are in a really good spot.
Without a way to withstand someone like Ty diving into your backline and deal with a Louis on a split, Yawn are kind of just relegated to picking up waves where they can and hoping enemy don't force a fight on them.
And they're going to have to keep vision control over the top jungle if they can. Couple shallow wards right now, because you just let that Baron get taken. That's probably just end of the game right there. Zenith God trying to get some poke onto Jackie, but just doesn't do anything.
But look at where they are right now. Like they're trying to rotate members over. They kind of get I wouldn't say baited, but too worried, influenced by the fact that Jackie's in that brush. They just lose a tier 2 turret. This is another wave that they can push. They can just keep doing this dragon, and I don't think Jackie's under much threat. Flashes out.
Flashes, I don't even know if he necessarily needed to. Had the Braum passive, so didn't want to, risk it. But Dragon secured now. Tybe looking for the flank here. Gets a big slow, but Zenith got in trouble. Has to pop the stone plate. Still just getting destroyed from the damage. Tybe with the flank still. There's no turret. He can just run into the base right now and keep this fight going. As now it could come down to 9.
Hit the turret, man.
We saw 9 do some crazy things on the Orianna. Shockwave, but only onto Jackie. That's a long cooldown now as Tony goes in, but kickside the wrong way. Now the follow-up from Yoru. Being the frontliner. Braum shield up. Braum shield engage. Sad's got to get close enough to do damage. That's 1 down. This could be big. The trap's not in time. Griff gets out. Even Roots down.
He's dead.
And Sad's dead. Time. One more auto finds it and gets out. Absolutely insane. Aloy teleports back in for the fight. Going forward. 1 falls. It's just Yoru, and where is Tony? And with supers coming in from 2 waves, you have to imagine this is game. Enemy with clean play in game number 1 will strike first in the series, take revenge against Yawn, and put themselves up in the grand finals.
1-0. Who cares what happened at the beginning of the day, Kangas? Enemy are like, we don't.
All that matters is the best of 5. You just got to get there and then win it. And Enemy making a strong argument for why they are going to be our champions.
Again, they neutralized the Orianna matchup, which Corki, he's sitting there chilling in mid, and we were talking about the Corki packages there. I think Truth did a fantastic job of it, constantly looking for roams into the bot lane. They completely neutered the bot lane from Yawn. We saw it this time around without the Vayne being able to kind of free scale into the game, and with Caitlyn being removed from the bot lane.
Yep.
They just take over.
The thing about Yawn in the last time we saw these two is that it was those mid to late game team fights. They had really good positioning. Sad was incredible and very impactful on the Vayne. And this time around, they get smoked in the early game. They don't get to a stage in the mid to late game where they can actually, feel comfortable in these team fights. And Sad was very low impact on the Caitlyn. So I think Enemy, if they have this read, just, hey, ban away the scaling champions that Yawn like to play. I don't know what else Yawn has in the toolbox. They're going to have find something. Show us something different that isn't this. They can actually, show that they can still compete when their signature champs that were winning them games are banned away.
And I want to see a little bit more jungle tracking from the side of Yon, because Tony and a lot of the people who've been playing against Type have been able to make really good response plays when he goes a little too aggressive. And so far, being able to track jungle has been so key. Not only stopping his Kha'Zix, but also making sure that you can get something across the map, right? Whether that means protecting your dragon lane from a potential gank, or stopping a Louis from doing a Louis things at this point, because he is consistently finding different avenues to stay relevant in the game, which I think is very impressive with the standards and kind of stuff he's had to deal with all night long.
Yeah, Aloy is having a fantastic performance. I mean, Smacks, if he's watching right now, if you're watching, buddy,
he's just like,
I mean, you're
Louis
probably...
stocks to the moon instantly.
I mean, Smacks is just saying, I told you so, because he's been on the Aloy
That's
hype train
also
for a
Smacks,
while
yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I'm starting to see it. I'm seeing why this player is hyped up so much. We've seen him in other matchups not have as big of an effect, but he is clearly running, sweeping the floor of the competition today. And yeah, that's definitely a pain in Yon's side, but keep in mind, Yon still did go 3-0, so there's a chance they can bring this back.
I will say, Baron Lane has changed a lot since Summoner Series. Before, Baron Lane was populated and some would say littered with a ton of the tanky bruisers. You got your Darius, you got your Renekton's, your Garens, the boring champions. Now, you get a little bit more carry flavor. Solo queue has been absolutely infested with Vayne Baron laners for some reason, and there is more impact that you can have as a top laner so far, ever since even right before Horizon Cup. So I'm sure Louis loving the change. It's a breath of fresh air for them that they've been able to kind of ride and coast into some more victories.
I mean, if you're going to have a carry on the team, like a hard carry, especially on a team with Truth on it as well, I mean, it's great to have it in the Baron lane, because he's able to just take over the game. And yeah, I mean, taking that like tier 2 turret on like, what, 10 minutes in, it was like even earlier than that. Very impressive stuff coming in from enemy, but we're getting ready for the next game here. So I want to start thinking critically. I always like to do this in a best of series.
I also like
think about it. Yeah, from both teams' perspectives. We talked a lot from the enemy side, hyping them up a lot. And now if we start to think about it from Team Yon's perspective, what are their options? You know, what are the plays that they can look to go for, either in pick and ban or in the game itself? They can try and get them back, because this was a very different performance level that we saw from the first game in the group stage.
Sure. So I think you can take a look at enemy's first two games of tonight. Game 1 versus Yon. We saw a little bit of a push and pull happen in the Dragon lane for me, so maybe we put Sad not necessarily on Vayne again, but on an AD carry that, in my mind, is going to have much more impact in team fights. Doesn't have to be the Varus that I've been preaching all day, but definitely I want something with a little bit more, I would say, agency than someone like Caitlyn. And even in Game 2 of their series, they kind of struggled a little bit versus Soji Rain, so I do want to see some retooling of that. We saw the Ezreal, right, where he was just constantly either eing forward or playing very aggressively. It is something that I think other teams can attack as we get further into the series.
All right, try and go through the bot lane. I'd have to echo that as well. I don't think you're getting through Aloy. I think Truth is still, you know, more often than not going to be winning his matchups as well. So trying to survive on the top half of the map, index into the bottom lane seems to be an avenue for success here, especially when you're considering that's the newer additions to enemies. So less time playing together, less innate synergies. Of course, not knowing what their comms sound like in game, but that's just kind of the assumption when you have newer players come onto a roster. So yeah, let's see if Yon can do it here, because again, just a reminder in case anybody missed the first game of the day, Yon took it through those scaling champions in that bottom lane and then winning in the team fights. And also 9 had a really strong performance on Orianna. Like literally had like a 1v3, and it got Orianna this last game, but we didn't see the same thing.
Yeah, the game was just not as close as it was in Game 1, because it would have been... The game was, you know, teetering on a knife's edge. They were fighting over Baron with almost every single player kind of independently working on their own in that team fight. This time around, your bot lane got smashed, your top lane got rolled, and the juggle's just running around assassinating you. You can try as you might as Orianna with your Command Protect and with your Seraph's Embrace, but eventually it's just not going to be enough. And like you're saying, I agree, there maybe have been some small adaptations personally that maybe 9 could have made, but I think to push the mountain that was that game against enemy is a lot to ask for one player.
And also, it's not even the same like 5v5 team fight kind of style that we saw from the first game. This was a Lui in a side lane. So it's like, it's tough as Orianna to find those clutch shock waves when it's a Fiora split pushing rather than a Renekton who will, you know, be looking more to dive and flank in a team fight scenario. So yeah, it's just crazy to think like how much enemy was able to turn it around from the draft. I think Morgana is also something that y'all need to take off. Maybe if they're blue side. Actually, I don't know which side selection we're gonna have for the teams because so far it's only been enemy on blue side.
That's 100% a prod question. We're just gonna we're gonna make prod.
I love
a little bit more work. I do love asking them
live,
questions.
All right, they'll let us know what selection the teams or what side the teams have selected for this game number 2, and once we have that information, that can also tell us a lot about what will happen in the pick and ban phase. And we're actually hearing it's still enemy on blue side, so this is gonna be 5 games of blue side in a row for enemy.
Okay. Now, Kangas. Wow. This is the perfect time for that bet we were talking about. Is enemy gonna be the first team of Fight Night Rift in North America to go 3-0?
Oh, you're asking me this because the whole day I've been like playing devil's advocate, trying to like argue against enemy, but now I want to say yes. So I'm torn.
You want to buy the train ticket? Yeah, we got one right here, buddy.
I would say my instinct was to say let's hear yours first, and I can go off of that. But I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna put you in that position, Alk. I'm gonna commit. I think enemy 3-0 this. I think they actually do it. I think that if they're going to get blue side every time, like they've shown that they're very flexible and adaptable in the draft, and it seems like they just got the number of Yon.
All right. Everybody in Twitch chat, remember that. Clip it, ship it, send it to Twitter.
Yep.
If he gets
and
it
everybody
wrong,
call me out for flip-flopping. I know I started as the enemy hater on the day, but they won me back over.
Yeah, okay? maybe Griff and Jackie can send you a t-shirt. Yeah, there you go. You can wear it on stream, and we can all be like, remember that time when he doubted enemy?
Yeah. Hey, I'll do it. If any of the players want me to eat my words, I will gladly make a stream. I'll probably be playing some Yu-Gi-Oh! On that stream. But I could also get some Wild Rift up. But we're getting ready for pick and ban here for game number 2. Alk in this best of 3 enemy. Again, on the blue side, I think you keep the bans. I think you take away Vayne, you take away Lulu. And I mean, the Olaf, we haven't seen it yet, but sure, you can stick with that. But Yon, I want to see that Morgana, man.
I'm just not sold on Vayne. Like, I thought Sad had a really, decent performance, but I'm just not sold on Vayne in North America so far with how the region as a whole has been kind of playing it. I'm going to personally shy away from it and stick to my comfortable team fight marksman.
But don't let an entire region's performance on a champ distract you from.
This is why I'm looking at like SEA. I'm looking at like SEA playing Varus all the time. I'm seeing all the fun stuff happen, and then I go to Code Red last week and I see like 8+ games of Vayne, all of them looking suspect.
Okay.
I'm like, maybe North America, maybe we put the Vayne back in the fridge back here, and we can wait on that one.
8 games of Vayne in North America on 80 carries that are not named Sad. 1 game of Vayne on an 80 carry named Sad. That's what we're weighing here, and it looks like enemies on my side here. They're banning away that Vayne.
Okay, and they're probably gonna just ban Lulu again. And since they have first pick, they can first pick Morgana. Yon.
Yep.
You know what to do, bud. Just go ahead. You scroll down to support tab, or you can even type and start putting in MORGA. It'll automatically correct. Boom, it's gone. You gotta worry about it. Hold up. Yeah, I'm trying to mimic it right now. I don't know if you can see it either. I'm trying to.
Well, now yours is frozen. Oh, I'm back.
You're back.
I'm back. Okay, perfect. Okay, we're back.
Oh my god, Kangas, who cares about your dumb camera? We got Chase.
True. Honestly, that's fair. Jay's locked in here. This has been banned against enemy, I think, every game so far.
It's been banned in some form or fashion on this stream. This is so, this champion, flexible. You could play it in the jungle. I just think that any team that gets this champion very quickly realizes that it was a huge mistake, especially in expert hands.
But it does leave Morgana up for Team Yon. So
exactly.
they at least take this away. And I don't know.
What are you
I'm
confused about, Kangas? Let me.
Well,
I can
because
try to
I
massage your
see the
feelings.
Thresh ban. It's like
Uh-huh.
if you're trying to go for the Morgana, why ban the Thresh to begin with? So, yeah, well, regardless, they got it, and they of course get Tony on the signature Lee Sin pick. But enemy, this is a poke comp here.
Yep.
With the Ziggs and the Jace on top of each other.
Yeah, the Ziggs will provide a lot of great range. Jace can poke. I think Jace, the changes that I would say that Jace has to PC Jace is less so about the massive amount of damage that comes in from the poke and just the all-around nature of his kit. You can poke, and then as soon as you activate the hypercharge, you go in as melee rage, and you absolutely destroy anybody. So Jace kind of functions as a really cool range champion when he needs to be, and then the melee is that 100% all-in. Either I kill you or I'm going down.
And then the Galio as well to go in with that Jace
Exactly.
and be that frontliner to stand in front of him so he can soak up some of that damage. But Yon answering with a Diana that's been banned in a lot of games as well, usually in the second string. So it's away from the Orianna, now onto something that can have a similar impact in a team fight if you get that clutch ultimate, but in a little more dangerous position to do so.
Yeah, I would say Diana's kind of functions in my mind as an AP variant of something like the Renekton that we see banned here, as she's very tanky, deceptively so thanks to Rod of Ages and the shield that she gets from her second ability, and is also really good at preventing engage thanks to her ultimate and just how slippery she is thanks to her ability to dash so much. So I really like her here in this composition, especially going up against Ziggs and Jace. Galio is going to be really key, and we're going to have to see Jackie kind of step up here in the role.
Trying to, again, peel from the Diana and the Lee Sin that will be diving in. The Renekton, Malphite, Darius bans come through, so Baron lane pinched heavily here. And note that we still don't know necessarily where the Jace is going. Can be flexed around in a lot of different positions right now. But it's back to Caitlyn for Sad.
Yep. Against Ziggs, this is not going to be a fun matchup. Again, another matchup where your bot lane's going to get pushed in, and you look at the side from enemy, most of their lane matchups are going to be winning. The Jace versus Diana matchup is winning in my mind. Akshan is another one that you can try to play very, very loose versus this melee, and it's melee range, so tons of pushing lanes available for Tybe to play around with as the jungler. Getting the Wukong there allows for more team fight, is a little bit more of a bruiser, and gives range for a lot of the squishy members on your team to fight.
Our enemy's just flexing their champ pools at this point. Like, this is... They're just going all over the place with what they're locking in right now. Maybe this is just an answer because, again, now Diana, if you engage, you're going to be engaging into a Galio taunt and a Wukong Cyclone, so it's very difficult to actually find the right engage here. But back to the Pantheon for Yon. This is a big factor in their win as well. We haven't touched on that yet, but in that first game, Pantheon rotations were pretty clutch.
Pantheon did get also soloed, and this time he has to play not against Renekton, but against Jace, which, in all fairness, this is a good matchup for Jace. Or not for Jace, for Pantheon.
You don't think Ikshan? I mean, if I'm enemy, I'm actually... I would want Ikshan into Pantheon. From my experience, again, playing Pantheon a lot, this is maybe the worst matchup in the game for him. But no, okay, it is going to be the Jace. This is a much more manageable matchup for Pantheon.
As a small Jace aficionado, this matchup is very much unplayable. If Pantheon ever goes on me, there's not much I can do. I can do the little golf swing away, but even then, like, I'm like really batting over par on that one. So it's just not worth it. The lane matchup's super volatile, and as a Pantheon aficionado, I'm pretty sure you yourself also know the kill threat of someone like this in the Baron lane.
Very comfortable lane to play into. You have to misplay as the Pantheon. I mean, like, there's a chance that the Jace can turn it around, but you have to play really poorly with your shield. So yeah, let's see if this is what will bring Yon into the forefront now in this best of 5 series. They're down 1-0, but they are by no means out of this one. They still have 4 chances to bring it around and win and become our champions here. But how are they going to do it? Right now, it's with the Lee Sin starting on the top side of the jungle, and Tybe starting on the bottom side, so junglers with alternating sides of the map.
Interesting as well. He's actually not even starting with a buff, which is something we typically see. Most of the time when junglers want to start off on the minor camps, they either have a better clear or they're trying to extend the duration of their buffs. So right here, Tybe already has a really healthy clear, hits level 2 off the Croaks, will get red now, which means it's available for about another 15 seconds than normal, which if they're not tracking it super intensely, Yon could get caught off guard if they try to make good on that timing.
Also, it helps you just get to that level 5 a little faster. You're doing a full clear in a very efficient manner. We see where is Tony also doing a full clear topside, but he had to kind of dance around between the camps here. So at the end of the day, Tybe should be slightly ahead. Truth with one of the signature early game roams. Zenith realizing that actually jumps in, and where's Tony? Was ready to answer. Flash away from Zenith God. Aloy does not follow with his.
Ooh, need to be very careful here. A single shock blast could ruin this entire level 2 engage. Either that or the Avenger rank going a little bit awry and passing through a bunch of minions. Tybe is on his way.
Where's Tony? Get some damage though, and the re-engage from Zenith doesn't get the kill. Has
No!
the shield.
The minions!
Oh, the minions turn it around, but now Tybe. Oh yeah, you don't dive that. You do not dive that. 1-for-1 trade. End of the day.
Okay, honestly, wait, 9's here.
Nine's
Kangas,
here.
we're not
Okay,
done
never
yet.
mind. Oh, Truth gets out. No, he doesn't. The Crescent Slash gets it.
gets
Moonfall
ultimate.
as well. Double kill for 9.
That is huge. The fact that the minion wave is there gives 9 the ultimate. Tybe could have gone away with that, but the Moonfall comes in, and it absolutely turns in favor of Yon there. They get the scuttle in bot side thanks to their bot lane. That is a massive swing outside of enemy's favor. They really were looking to try and get something. If that had just gone even, if they only had gone 0-0, maybe 1-for-1, call it a day. But they lost so much from that.
Massive for Team Yon. 1,000 ahead right now as we also see the Baron Laders trading yet again here. Zenith level 4 against Aloy and winning out on that one. So observers didn't notice it, but 9 might just die in the mid lane. So that's what we're watching here. Important to catch that as well. Truth will not throw out the ultimate because there is a turret for 9 to hide behind.
Looking dicey. 9 needs to finish the Rod of Ages, and right now, Truth, correctly so, not only getting lane priority, but abusing the fact that you are playing a melee into ranged matchup. So important there. Can just drop into Fog of War, especially as the Akshan. The kit allows you to be very, very flexible. Ooh.
Tybe with the
fancy
cheeky
fingers.
smite steal.
Yeah, that was good. And look at this. I mean, right there, you saw that Zenith God did have to back up. They don't know where Akshan was at that time. Doesn't get the smite this time.
Yeah, where Sony had it, and this might have been a little ambitious for Tybe. And then Ult goes just about a screen away, jumps in onto the clone. Galli ult coming in, Zenith God slowed because of the shield!
No.
And that is how you get outplayed on Pantheon. Slows himself, knocked up, goes down.
Okay. Oh, wait, the ultimate is going to hit a bunch of structures, so it's not really going to matter. It just looked cool. But Tybe definitely got bailed out by that really great roam from Jackie. I think if that had been a small timer where they had waited maybe even 5 seconds earlier, that play doesn't look as dicey as it does. But the fact is, they get a kill, and they're able to stop that roam from happening. Still
And
putting Zenith God down.
They're back on the map as Dragon's up, so Yon are here, but they will get contested. Enemy
They don't
can
have
just
ultimates.
hard pincer this. That's a big Ziggs ultimate. Already a lot of damage. Jackie frontlining, trying to buy as much space as he can, but the engage from 9! Massive from Yon.
Look at that. Using the fact that this Diana is so good into so many melee champions. Akshan got way too close. And I like what we pointed out at the beginning there, where Jackie, massive taunt to start. But Ziggs unable to get in there. Very uncomfortable.
This is big. Aloy
Louis?
gets knocked, is stunned down.
Barrier!
But under turret, Nine can't get it. Flashes straight into Tybe. Still, kill picked up for Yon.
Okay, but then that also stops the Rift Herald being started here for Yon. They got a little bit of damage down.
That's the correct Wukong, by the way. So Tybe now goes back in, doesn't have the ultimate
Look at
yet, but
Truth.
it's coming up soon. Truth 1v1 in Yoru. Finds it. And that is enemy earning this Herald.
That right there, the play of the game. Louis staying alive for as long as he did. Not only that, but then causing Diana to then die afterwards. Such a massive win for enemy. Not only gets them a little bit of gold back in their pocket, but the Rift Herald is also going to be something that they can use to either force 9 out of this lane or inject some gold into some of the weaker members of their game.
We see that Yon were looking to stop those backs there, those resets. So sad. This is ambitious.
Just back.
Rift
Just back. Do
almost
not
has
stay.
Yeah, he's gonna take a lot of damage here. Yoru can not actually block any of that. Black Shield doesn't quite help out. And the Ziggs ult. Oh, Zed has to flash. But look at the Baron lane. Aloy in trouble here. Flash from Zenith. Flash answer from Aloy.
Gets double flash out there, and yeah, Sad being just a tad bit greedy, wanted to try and catch one more wave. It's a normal 80 carry thing. I experience it all the time. It's called 80 carry brain. It's an affliction. Happens to all of us. But and just look at this. I mean, Zenith.
Oh, nice collapse from enemy. Again, their map rotations, they've been pretty clean ever since that game 1.
Yep. They're keeping it nice. They're making sure that a Louis is in a good spot. But in the meantime, Truth just died in the Dragon lane. They got the first turret for themselves.
Yeah.
And they're kind of just splitting the map. 9
did not expect Jackie to come from that angle. Has the Moonfall and Sad to back him up. So it's a turnaround play. 9 should go down, still alive. The heal from Sad keeping him up.
A Louis just couldn't get into melee range fast enough and ends up going down. Again, look at how deceptively tanky Diana can be. The shielding, the Moonfall. Didn't even have barrier up for that fight, but the Rod of Ages as well. It's so good as a counter gauge tool that, again and again, enemy, it kind of plays right into their typical playstyle that we've seen throughout Fight Night tonight.
And Zenith God tanking up perfectly. 4 shots of the turret. Buys enough time for that minion. 9 taunted under his in the mid lane. Jackie committing a lot of damage. There's that barrier you're talking about, but Aloy's there as well. 3v1. And enemy find a kill.
Oh, it was so close too. I was watching 9's flash. If that flash goes off, that kill doesn't go, and that's a ton of resources invested. And now we see the Rift Herald here. They're trying to break down turrets side by side, and they can continue kind of coasting into the bot lane.
Oh.
They want to grab 2 turrets now.
Okay, yours actually fine. Truth cancels the ultimate. Interesting. It didn't even go off right there. Jackie, though! Ooh, picked off by Where Is Tony? His Lee Sin performance is a thing of beauty right now. No turret to fall back on, and it looks like Yon want a hard commit for this. Zenith God's coming in. No flash available, but he's able to proto belt in. A lot of damage on the time, and that is a kill picked up. Sad in trouble. They're taking a lot of damage. Can Truth get it? Jumps in. Double kill to Sad. Straight right on back. As Louis now runs back towards the tier 2 turret. Now here comes 9. The Diana has cooldowns. Goes in. Doesn't find the Moonfall, but the follow-up from Jackie. 9's in trouble. The rest of the team was so low, they wanted to back away. And that's another kill picked up by enemy.
And really huge thing, thanks to, again, Akshan's passive, Tybe respawned after finding that kill onto Sad. So now they are in key position to get this dragon. There's no way for Yon to get here in time. Ziggs does a little bit of damage. They might actually be taking too long, and I think Yon have already kind of cut their losses and said, we're not going to get this dragon. So, really cool way of interacting with the differences in champions and how they interact with the game. Leads to enemy now having a really nice upswing in the game.
You know what I do in those situations as Pantheon? I ult directly in the dragon pit.
Oh,
you go for those.
Man.
You go for those Kangles every time. As it looks like we have Where's Tony fighting Aloy in the bottom lane. And not winning.
I do have to ask, how often does that work, though?
Oh, almost never. But it's fun, so that's, you know.
That's all that matters, right? We're having fun at the end of the day.
Yeah, my mom always said the real winner is the gamer that has more fun. As now Pantheon has decided to ult topside instead, a lot of damage on the Truth, so 9 should pick this one up. Moonfall not available right now, and Tybe will take advantage. Going in with a Cyclone. Ziggs ult, lots of damage. Tybe flashing away, 9 still alive. But look at the 80 carry. Sad mispositioning right there, not realizing all the angles where the enemy was approaching from. An enemy, Aloy, will find a double kill. Where's Tony? Will punish. Rampage for the Lee Sin.
Okay. As an 80 carry player, and from my perspective, that is a really tough fight to play. You're in a bunch of corridors, you have tons of fog thanks to enemies' vision control. You're also trying to maybe prevent to try and pull out for a Rift Herald protecting your team. And all of a sudden, there's just Jace coming on through. You got to deal with Wukong as an 80 carry, which is just a nightmare within itself. A champion. Shout out to Prod, one of the members on there really doesn't like that one. And you got Ziggs Bomb overhead.
This is now you overstay in the top lane trying to get a push. Oh no, but he's Lee Sin. He's fine.
Yeah, he's Lee Sin. Level 11. Can jump back into the pit here. Rift Herald still available.
Okay, this is actually really good damage. Tybe about half health. So if there's a Herald fight, enemy should not be favored here. They got to play around Griff in his range. Or find a pick mid lane. This would be big too.
Watch what ultimates are available. Griff has the Mega Inferno Bomb. Jackie has theirs. And the Diana ult is up. So key things to watch as we get in here.
Oh! Tony! The walk up slowly and smite strategy works every time.
Who needs to set up properly with vision, with battle lines? Just walk up and smite it. Forehead.
Yeah. It's just that easy, I guess.
Junglers in North America and Wild Rift as a whole. Just
I
smite.
never want to hear Rafa complain again.
Just smite forehead.
If Where's Tony can do that, then while 2 levels ahead of the enemy jungler, that doesn't matter. That's not even important.
Yeah, it's fine. It's well, what's the 2-level smite difference, right? Like,
yeah.
It's only like 160 damage. Just play better, obviously.
Exactly.
Get the cooldowns down.
Group up is the strat for Yan right now, but they're losing pressure topside for this.
Yeah, look at the lane allocation right now, right? They're trying to leverage Alui's strength as Jace to kind of bully across members as well as trying to catch side lanes against Diana. And they know that if they want, with Truth playing this Akshan, you can drop into Fog of War at any time using Going Rogue. And without any vision, you always have to be afraid, especially with mid-tier 1 down and not a lot of vision surrounding this this part of the map. You can really get away with a lot as this Akshan. As you can see now, Truth just kind of walking around, doesn't have to do much, and has Jackie right next to them.
Resets from both teams now as everybody's going to redraw battle lines for the next objectives coming up here. We'll have Baron and Dragon at around the same time. Dragon now in 30 seconds, and that's going to be the big one that I'm looking at again, the Mountain Dragon, as both teams are currently tied in that department, but Yan have the gold lead.
Yeah. And take a look at some of the really big items here. 9 already finished the Rabadons, is about to finish the Crystalline Reflector. That's going to be really impactful. And sad as I think about as powerful as they're going to get throughout this game. You have double Zeal items plus Infinity Edge as the Caitlyn. Dragon spawning here as Caitlyn. You're walking into both Galio, Ziggs, and Wukong. I think it's a tough ask.
But they got to go straight through that Wukong here. Interesting position right now from Yan. They're taking a lot of damage. The combo of Ziggs plus Galio means the Pantheon's already dead. Griff tanks up the ace in the hole over the wall. 9 looking for, can't get it. Aloy just running rampant in this fight. 9 is cleaning up a couple on the back end, but I don't think it's enough. Oh, Tony!
Wait, the
almost turns it around. But that is a Dragon pickup here for enemy. 9, can you get out now? 1v2 scenario. Backing in the brush should be safe.
Dude, who cares about this Diana? Run to Baron. You just respawned your Jace, who is now finished the Soreldas. You can push in mid. If you're too scared to grab Baron, grab this mid wave right now. Yan, they're not playing around 9. 9 went way too far, and some of the chip damage from Caitlyn was really nice, but didn't last long enough for them to really get a tangible advantage. So enemy instead decide to say, hey, let's just split it down the middle. We won't get Baron or the mid-tier 1.
Ooh, but they're going to get a pick onto Aloy. Or rather, Yan are getting to pick onto Aloy. So yeah, the hesitation from enemy to get onto the map and make a big play right after all those kills. Now they're punished for it. Herald down. Baron on the table.
30 seconds. Rift Herald now in mid. This is their time. You actually see that Tony is just soloing this, drawing away attention. There's no way that enemy are going to think that they're soloing this, and they do need to answer for this objective. This is a massive play. Now Caitlyn gets to set up her traps, walking into Morgana. That's just Baron.
That's Ziggs ult. It does not hit the Lee Sin though. Where's he gets it? That's a successful Baron take, but now time running straight onto Sad. Watch for Truth. It's a pincer maneuver from enemy. Can they get onto them? 9 turning it around. Kills Tybe. And now Yoru can be the sacrificial lamb. That's fine. With the Baron-powered recalls. Oh, Jackie might go down here. Where is Tony? Big damage. He's finding him so close. And that is a couple kills picked up from enemy. Only 2 Barons secured for Yan.
And yet again, Akshan respawning multiple members. The saving grace for this play is that enemy's top tier 2 fell, but now multiple members can re-enter onto the map. Type can get back to farming his side of the jungle and then look to put down vision across the river. Yan just not able to cleanly get out of that fight. Good job from enemy to find all of those picks, but Tony could have just backed off, but saw the kill onto Jackie and, blood in his eyes, went for it.
And now Tybe's looking for more here. Oh, beautiful. Truth just goes straight in. Doesn't get blown up immediately. And now Sad actually kiting very well. goes into stasis, under
He's
turret,
dead.
Ziggs bomb! Oh, perfectly timed from Griff. Even if Sad was ready for it, he could not have gotten out, and that is a kill picked up from enemy.
This is just why Ziggs is so potent. Yes, there can be a trade pattern between these two in the bot lane, but I mean, the Ziggs' overwhelming range with the abilities just keeps Caitlyn out of fights. Whether she's setting down with her ultimate, well, now she's just sitting still, and I can just throw an ultimate, boom, she's dead, or most of her HP is chunked. That's why Ziggs is so alluring. Tony's gonna want a solo kill here.
Ooh, this is beautiful. Yeah, there we go.
I love Lee
That
Sin,
is
man.
justice for where is Tony here. He's
Feels
like, all right,
Lee Sin,
Truth.
man.
You've been ganking all my lanes. Let's give you
Enough.
a gank now.
Swatted him away. Good job, Tony. I'm glad you're finding some solo kills here, but what do they gain, right? Now they're going to move into the bot side of the quadrant, try to put down vision. In the next 20 seconds, I want to see Yon reset, set up for something. It looks like they just want a death brush instead.
Enemy don't need to do anything right now. The Where's Tony just jumps blind into the brush. The Ziggs
What are they
damage is
doing?
huge. Combo coming in from enemy. And Yon, they gave it a best try. They gave it an honest effort, but it was just not meant to be. Blind checking into the enemy jungle. Couple kills traded back and forth. 3 for 2. Maybe Sad can get more. Damage onto Jackie. That's pretty big, but Griff's chasing him down. Dive going forward as well. Sad in a precarious position here. How much do enemy want this? Oh, Sad got it, but he was invisible. Oh, that should have been a kill, but Dive got away.
And look at this. The Elder is now spawning 3 seconds in. Look who's alive. Sad, who doesn't have any summoner spells. Tony, same thing for him. I don't know if he's allowed to just walk back in and smite it.
Truth's back up, so he's full health. 3 items completed on the Akshan. Ziggs off cooldown again. Sad already down half health here. Tony's gonna have to tank up that Akshan ultimate. Jackie just running forward, playing bodyguard
It's
here.
theirs.
Very difficult for Where's Tony to get in. Taunt lands, the burst down on the dragon, so Yon decided to peel off of the objective, go for the kills, but now they're just gonna die everywhere for it. Picked off in the mid lane. Truth should take down Sad. The rest of the team can take down Where is Tony.
And that right there should be the end of the game. If any person respawns, they've got 5 members to 2, no jungler, start up the Baron, force Yon to come into you.
We're getting another pick here.
Yeah, just keep on fighting at this point. Keep making them a little dizzy, right? They're like, oh, okay, well, we're just constantly fighting. We're not thinking about the next objective, how we're going to set it up. Keeping them on their toes. Baron is next on the table, Kangas, and this should all but finish the game for enemy. If Yon can find it, it stalls them, gives them a little bit more time.
I think you peel off of the Baron and you just kill Jackie here. He's so far forward alone, but 9 goes in! Massive damage from 9 with a shutdown. Gets a kill for the team, but is it enough? Baron's still secured. Kills picked up and cleaned up by enemy. And it's looking like a 2-0 to start off this best of 5 series. Hey, Zenith God with the pixel perfect ultimate gets away.
There are a few ways you can dodge Akshan ultimate. It's getting behind minions, it's getting behind your allies, it's getting behind structures. He just became untargetable, which is a really big cheat code for almost every single ability in the game. So nice job from Zenith God to get out.
He flew above the bullets.
It was a nice play from 9 to stop Griff from being here, but
but now he's trying to be that front line again. As Pantheon shield's down, he's dead. A lot of damage traded back onto Tybe, but nobody falls for it. Now enemy, they're cracking the inhibitor turrets. That's 2 down, 2 waves with constant super pressure.
yep, if this was a Ziggs, then it would be all 3 of these inhibitors all at the same time, and probably the game end on that push as well. But small things to note here for enemy as they put the closing touches on this game. A really strong bot lane this time around, and Jackie yet again showing really good fundamentals, roam timers being on point.
Enemy have just had such a big turnaround on the day, Alk. That first game, loss to Team Yon, and then cleaning it up a little bit. Some shaky plays still in the group stages, but now in the grand finals, they're looking pretty good.
Kangas,
Yes?
sorry. I'm looking at the champions right now, and I think that this game is definitely over at this point. We have an odd man out on the builds. I'll give you a hint. It's on supports.
Okay. It's on support.
If you want to just take a look, we might not have time.
They just disappeared. So let's just go over the final fight here. As Tybe gets chunked out underneath the Nexus. The final stand here. 9 with a nice ultimate moonfall to go forward. Couple stasis is being used right now. Team Yon yet to die. There we go. Finally, Yoru goes down. But the Guardian Angel is being popped now on the side of
the
enemy.
Nexus, guys.
They haven't hit the Nexus yet. They're just kind of waiting around, dancing with the minions, looking for the kills, but it's not meant to be. They got the win. That's a 2-0 start in the grand finals for Enemy, cleaning up with the ace and moving forward on match point.
Bro, what is it with, we all of our 3-1s have started with game 1 going to the favor of the team that came in second. And Enemy, they won game 1, and they were a second place team. They won game 2. Yeah. We're on that cusp of getting our first 3-0 of Fight Night.
First 3-0. But of course, I mean, the script says that now Jan have to win the next one.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, there's no way that we can, get dinner at a reasonable time here. We have to be kept late every time. I believe it's in the contract.
You say reasonable time, you get to eat usually at like 7:30, 8 o'clock.
Fair.
It is 10 p.m. for me. Florida man, EST rep.
Bless you. Bless you, Alk. We all appreciate the energy coming in.
happens.
But look at this gold graph. The swing. It was in favor of Young for almost the entire game.
Yep.
Save the last, 5 minutes. And that was a long one, everybody. It is rare that we see Wild Rift games go over 20 minutes.
I'm so sad because 9 had such a sick game on this Diana.
Yeah.
Zenith God, hearts out to you. Tony, again on the Lee Sin, doing all right. But, I just think that Griffin Jackie, specifically in this game, really had such a huge impact on this. The Ziggs bombs outranging everyone, making Lee Sin and Diana have a really tough time playing these fights out. You see it in the damage reflected alongside a Louis, who we've been talking about all night.
Louis been having a performance, everybody, and
Just a little
double-digit kills, double-digit assists in Game 2 here. Yeah, I think it's understandable why we hype up this player so much. So, match point here, Alk. Enemy are on the cusp of the first 3-0 in finals that we've ever had in Fight Night Rift. Cannot wait to see the conclusion of this one, but we will still be sending it to a short break to give the players a little bit of time to rest before we reset and get ready for this very impactful game number 3. We'll be right back after this.
Introducing Fight Night Rift, a bi-weekly Wild Rift event hosted by GiantSlayer. 4 teams will be invited to compete in a round-robin best-of-1 format, where the top 2 teams in the round-robin will play in the finals to decide the winner of that week's Fight Night. And the best part of it all, anyone can join. Head over to GiantSlayer.tv/WR to sign up and have a chance to be invited to compete in the next Fight Night. Our hope with the Fight Night Rift is to create a place to develop North American talent in a grassroots environment. Will you be the next Fight Night Rift champion? We'll see you on the Rift.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. We're prepping for Game 3 of this Best of 5 Grand Finals, and Enemy are on match point already after a very long game number 2 where they had to work for that one. Alk, we're on the cusp. I believe this has happened one time. I think Tribe one time we're up 2-0 against Immortals, but then Immortals brought it back in the Game 3. So it's not, this isn't breaking new ground, but we're close to having finally a sweep in the Grand Finals.
Oh, man. I mean, I would hate to see Jan get 3-0'd in the Grand Finals, especially after going undefeated. However, I'd be really good for Enemy, especially who had kind of a rocky road getting up to this point, right, throughout the fight night.
Especially for a team that, again, I think every broadcast we've mentioned this at least once. Like, this is a roster that does not have an org backing them. Nope. Enemy is not an official org. It is, you know, the players still together putting up these performances. And with the pro scene right around the corner, it's events like this where players and teams can really make stand-up performances and say, hey, sign us. Bring us on to your org if you want a Wild Rift team. And a 3-0 in the finals would be a really good argument for why Enemy is one of those teams.
Now, Kangas, this is where reverse sweeps start. If you want the reverse sweep, it starts now. You just win 3 games in a row. For Jan, from here on out, it's a best of 1. And then it just keeps going if someone wins.
He said it, chat. Alex just cursed them. He said the words reverse sweep. I think that means it has to happen now. I'm pretty sure
we're gonna get so overhyped if Jan wins this game. And just instantly send it full hype. Yep. We're going all in. Jan's reverse sweeping.
I'll flip-flop my opinion for the 3rd time tonight of who's gonna take the championship. It's gonna be great. But Enemy, 6 games in a row now on the blue side.
Yet again.
I don't know what's going on here. I think maybe Jan's seeing that they want that counter pick, but I think throw Enemy for a loop. Take Blue 1 away from them because they have been looking so good with these very strong, impactful first picks.
I feel like they would also just really be good on either side here, right? So far, they've shown really good flexibility on blue side, but we have to remember a lot of these games have been won by just a Louis being such a sick Baron laner. And so giving someone like him counterpick, or even Truth counterpick, who has a pretty wide champion pool, would be, I think, pretty dangerous to kind of play around with. We haven't seen it yet, and if Enemy have anything to say about it, they're not going to. We're not going to see Enemy on red side.
Yeah, I feel like, well, I mean, Enemy just has to win this game. they were blue side the entire tournament, right? It's that easy for them. Bane Lulu still the priority here from Enemy. I like this. Let's see if Jan have any adaptations, though. Either ban away the Jace or ban away the Morgana. That feels like the only 2 big options here, unless you want to go for that Morgana yourself again. But it didn't feel like they had the magic sauce with it playing its support, as opposed to in the the farming lane like Griff was. Yeah,
especially since you think of what their last game ban was. It was Fiora. And then you let Jace through, and we got to see a Louis absolutely smurf on that one. This guy was pumping out damage numbers and just being the nuisance that Jace is naturally. So now Enemy are here. Like you said, you've got the Morgana. They've already shown that they can first pick a ton of other champions, and Jace still left on the table.
Yeah, or you ban nothing, and then you leave all options up here. Jace locked in there for Enemy. I would expect Jan probably just go back towards the Lee Sin Morgana here.
If they're kind of creatures of habit, they might just pick up Lee Sin Caitlyn. They've done it almost all of their games at this point, and while I'm not the biggest fan of Caitlyn, obviously Jan show that they have a stronger gravitation towards this champion, where I think it's a bit of a liability, especially since we've already seen Griff play so many different mages.
Don't pick sad Caitlyn again. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. I'm just going to call it out right now. The Lee Sin is correct, and Nami. Okay, so they're leaving Morgana up. Enemy could go for the Morgana, but I actually like the Nami into that lane. The Black Shield doesn't do too much. I mean, it can stop the bubble, but like you're going to be poking with that second ability mostly as the Nami anyway.
You could play Nami Lucian here. I think Nami also dissuades something that maybe we could see Enemy do, which is more of a front-to-back team composition. Nami does really well into those, and Morgana would love to play that, but I agree more. Nami's actually, I think, really, really good here for depending on what y'all want to do.
Yeah, I talking with Smacks about the matchup and also being a secondary support main and Wild Rift. I do like that matchup greatly. But the Kazakhs return for time. Okay, so back to the assassin picks. He had a lot of success on this earlier today. And again, with that black shield on you, fantastic for repositioning. This would be a little out of left field.
Yeah.
And it's locked in.
Okay. Kangas, you called it at the beginning of the day. You're like, I want to see Jinx. I want to see other hyper carries. We don't need Vayne. Vayne's new. We want to see Jinx. Return to tradition. She just got a whole like Netflix series. Bring it back home.
Reject modernity.
Exactly. Tradition.
Yeah. The Jinx, what I like about it is it just scales incredibly well. The late game rockets, very long range and also a lot of team fighting potential, but you need to draft around it. That's the thing about the Jinx that a lot of teams don't like, especially this early, because it kind of telegraphs what you're going to try and do with the rest of your composition. Because, yeah, you would ideally want something like the Orianna with this for zone control and extra shielding, but enemies say, nope, that is off the table.
We're taking that away. And Jan, something also that Jinx is going to need is... this is a relatively squishy 3-champion core from enemy. I do want to see some frontline. I've been talking about him all night. Renekton is good for that. Galio, which has already been banned. I do want to see a pretty high damage mid laner. I think something that could supplement that is the Diana that we already saw, just because of how tanky she is, as well as being able to kind of have like that full rounded damage sweep for someone like Jinx would be really awesome.
And be a threat for the Kazakhs going in, because if he doesn't, he really can't blow up a Diana unless she's all alone, and then you can just ult him back. I was also thinking maybe Corki, but then you have a lot of, squishy members that this Kazakhs can look to assassinate them. But let's see what Jan decided to go for. It's not going to be the Malphite. That's 3 bans of the Malphite from enemy in the last 3 games.
Good. They already know. They said, look, we're not dealing with the Malphite. It's just too easy. Against Morgana, you land the binding. It doesn't matter. He's already in the middle of his unstoppable force. And Jace... it just completely neuters his laning phase. So good job from Jan getting that away from them with now the Diana. I think this is a really solid part. I just think that their Baron laner needs to be either a tank that can provide a lot of initiation or someone that can just soak the damage, stop someone like Jace.
Just some kind of frontline, somebody to stand in front of the Jinx, and ideally somebody with some CC as well, because I was also thinking like maybe Garen, but the problem with that is you have no peel. You're not able to help prevent the Kazakhs from getting onto the Jinx, so maybe you go back to classics, things like the Darius. Like you said, Renekton's still on the table, things that have some form of CC to stop the Kazakhs.
Yep, that would be really awesome for them. I think when you look at what their draft is so far, you already have some of the makings of a very powerful front-to-back for Jan. And for enemy, someone needs, right? You've got Jace, Kazakhs, and Morgana. I think a lot more, if you want to index more on melees, Morgana definitely helps with that.
Hear me out. Now, this might be some mad scientist technology, as I'm hearing that we're going to have a remake of the draft. Hopefully those champs are the same, so this point lands. Where do you land on Singed right now?
On for enemy?
He's got for Jan. He's got the goop to stop the Kazakhs from jumping in or resetting and jumping out again. He's got a fling that's instant CC to knock the Kazakhs away. He's a decent enough frontliner. He maybe takes a little bit too long to come online as a frontliner, but I'm a big Singed player also, so I love that champion.
Oh,
what do you think about him though?
Oh, that's
is there
why.
Any chance?
We got a Singed apologist in the chat.
Unabashedly.
It's
unabashedly.
Okay. Well, I would like Singed if there wasn't a Morgana on the enemy team. I think Singed just throws a whole spanner in the works. It's really I would say it's really decent for the laning phase, just because more often than not, Morgana's probably not going to be in the Baron lane unless something is, unless they're playing really, really heavily towards a Louis.
Sure.
But I'm just looking to kind of see like Morgana against Singed. I don't know if you've played that matchup before, but if anybody's walking towards you, if you're sitting there as Morgana, you're like, awesome. I throw a binding. I've got my ultimate. Oh, you want to fling someone? Black shield. Really can't do much.
And we're getting confirmation that actually the bug has been fixed very quickly. So this is actually the draft. This is the end, and we're already into the game.
Whoa!
Everybody, for what could be the final game of the day. So let's catch up on what happened to the rest of Pick and Ban here. It's Akshan in the mid lane with a Moo in the support role. Interesting from enemy. And there we go. The Darius is locked in for Jan.
Okay. Darius is a nice counter here. Is still, like, it's one of those skill matchup things where if Darius isn't able to take advantage of when Jace is in melee range, you almost never can get away from him, or if he ever uses his golf swing incorrectly, that is another way you can punish in the laning phase here. And I think Nami just is so good against his enemy team.
Oh.
It's going to be this game.
Oh,
9?
that was
Buddy?
disgusting.
Wow,
At first I thought
okay.
9 was winning that, but Truth definitely had a better understanding of who wins that trade.
Yeah, so right here, Truth is going to back up, going to push in this next wave, and either now has two different choices. Can back or drop into Fog of War and move to one of your side lanes. What I was going to say there is, this matchup, bot lane, and for most of the game in my opinion, hinges directly on Jackie's ability to play Mumu at a really proficient level. If he can't land the bandage toss on the correct targets and use the ultimate in a really efficient manner, this whole team fight basically goes sideways, and Mumu dies, you give a free reset to Jinx, and more likely than not, enemy end up losing.
In the laning phase, still theoretically has that double CC option, so you
Yes.
can, layer it with that Morgana, but you're right, one of them has to hit a skill shot first. Where's Tony actually hovering around here? Do they go for a dive?
They're gonna. They have a huge wave.
Oh, he wasn't spotted, but because of the sweeper he is. Wave coming in. Yeah, whereas Tony decides to back off. That would be very ambitious.
I like the idea there of going for the dive. You're playing against Morgana and a Mumu, notoriously hard champions to dive. Look at this. They're just trying to deny
Ooh,
minions.
Beautiful. Real fast rotation from where is Tony. They just saw him bot. He resets, and enemy says, wait a minute. Why is the enemy jungler up here? 2 kills go over to Yan.
They weren't able to ascertain where exactly Tony was, if he was going mid lane or if he had recalled. And enemy, they just get punished for trying to proxy in between the waves. They were trying to stop Zenith God from getting any experience or gold from that wave. And now they're just completely punished. Not only do they now get to crash a wave of their own, he gets a kill and an assist. Is going to be feeling pretty nice about that one.
And 1,000 gold lead at 2.5 minutes into the game. That's something that you can look to translate into a dragon fight here. The recipients of that, of course, the Baron laner and the mid laner. So these solo lanes in particular getting accelerated feels great for Yan. Maybe keeping up that tradition, Alk, of the 4-game grand finals.
Oh, it's dicey. I want to see what happens here. And look, they knew that they had a timer in mid, so now Truth is here off of Vision. See what Zenith God can do.
He doesn't have flash, but he has barrier. Might have to use it. Pulls them both in under turret. Pops the barrier. Still alive.
Oh, Truth, no!
Oh, dies under turret. Types here. Aloy stealing away the fruit. Now Zenith, how long can he live for?
Oh,
That's a nice kick from Tony. Zenith's still alive. He's still surviving. Aloy will fall to 9. And time. Oh, doesn't even get the flash off in time. They're falling apart. Enemy are crumbling. And Yan are building a castle on their corpse.
Oh my god, the dive goes completely wrong. Tony comes in super clutch on that fight. That kick alone saves this entire play from happening. It's on the very end of the kick knockup that hits Alui, hits Tybe, and it stops them from being able to do anything. They're taking free turret damage in the meanwhile. And a top lane situation that went from bad to worse for enemy now leads them 2,000 gold behind, 5-0. This Rift Herald is going to have to get maximum amount of use if they want to try and get back into this game. They might even try and just force it down top lane to try and get Alui, get anything here.
I will say, though, props to them for trading objectives. Like, yes, they're down this much gold, all these kills, but still, they do get that Herald traded for the Dragon. They're even counter-jungling to the top side. It looks like a turret race, but...
Whoa!
Whoa, hey, Jackie.
Whoa, Jackie.
Picture-in-picture, we saw that.
We did not see that. No, I pretend
we
I
did?
do
Okay.
not see.
All right.
I pretend I do not see. So, this is slightly problematic now for the side of Yan. Yes, they got gold. They got a little bit of it back for a Louis here, but they're giving Jinx a free lane to scale. And so now they're forced to try and drop this Rift Herald mid, which is good on them. They will now break this open and force Yan to have a really awkward time geographically speaking on the map. But the sins of Alui are kind of spreading across the map now. Yes, they just got 2 turrets for themselves, but Jinx, untouched in this lane, is going to continue to scale.
And we saw what Sad did last time. He got a scaling champion as opposed to the Caitlyn's that he had been playing throughout the rest of the series. And yeah, it's crazy because Aloy, we've been talking him up all day, has a fantastic performance. I suppose maybe it's asking a lot to have, the insane carry performances 6 games in a row.
It's statistically improbable, but never
Statistically
impossible.
improbable. Yeah, but I mean, this is the one. 0-2 to start off laning phase. Complete reversal from what we've seen so far today.
He's like every single Yasuo player's dream. 5 and 6 is the dream right there. It's the 1 and 6 that always hurts. But who knows? We've seen him come back. It's not. I don't want to count Alui quite out just yet. He is still playing Jace, arguably, in my opinion, the most broken champion on the patch.
But Jackie has to flash. Moonfall pulls back in. And because of that blunder in the top lane, does not have the ultimate available.
Yeah. This is my problem with the Mumu. I know there's been a couple people trying to sell me on this champion, and I just don't see it. Now, arguably, they were trying to sell me on support Mumu, not necessarily, or they're trying to sell me on jungle Mumu, but it's stuff like this.
Exhaust here, hard committal. There's a lot being used by Yon just to get away. That's both summoner spells on both bot laners. Kick onto Truth, but the Super Mega Death Rocket does not kill Truth. Zen is trying to chase him down. Oh, he misses the pull, but gets the reset. He can still do this. Look at Zenith. He's an absolute monster. 9 comes in as well, but a double kill picked up by Time as 9 now chasing down Jackie. The Amumu shows up just to die, but he bought time for the team to get away.
And good for Yon right here, doing correct prioritization, trying to get a kill onto their Jinx, get them a little bit fed. Type probably gets out of this.
He can get away, but it's kind of concerning that 9 was able to win that fight.
Louis, super agent. Wait.
Nicely done. 9 reading it perfectly. Flashes. Does he get out? Really hard to get away from an Akshan. Truth chasing him down. 1 auto. Just
Slow.
needs another one. Type jumps forward. Gets an auto as well. But here comes Zenith's gun.
No.
9's out.
It's absolutely heartbreaking at this point now. Enemy are just trying as much as they can. Jackie's
Drift
dead.
died mid lane too, and now Jackie with no ultimates trying to hold the turret when he has no business doing so, hoping to clear the wave. But Yon, this is the performance that we were looking for, and we expected coming into this after the 3-0 group stage performance. This is a dominating game.
I mean, what can I say, Kangas? The script is perfect. You never get 3-0s here at Fight Night. You will always just get 3-1s at the bare minimum.
I love it. I mean, the sweeps can be fun, but at the end of the day, we want more games. We want more Wild Rift action. And we want close series more than anything. That is where the narratives lie here in North America. And now it's a split of objectives yet again. Enemy still behind. Now on Vision, we'll go for this Rift Herald. As Where's Tony will solo the dragon. So yeah, traded
Jackie
yet again.
He is dead.
Ooh, goes in, has the ultimate. Actually, no, it's still on cooldown. About to come off. Sad though, no summoner spells. Could be in trouble. Has Zenith there to help him out.
So, the saving grace for enemy is the fact that no real combat drakes have come up. The ones that I'm thinking of are obviously the Infernal Drake. The Mountain Drake is a little problematic because they're already lacking in damage, and that shield kind of gates them away from being able to find executes and find those kills. But they do get the Rift Heralds, which should keep them gold-wise still within arm's reach of Yon, which at this point, they're going to need every single ounce of gold. They're going to have to maximize their gold efficiency because every little bit needs to be on the right member. Otherwise, it is just wasted and could lead to Yon eventually winning this game.
And then you look at where the gold's allocated on Team Yon. Darius very far ahead, but also Jinx now with 2 items completed. So Sad, being the recipient of a lot of the turret plates, the turret pushes, now is already getting towards that mid to late game Jinx. Crazy scaling. And that will be very difficult for enemy's team composition to deal with. They need to wombo combo, something like the Amumu engage with the Kazakhs on top.
Now, remember when earlier you were telling me about like the scales, like we're weighing out champions for Sad?
Okay.
Sad on hyper carries like Vayne and Jinx. Sad on Caitlyn.
Yep, you can see the difference already. Just the confidence in the play. Now the confidence here of Jackie going in. That's the engage that they're looking for. Massive combo as 9 should go down into the stasis. Where is Tony? Looking to turn one around. Finds it. 1 for 0 though. Actually, no, it's a 2 for 0. Enemy, they're still all alive.
So they did kill Jackie, but it's the revive that comes out that is pivotal for them. And that was a fight where Sad wasn't there, so enemy calling their shot, saying, look, we can go for this. They're just going to grab a mid-tier 2, and Yon, Yeah.
Sad has summoner spells. It's going to be up to this Jinx. How do you position here? Oh, big shock blast to the face. All right, turret's still
super
alive.
low. It was a very close fight. 9 with a massive 4-man moonfall in the Diana almost changes that fight. But the fact that they're able to execute, again, Sad is not there, leads to enemy finding that victory. So they just opened up, I think, a really big window for themselves. Yes, there were no other objectives, but turrets, a little bit more gold in their back pocket, and being able to finish these items is so pivotal for them.
That was a 2,000 gold increase for enemy. They're still down 3K, but, or I guess now only 2.5. But they were down 5. So yeah, those kinds of plays, if you find another one of those, this game is definitely comebackable. It's not at all, over at this point. I think that we got a little ahead of ourselves, thinking, okay, 4-game series.
The game,
it's
okay,
coming.
if nothing else changed about that game, Jan win this one. Or at least have a pretty nice shot at winning this one. I think that enemy just found a really good play, and we haven't seen that level of, tenacity come out from them so far in Fight Night. So I think keeping our expectations in check was fine. I think we were calling the game as we saw. It's just they made a really sick play. What can you do? You can't. We lost the coin flip there. Unlucky.
A little bit of copium. I love it. I love
A
it.
little
Now
bit.
9 here in the bottom lane. 1v2 situation. Exhausted. And there's Super Mega Death Rocket. 9!
No,
Can you
no.
turn this? Aloy barely alive, but everybody's joined in now. Enemy getting cleaned up here. That's 2 dead. And look at the pings. They realize that enemy are pushing mid. Enemy might just get an inhib.
Yeah, they can. Look at how close it is. Truth is here. They're going to push up on this wave. And at the very least, they can then go up in the top lane, grab the tier 2. I don't know what else they're going to be able to get from this.
Flash
The
shield
Dragon's
from
up in
Griff.
10.
That was big. Stopping the kills from coming in, as now Tybe gets another turret as well. So Jan will get a bot inhibitor. It's traded, and you're right, Dragon's coming up, so Jan can still come ahead in this, but the gold, again, enemy finding a lot off of that play.
Really, really good pick. It is,
Sharks in the water.
it is just
Sharks in the
Jan
river.
kind of going in. Oh,
Where's
Truth is
Tony?
not seen.
And especially Sad. They could be in a really rough position, but it's actually 9. Again, deceptively tanky on this Diana, though. Tybe cannot assassinate that champion.
Watch
So,
for Darius
okay.
on this flank here. This is huge.
Jan are back to a pretty comfortable position. Big shock blast from Aloy. Now the engage. The Darius flank. Zenith goes in. Massive damage. The Dragon secured by enemy. Actually, no, it goes over to
Seth's
Jan.
dead.
Big damage. Darius with the resets. Enemy going forward, trying to dive past the scary frontliners. And that's a sad doubt. There's no Jinx anymore, but Tybe should follow here. Oh, he jumps. He gets away. Forces flash out of 9. Now 9 looking for more. Wants to get onto Aloy. Wants to get onto Griff here. But needs to be careful. Sidesteps. Goes in. Black shield used. 9 in trouble. Who's gonna fall?
Aloy.
It's both of them! As Jan will pick up the trade of kills.
Okay, that is still a huge win for enemy. They lost the Dragon. It is just a small margin for them. But more and more, this inhibitor is being chunked away. They went even in that trade, player-wise. And just a Louis barely able to play on the edges there, finding that kill onto 9. It's just more gold in their back pocket. We're at 14 minutes now, Kangas. We're in that late game stage. Every bit of damage counts. And the fact that they got away with that means that, I mean, Jan can't set up for Baron here.
I will say the Dragon's nice for Jan, though. They do have 3. They're stacking those efficiently. And that was the big takeaway from that play. But you're right, enemy, this is, like, again, so close. They can absolutely still win this game. And they're showing that even 5,000 down right now, in these team fights, they can show up if they find the right engage, the right angles. But right now, it's Jan with the setup around the Baron. There's 1 teleport flanking ward, but nobody on the side of enemy has teleport to actually utilize that.
They just want to try and keep eyes on as many members as possible. They're just trying to find something. Push into mid. Remember, with inhibitors down in mid lane for enemy, this lane will always push in their favor, so Jan have to attend to this wave. And good job from enemy pushing out the bot wave so that it's going to take a really long time before that starts to enter their base.
And Jan, they're trying to catch out Tybe. He's just, being a nuisance right now in this top lane. Distracting Jan from actually starting up this Baron with Jinx on 3 items. They can actually burn this down pretty quickly, but you have to actually attack it in order to accomplish that. But again, Jan, they're answering these waves. They're just grouping up as 5. Like, they are not interested in getting picked off by this Kha'Zix or anybody.
Every single summoner is going to be up for this next fight. Jace is bot lane. This is a good timer for Yon.
This is
It's
massive.
taken down.
Luis has to run all the way back up here, but Jackie goes in for an engage. There's no follow-up. Way too early. The rest of the team was not ready for it, and now Yon can have an easy cleanup here. That's 2 members down. They can keep chasing for more time.
That's a reset!
Follow. Big reset. 9 with the Moonfall, but it's going to go down. Has to go into stasis as well. Truth getting damage down. Alui running away. Oh, hit by the zap. Flashes Truth as well, but he will fall. Drifts back on the map. Alui too, still alive. Yon only lost 1 member.
Okay, but that's a stall of the Baron for right now. Alui immediately recalls. No, he has to just straight sprint it over to the Baron. It's going to get low. It's more than likely going to be their objective. And man,
Yeah, you can't stop this.
the calls there, the communication must be off. This is something we actually saw in their first game where Jackie on the Galio was just going way too far and without anybody to follow up. And this time on a Mumu, that is the linchpin of the draft, where if you can't follow up on a Mumu, champion just dies and your entire team falls apart.
It looked beautiful, right? I mean, he hits 4 members.
I've had
with
that
the Curse of
experience.
Sad Mommy. But then, like, you look at the team and, oh, they're all over there. So there's no follow-up. And it's rough. They can still look for 1 more around this Elder Dragon. That's the nice thing, is that I don't think Yon get a chance to really fully utilize this Baron in a siege situation, because they have to fight for this Elder.
Again, look at how enemy are playing out these team fights. They're trying to play it front to back, and you're playing that against Enchanter Core with a Jinx, and also a pretty sizable, good frontline in Diana and Lee Sin, who can deny any kind of engage. So playing front to back is always going to be a losing position for the side of Yon, or so, for the side of enemy.
Yon are in a really strong spot right now around the Dragon. They even took the tier 2 in the mid lane. An enemy, they're going to have to find an avenue to actually approach right now. Yon are being so patient with this. Only just now starting up that Dragon. They clear out the vision, clearing out these wards. Enemy have to approach. Watch for Jackie's engage. Watch for this Amumu. But enemy, again, they're not positioned correctly
Look
for
at
it.
Tony.
Griff and Alui are way too far away. Sad's doing massive damage. Tony goes in. Jackie looks for the engage.
9.
Can he find it? He's knocked up with a bubble! Beautiful from Yuru! And that's just the game. The resets, the excited for Jinx. Sad can run through everybody, and it's only Tribe left alive. Yon, it's just as simple as pushing these waves. They've done it. They're going to bring us to another Game 4 in the Grand Finals.
It's a game 4 for Yon. Another chance at potentially a reverse sweep. Every game from here on out is a best of 1. Reset the bracket, basically. Tide's just going to go down. And Kangas, I've got something on my hands. I think you got to help me with this one.
I think I know what it is. I think we got a series, everybody, as Yon will take Game 3.
Oh my god. Kangas, we're in it. We're in it, boys.
We're in it,
Everybody
baby.
in Twitch chat, strap in. I think we're going to have a lot more fun coming up.
I mean, we knew it was coming, right, guys?
Yeah.
We've never had a
Uh-huh.
sweep. We've never had a sweep. Even when Tribe was here dominating everybody, and Yon went 3-0 in the group stages, there's no way they get swept in the Grand Finals.
Exactly. They got to put up 1 win. It looks like the Yon Copium came through, and they're just constantly in advantage that game. Yet again, another note. Remember, Sad not on a on the Caitlyn, but I think this game, anything could have happened in any of the other lanes. It probably would have gone the same. We have to remember that the top lane fiasco, the disaster for enemy, was back to back to back failed ganks, failed dives that then led to an explosive gold lead really early on.
Trying to hard commit to kill Zenith under turret, and yeah, failing at that meant that Zenith survived, got a couple kills in the lane, and then also mid lane was able to get a couple kills early on. Jungle started getting kills, and at that point it's like, well, with this composition from enemy, it's very hard to win these late game team fights against the composition that Yon drafted. You even said, like, Jinx was oftentimes just alone in a side lane, just grabbing waves and maybe turret plates as well. And then once you have 3 items, groups up for fights, and they're able to win them. Yeah, I think there were still windows where enemy could have maybe brought that back, but it was so hard.
the draft just didn't leave them a lot of options, right? Like, you're pretty light on engage, which I would consider some of those are kind of comeback tools for you to be able to get back into a game. If you can find a pick, find something, you're really light on those. You're looking for your bot lane to try and go for those, right? You've got Morgana and Jackie on this Amumu. Amumu's not all that tanky, especially with the Aftershock and Curse of Sad Mummy. As soon as you land a Bandage Toss, your Aftershock starts ticking. And then you Curse of Sad Mummy, and then as soon as that's done, like, your Aftershock's been gone, and you're kind of just in there, and you're hoping your team has already cleaned up most of the members.
The Amumu, to me, doesn't even matter about being tanky. That's not the purpose. You're not there to be a front line and soak up damage. You can do that.
Just kill someone, man.
But you need to ult, and then have your team follow up. We saw the second to last fight at that Baron, got a 4-champ ult, no follow-up, because everybody was too far away. That was the cleanest looking engagement we saw. That last fight, on the opposite side of the Elder Dragon wall, he died before he even got ult off. Like, he tried to go in, but that was a really clutch bubble coming in to stop him. So, honestly, it's tough. It's tough to play that, but for sure, I got to give props over to Yoru, because that Nami play was very good at just preventing the Amumu from getting into.
Nami is so Nami's really easy to pick off, but again, they played a really tight Enchanter core. I love this front-to-back team fighting that we got from the side of Yon. They played it very excellently, and obviously having a strong Enchanter player is part of that kind of team composition. Whether that means you're lacking engage, it's fine, right? You look at the side of enemy, they have to come to you. You have to be very fight receptive against them. So I like it. I'm glad that we got to see it. I want to see them explore it a little bit more, because we've seen them win games. Literally just the beginning of Fight Night with something similar to this.
Enchanters plus scaling carries. That seems to be a successful combination and recipe here for Team Yon. Just drop the Caitlyn, and they're looking a lot better. I'm happy that they're adapting in this series, because if we saw a third Caitlyn, I would have been pretty disappointed based on
I would have started ordering food. You already know who it is. I would have saw Caitlyn, start throwing into Twitch chat points. A small adaptation that we've seen throughout today is the Akshan from Truth. I think this is just simply a response to how scrappy a lot of these games have been. Talking about how aggressive enemy tend to be. What's one way to assuage that is just have a champion who revives your teammates. Oh, you just killed my jungler because he just dived in a turret? Cool, I'm just gonna use Going Rogue and just heroic swing around your turret. Boom, I got a kill, he's revived, get back right onto the map and get back to doing what we're doing.
I mean, the Akshan was working for a minute. I want to see earlier plays from Akshan, because we saw the reason that it worked so well is roaming around the map, getting stuff done, getting kills, but they didn't time it correctly in that game 3, where mid and jungle were both topside at the same time to go for a dive. They kind of staggered it a little bit. So yeah, definitely something for enemy to look at. Correct going into this next one. I do have to point out, I flip-flopped my favorites in the grand finals. Yeah. And then I hard committed onto it, saying that enemy were gonna 3-0. I can't get a win right now, man. I can't get one.
Well, Yon weren't for a little bit there, so you're almost in the same boat.
True.
Almost.
Again, same thing that we always like to do, though, Alk. I want to put you in the hot seat, put you in the position of trying to think about, what happened in that last game, and then how we can adjust going into the next one. We just saw Yon pick up their first win. We already talked about, changing to that late game carry. So I feel like we have a good feel of what Yon game plan is. What's enemy answer now? How do we bounce back as an enemy here in a series now, whether it's in picks, whether it's in bans, whether it's in game decisions?
I cannot say to whether or not enemy have a coach or an analyst, but anyone else who was watching that game, myself included, you see that top dive, 9 times out of 10, that game is scrapped. That's a game, you go into scrims, you try that again, and you're like, all right, FF, send it, boys. You're really happy about the 3.0 change where there's no delay on surrendering in in-house games or customs, because having to wait 5 minutes after playing that one out, probably just like, all right, cool, we're just messing around. I really think that game completely hinges on multiple top dives that either go even or completely negative against them. We saw, again, 3-1 to start the game off in favor of Yon. You now have a matchup where you already had priority thanks to mid lane, and Tybe's completely removed from doing anything relevant for the rest of this one. So
yeah,
it's a tough ask, and it's so early on in the game that it's kind of just like a slow bleed for enemy as to eventually getting out of that one.
Literally with Darius stacks as well.
Yep.
I have another note. I want to throw another one
Sure.
in there as well. I agree for sure. But the second thing I'd say is Leona. If you want a support that can hard
Leona?
engage, why? If the goal was for hey, we need engage, we need
Sure.
something to go in. I don't see why you go Amumu instead of just Leona. She's gonna be a better tank. She can still accomplish essentially the same thing as the Amumu. So I think that there's just better champions you can go for in those scenarios. So that's my 2 cents.
You know what, Kangas? I like your 2 cents on this one. Leona's definitely
Thank you.
a bit of an easier matchup to kill Nami. You don't even have to like look at her. You don't have to get near her. You don't have to get in range of anything. Just throw the ultimate up. Boom,
Yeah.
she's gone. That fish is fried instantly.
You don't have to worry about minions blocking your skill shots. The Xenoblade
Yes.
goes through them. So
Exactly.
much easier to pull off in the laning phase. But let's see what enemy decides to adapt here, as we have 7 games on the
7
blue
games,
side.
blue side.
7 games blue side. It's just never going to change, man. I don't know what to tell you. It seems like both teams are very happy with their side selections. But also not changing is the bans so far. Lulu and Camille taken off the table.
Kangas, quickly. Really useless stat.
Yeah. Yes?
Enemy versus Yon, 50% win rate on both sides. Because Yon won the
True.
first game against them on red side, and they now won another. It's side
2-2.
selections. Side selection doesn't matter anymore, man. They're 50% win rate.
Just flip a coin at this point. Whoever
Exactly.
calls it right, we'll just give them the series, right?
Yep.
Unfortunately, that's not how that works. Does enemy ban Jinx? They've banned the Olaf. Okay, no, they do ban the
Nope,
Olaf.
just
So I was
doing it in
gonna
a
say,
different order this time.
I was wondering maybe you leave up the Olaf and you take away that Jinx, because she was definitely a problem in that last game. But no, she's still on the table.
Yeah, and for Yon, their third ban has been either Jace, it has been Camille, or Fiora. This time it's Galio. So they want to keep limiting Jackie's options for engage. If it's another Amumu game, Yon's probably just like high-fiving. They're like, let's go Discord chat, and we're good to go. But
that would be our first 5-game best of 5.
yes, yeah. True. Jace yet again here for enemy. I still think strong champion. Unfortunate circumstances in game 2, but yeah, or in game 3, but yeah.
But still locked in. I'm fine with this. Again, 1 out of 6 performances, Aloy had a rough time. I think you still put faith into this player. But Yon doubling down on 2 champions that works for them as well. The Diana plus the Lee Sin.
I feel like that's like a crime statistic that you pulled out. 1 in 6 Aluis are found without a jungler in top lane. Happens.
Yep.
Adopt
1
one in
in
your local
6
shelter today. Look, we got Leona.
Hey!
Are you happy? Are you happy, Kangas?
I am.
That's your 1 in 6 Alui. You just brought him home.
Morgana's still on the table. Yon
Morgana
just locked that
disappeared.
in.
They could. It would really suck for trying to play this lane out. Obviously, getting rid of Leona's engage potential, all of her stuns go right out the window. Prevents one member from being unlucky against the pick potential there, but we're making it all the way through second phase of the draft, Kangas, and Morgana has gone out for a carton of milk.
She's dropped priority for sure, yeah. Picking up some cigarettes. Darius locked in, though. There we go. So the frontliner coming in for Yon. We have 3 out of 5 returning here. Jinx available, but of course could be banned away here. I think enemies should look to ban that, honestly. I mean, take away some of these later game carries that can come out. And same from Yon. They're just going to answer what was played in the last game.
For enemy, I kind of just want to get rid of really good engage supports here. Jackie has, for against Yon, I should say. I got completely mixed up there. I don't know if I want to see Jinx, Kangas. Kind of going off of your point there. If you're playing against Ziggs, you're going to have to show your hand here on Yon, on the side of Yon. I really am kind of unsure about if I really want to play a marksman into a long-range poke mage.
Well, it's not going to be the Caitlyn, so enemy doing our job for us here, taking that away.
That was a freebie. I feel like
Yeah.
that was a freebie for Yon. Yon was like, oh, cool, you guys missed the ban just like us. Nice.
Yeah. Would they ban something like a Varus then? I guess that would be the next one that maybe Yon could look to start piloting.
Yes, I would like
Comes down to
the
champ.
Varus. Varus just kind of, if this is Morgana, so the way that I want this draft to go for Yon is I want them to pick Morgana, and if Varus is not banned, snatch it up immediately on R5, so that they have to reveal their hand on the side of enemy.
Yeah, that's an angle. That's definitely an avenue that you could take here in the draft phase, because it's Jinx banned. Okay, yeah, Morgana's up. If we don't even get a Morgana locked in from either of these teams, that would be insane,
really sad.
the pivot in priority from that champion. But, I mean, Yon has not been finding success with it. It's only enemy that's been picking up wins, and it's with Griff piloting the Morgana. So, I mean, yeah, maybe it's just not the priority for Yon, and they say, hey, we're not going to play it. So they go for the Ezreal. Okay.
Emotional damage. No.
This was the dog water strategy. You know, you can kite back, still try and trade poke with the Ziggs, and also very defensive against the Leona engage. So, I mean, it still fits. It's got a purpose.
Yes, but now, like, I feel like this team fight goes on forever, which I guess for Darius is fine, especially playing against so many melees like the Rivet and the Zed that we just see from enemy. This could either be Jace jungle or Riven jungle. Either way, I am hyped.
Yeah, my money's on Riven. I feel like Tybe would be the one to play this champion. But I guess Aloy also does like it, so yeah, it could be.
Yeah, I think it's up in the air for either of them. Rom here for Yon. Their final pick. Morgana basically just got but I don't know what happened. She got hit with the binding in the last game. It hasn't hit the QSS.
Yeah, she's still CC'd. I was shocked to see it because I was so set on that Morgana. But the more I think about the Braum, the more I actually do kind of like it. It's a good matchup into the Leona. You know, she engages on you. You just put up shield and absorb all Ziggs damage. Again, you can absorb Ziggs damage in those choke points when you're fighting. And then, you know, 2.5-ish like melee champions that will be jumping onto you. I actually think that Yon have a composition that's really tough for enemy to deal with. Who's going to get on the Ezreal? Through the peel of a Diana, Darius, and Braum. And even Lee Sin kick.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is kind of non-committal engage coming out from the side of Yon.
Sure.
The Braum matchup is good for the bot lane in particular. It's just, I have a really hard time in my mind processing how Ezreal wins this game. Because you've just invested... You just win, I guess, right? But like...
Well, you go Glacial or Iceborne Gauntlet. It's easy.
But they just buffed it, so you don't want to do that, Kangas. That was the whole point of the patch. We talked about this earlier. They gave him the 0.1 AD so they wouldn't buff the Frostfire Gauntlet build because they were recognizing that like every Ezreal was going it because it's just so obnoxious to deal with. And they were like, we're trying to incentivize AD. Come on, guys. Build some more.
But that doesn't mean that you can't still do it. It just means that, like, you know...
It's
you're
less
not getting as
optimal,
much
and that makes me
scaling.
sad.
Well, yeah, but when you're staring down, you know, a Zed, Jace, and Riven, I still think it's pretty optimal.
Yeah.
But we'll see what he decides to go for, because that's the argument, is, you know, it's so much easier to play the Ezreal if you just have no threat of dying to the enemy team.
Imagine Ezreal's build this game just being like mirror mana into... I'm going to hold that point. That's a really close. That last minion almost just saved mid lane for them. Just being like Frozen Heart, GA, you have Death's Dance as well. That's just like so an obnoxious build. If you're
I think
Louis
you're going
Riven,
Death's Dance.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be Manamune into the Iceborne into Death's Dance, but here's a gank mid lane. Nine doesn't have the flash anymore because he used it earlier for the trade. That's a kill traded back. 1-for-1. Jungler for mid laner.
Here.
Yoru joining in, but Ty will not take the bait.
You saw all the spam pings. Jackie was calling it. Braum was calling. He's like, fight in river. Jackie's like, please do not fight in river. We will lose. Do not do that. And I liked how both of the junglers are kind of pathing at this point. Tony had already cleared his top side. Was still playing a little bit flexible, not only going to mid, but potentially could answer to the top side. And I like this trade as well here. A small little adaptation from the side of Yon, recognizing that Nine will be out on the map a little bit quicker than the Darius will be, so trying not to miss as much gold and experience, just going to trade for a little bit and rotate back.
Yeah, I love it when teams do this. It's just like the fully optimized lane swaps. It's not permanent. It's just to catch the waves, make sure that you got the gold and XP coming in.
So
and it doesn't net too much of an advantage, but it's still noticeable.
So Kangas, you like optimizations. May I offer going AD on Ezreal?
You know what? You're going to die on this hill, aren't you? And I'm going to be right, because I guarantee you Sad's building Iceborne Gauntlet.
Soju, if Soju didn't do it, Sad won't do it. I trust.
This is no Soju did it. He did have the Iceborne Gauntlet. Like if you
He
look
froze
back
it
at that
hard. Okay,
game,
we gotta production. We're gonna get this. We're gonna get this ready.
I'll put a
He
Twitter
did go
bet on
frozen.
this.
God damn it, he did go.
Yeah,
God,
and
it's actually so doomed, man.
I'll put a Twitter bet on Sad going in this game too. So
No.
we'll think about what that will be later on. Maybe Twitch chat can let us know. But where is Tony? Looking for a gank in the bottom lane right now. Oh, the
Nice.
flash kick on a Jackie. Beautifully done. A lot of damage right back. So look at
He's
time.
alive?
Them going in. Exhausted. Jackie's not dead. Are you kidding me? And 2 kills over to enemy, but they want even more. Diving onto Sad and making him just that. Now 9, 1v1ing time. Moonfall misses. Time jumping
Time.
the wall.
What?
This is not fair. This is not legal. This is not okay. Enemy. They're not going to lose a single member as they even get a kill in the Baron lane.
Okay, and Kangas, I don't want to call it too soon, but that absolutely is tragic there for Jan and completely opens up the game for enemy to now take the lead. 2,500 gold up. No one dies, like you said. Not even in the solo lane fight that was happening topside. Not even Jackie getting kicked right into the enemy team. Again, Ezreal sitting there, firing away Mystic shots. And the fact that Tybe gets to play Riven, the ultimate in terms of just being so mobile. It's such a dangerous combo. You gave him a free kid, basically.
Everybody grouped up to try and kill Jackie, and then they're all 3 in the Ziggs bomb. Enemy now use this to go for this dragon. You're toying around with it. You're not really accomplishing much here. So yeah, I'd like it if you just walked away. Oh, Louis could be in trouble here.
Who's dead?
Has the flash available, but it flashed to the wall. There goes Zenith. Oh, Louis back, but where's Tony? Kills him. 1-for-1 trade right now. Kick onto Truth.
Jackie!
I don't know if that was actually the play. Jackie's joined in as well, and a double kill to Truth.
Jackie, that was a sick roam. Congrats, brother. I'd love that right there. You already know that Brahma's not going to make it to this fight, and that right there, I think, saves the play. Rift Herald does end up going over to the side of Jan, but absolutely getting more gold into the side of Truth.
He wants this.
9.
He's got ult.
Dun, dun.
He's got ult.
Dun, 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 dun,
9
dun,
has
dun,
barrier
dun,
and
dun.
flash. This is ambitious from Truth. Yeah, 9 can just turn it back around. Still alive. Who's got the auto?
Red buff.
Oh, 1-for-1.
Ah, man, it was so close. The red buff, the shield, the barrier is all small decisions that ended up leading into a 1-for-1 trade. But remember, Tony still has the Rift Herald here, so anywhere he wants to impact, he can. And look at how they're protecting this Baron lane, wanting to not only help a Louis, but deny anybody that's going to be here. Jackie's like, you're playing Ziggs? You could farm by yourself. You're good. We're going to dive. See you later, bud.
Yeah, Jackie's just playing Baron lane now, you know. Supports can support any lane in Wild Rift. That's something not every support realizes, but because of this, there's the Herald bot side. Jan are going to take advantage of this.
Okay, remember, where is this gold going? Look at how they're allocating resources. It's to Ezreal, which I see a Sheen in that build. It could be anything. I really hope it's not the Frostfire Gauntlet, but we'll see. Mid turret should go
Traded
down.
in the mid turret, yeah, because Ziggs damage is just that insane on these structures. So, enemy not losing any of that gold loot that they've amassed for themselves, still up 2k.
And now, with the mid turret down, they can play the side so easily from this point on. Zenith has to be careful. He already knows that at this point, Jackie and Tybe are playing like they're basically like controlled at the hip to each other. But at any moment, without really good vision, the side lanes could get dove. You have Zed as well, who, if he plays from Fog of War, can also be an assassin that you can play. So, you need to be very careful. Ezreal could side lane, but look at how many members they now have to kind of send over. Do you really want Lee Sin to do it? The camp's not built to do that.
Yeah, they decided to send 9 into that bottom lane instead. I like that choice. I think it's the correct one. Long lane, you're just going to catch these waves. You're not going to be pushing up too much. But then you'll be looking at that dragon as the next big objective on the map here. Look at Jackie, though, still in that Baron lane. Now walking down through the river, so he's going to join up here in the mid lane. But you can just tell that he really wants to impact Aloy.
He knows where the plays are going to be made right now. And especially as the Braum, you're playing incredibly reactive to whatever Leona's doing. Leona has first say on most fights thanks to her just proactive tools that she has. And now we just get to see the dance around mid lane, Kangas. I think it's going to be one of the more boring mid games just because Dragon hasn't come up and you have Ezreal Ziggs ping-ponging waves towards each other.
Yeah, there's nothing to fight over right now unless you just go for a dive here onto 9.
Stasis.
Stasis used. Truth there. Tybe as well. But yeah, 9's fine. Just a relatively short move.
Yeah, this is just the power of Diana, right? She's super hard to gank. She's very, especially as the game gets later on, and...
Flash from Aloy. Response from Zenith!
Oh my...
Hit by the Shock Blast, but lives.
If a Louis just hit the Shockwave there, or the Shock Blast.
Oh.
Jackie?
Alright, Jackie diving 9 yet again says, alright, you don't have stasis twice, so we could probably just recycle this play. Jackie taking a lot of damage for it, though. Doesn't have the shield of Daybreak. Falls down. As a lot of damage coming in from Where Is Tony? But he's knocked up. He's bombed down by the Ziggs. Griff with the damage.
And it's low HP bars here. Zenith wants to try and find something. They need to stop these recalls. Tybe gets
big.
out.
This is big. Oh, he doesn't use the Proto Belt forward. Oh, maybe does he not have it? I would have expected the Proto Belt to start that.
Maybe. Also, really good hands from Truth there to dodge out on the Ezra ultimate. No Proto Belt. No Proto Belt usage right there, so isn't able to find that. Isn't able to stop any of the kills. Tybe is doing Rift Herald here, so enemy need to properly give this up. I know they've had a hard time with giving up objectives, maybe, but the next play here, I think, for them is grab Rift Herald, either charge it down mid or create a very, very long lane in the Baron.
Traded objectives, and now enemy can use that Herald wherever they see fit. Oh, I want to bring your attention to something here.
No.
Look at the itemization of Sad. Let me know
see no evil.
What you think
Monkey
potentially
do no
that
evil.
could build into?
It can build into Frozen Heart.
Racking my head, I have no idea.
It definitely could go into Frozen Heart right now. He could do it. There
it is! There it is! Again, even with buffs, that doesn't mean that the previous build is no longer viable, but 9! Oh, this is so unfair. This is the 3rd time in about a minute and a half that he's had to deal with this exact play.
Yeah, I don't think that pathing was optimal either. He just taking a really greedy path. I think 9, that was a little bit lazy from them, and so good job from enemy. You already know that Jackie's playing basically second jungle here, and could just do stuff like this where Sad has to play with a little bit of respect. It is just a Leona, but at any moment, if there's Fog of War, you could see a Louis coming down, and they want this tier 2.
Yeah, the Ziggs bomb doesn't actually kill it, though. Now Sad's here. Good kick from Where's Tony. Teleports are coming in. Can Griff survive? No. Missing shots enough. Now front line it is Yoru. Jackie just trying to buy space, be a body, to stand in front of all this damage. He's got a lot of health, but that's a double kill over to Sad.
An overextension from enemy. And they use the Rift Herald mid.
They're going for more. Big Moonfall coming in from 9. That's another kill picked up. Aloy, he flashes, but the wrong direction. 9's already out of there. Sad on the killing spree.
And that's where enemy have made their critical error 11 minutes in. They go way too hard on a play. And look at the HP bars of some of these tier 2s right now for the side of Yon. Mid lane got hit with a Rift Herald there, but didn't take the turret down. You had Ziggs with a Satchel Bomb right under that tier 2 in bot lane, and it didn't go down.
Look at that.
Super resilient. Thank you, observers, for showing it. Enemy
you can't even see red on the minimap. Like, it's just a great turret.
It's just straight up empty. There's no like 7-Eleven slushy going on in there. It's just completely done. It's waiting for the knockover.
That's like glass half full, glass half empty. That's glass with like nothing but the little bit of saliva at the bottom that's left from all your drinking. But now in the top lane, ooh, where is Tony? Very low on health right now. Probably just buying time at this point. It's a big collapse coming in from enemy. They're finding multiple members, but Jackie, oh, they haven't even killed Where's Tony. He's gotten back to the rest of his team, and it's a trade of kills.
Okay, support for Baron laner. I think I'll take that. And meanwhile, in the Dragon lane, Truth is just continuing to split push. 9 punishing Griff.
Yeah, Griff all alone right here. Has the barrier, but picked off. 1-for-1 trade here, as I can't imagine 9 survives. Again, just buy time. Make him work for it. Trade some damage back. Still a good pick.
Make them work for it, yes. A little bit suspect about the timer here, just because it's 30 seconds on death timer. You've got about 40 seconds on this Drake respawning. And specifically for 9, I want to see Yon and the squad move in and take control of these side lanes. Because, I mean, right now, you already see it. Jace has TP almost up. This is a
Ooh,
really
I think
huge pick if they
Tybe's
get this.
This is big. The slow's coming in from Sad. That means Tybe cannot get away, and that is a really clutch pickup for Jan.
Okay, this changes the terrain so heavily here for Jan now, because this is another situation where the side lanes are a bit too long for them, and Jan are able to then chase them down, find the kill, so no smite available for this dragon. It is a Cloud Dragon. Enemy, you do not need to fight for this. Try to force for something across the map if you really want to. You have the Ziggs ultimate. You can fix this top wave as well.
They can also throw the Ziggs ultimate to try and steal, potentially. I'm expecting that's what Griff's game plan is right here. Oh, he got it!
What?
Griff with the steal!
Okay, you got the steal. You wasted Jan's time. We got Cloud Drake. Like,
Worth it, baby!
it's worth it in the short term, but you could get these turrets. This fight,
They're
Jackie.
looking for a fight right now. Alui in a 1v3. Probably expecting the team to be behind him, but they were engaging instead onto the tank and onto the Lee Sin, who's just dancing all around him right now. Yuru's still alive. Jackie has to pop the stone plate. Tybe diving all the way under the turrets. But again, where's the team? Truth's down. Tybe has to go in. 1v4. Picked up a rampage for Zenith. And Jan just gifted a team fight win.
Enemy, what are you doing? You're fighting all over the place. You need to be a concentrated core. You're letting the Riven get way too far into that fight, get knocked down and dragged out. And with so many melee members, you need to play these fights fast and loose. You're playing against Darius, against Braum, all of these champions, and even the Lee Sin Tempest is a killer for all of these melee champions. You let him get the full hemorrhage stacks, and now 4 members down, the Baron is being taken by Jan.
There's no contest. Aloy can walk up here, but there's just
Not
no
another
shot to
steal,
this.
man.
Wait, Griff? Griff's in range. Does Griff go for it? Nah, it's
Too late.
Yeah.
And Kangas, this game was looking strong for enemy, but the gold has just now swung in the favor of Jan, and we're 15 minutes in with the Baron in their back.
It's
scary.
It's looking dire. It's looking dire for enemy. Still, overall gold, it's dead even right now. It could realistically go either way, but you have to favor Jan with this Baron buff here. But it'll depend on how they utilize it. Can they actually get enough turrets? Can they get a lead? Pressure around this Elder Dragon when it's spawning? Those are the kinds of questions that we now need to start looking out for. And can enemy clear up their team fights? Because you're right, they've been all over the place.
In theory, the Baron buff buys them a little bit of time at minimum, and at max, it just straight up ends the game. Because now you're trying to play wave clear with a bunch of melee champions against basically Ezreal, who can again be very non-committal. 9.
Oh, yeah, that Ezreal damage is insane. Jackie and Tybe caught in their own jungle thinking it was safe territory, but clearly they were wrong. 9 into the base. Goes into the stasis. Actually doesn't have time. He's dead. This might be an overcommittal here from Jan. Enemy still has 3 members strong. They're still in this.
Lol. They just walk out. They're literally diving in between it. This is a big waste of the Baron. So if enemy, they're like, man, this kind of sucks. Well, you just traded 2 solo laters to try and hold off on a push. They're still not getting into these turrets. Super low HP bars. Tybe, if you wanted to, could potentially go in, but needs to try and deal with the kind of just stall that they have with Ezreal and Braum.
Yeah, it doesn't have the ultimate, so not feeling confident about that. Where is Tony, though? Just pushes the wave in. You're right, waste of the Baron buff. Jan did not get a lot done with that one. They should still have it for a little while longer, but yeah. I don't think that they get a turret even for taking that.
I think the biggest misconception, a lot of people, specifically in solo queue, have, just because Baron typically is where the game ends, is yes, you get combat stats, but you really don't want to try and have a team fight on Baron. Like, the point is you buff up your minions.
Sad live this. Watch Sad live this. I'm
He's
calling
definitely
it right
not
now.
living it, man.
He's gonna live it. I mean, look at that build. Like, Tybe doesn't do damage.
Tybe is just scared because he doesn't know where everybody else is. They just now got pings. You saw already, Louis and Jackie were on their way. They were ready to goon squad this Ezreal, but that's Ezreal barrier down, and I hate to admit when you're right, but he's got Blade of the Ruined King, he's got Sorelda's Grudge, and just the rest of this kit.
He's got the armor boots underneath that teleport too, so
exactly.
he's got a lot of armor right now. And now it could just come down to one final 5v5, everybody. We're positioning for it. Enemy in the bottom lane here. Jackie already engaged on. He's taking a lot of damage. Completely whiffs the ultimate. But maybe they can kill Zenith still. The moonfall from 9! Massive coming in here from Yawn. And now they just got to clean up the rest of the fight. Easy peasy. They just cleared out everybody on enemy. And even without Baron buff, this could just be game.
They don't even need the most powerful objective in the game. Elder Infernal, Kangas. I can't believe it. Everybody in Twitch chat probably can't believe it. The script is broken. We're going to game 5.
Every Fight Night Rift has ended in 4 games so far, but that ends today. Yawn on the cusp of the reverse sweep. We're going to game 5.
If you didn't believe it now, you gotta believe it here. We're in the last game. Yawn, resilient as ever after losing the first 2 games, quite convincingly so for enemy. A third game where they fought tooth and nail, and this 4th game, which at points looked a little doomed.
Yep.
They're back, baby.
I mean, what a close game there. Enemy were fighting tooth and nail to try and keep that lead. They were up 4.5k at one point. I mean, my goodness. And then right at the end,
they just couldn't close it out. And in some of the games, we've seen hints. We saw small glimpses of this throughout all of their series today. There's some points where they just can't close out. They get a little sloppy in the mid game, which you could see in the gold graph. 9 to 13 minutes. We start to get later into the game. They get caught out, and the gold gets away from them. And in some of their games, they were able to still win them. In a few of them, like we see in this series, like we saw the first game against Yawn, they weren't able to. Still, playing front to back for Yawn is finding a lot of success, whereas enemy floundering.
Consistently, Team Yawn are winning the late game team fights. They have really strong understanding of positioning, where to start the fight, where the fight is going to next, and where they can split off and still survive. Whereas enemy, they feel like they're kind of like throwing themselves all over the place. Some of them will try and dive the back line, but not consistently together. They'll try and have like one person frontline the AD carry while the AD carry is then getting a melee range to try and hit somebody way over here. It's like, it's not coming together for enemy. They need to win the early game. They need to stomp the early game and then keep that momentum going, not allow Yawn to get to those late game team fights, because this is now 3 times today the Yawn have shown they are the better late game team fight team.
And I think this is the only game we've seen, kind of sans that last game that we saw for game 3, where Louis didn't absolutely blast the opponent. There wasn't a solo kill. There wasn't too many solo kills going on. Zenith held their own, and then the Darius became a monster again, playing against 4 melee champions. You're going to say, I love that any day of the week. So something that they were banning throughout the day, but have obviously kind of come off of it. Don't look good, Kangas. I'm scared.
Aloy did get a solo kill this game in like
Yes.
2.5 minutes during that long string of fights. So still did start off well, but they could not close it out. But we got one game ahead of us, everybody. It all comes down to this final game. We're going to send it to a very short break so we can give the teams time to rest, recover, recoup, and get ready for that final game. We'll be right back after this. Hello and welcome back, everybody, for Game 5. That's right, Alk. If you got the script in front of you, throw it out right now, because this is not a 4-game series. We're going the distance right here for Team Yan versus Enemy, and it could be a reverse sweep for Team Yan. What a comeback that would be for them. Alk, I'm not gonna lie. I think if we get a Horizon Cup 2, this is looking like the finals to me. Like this is looking like the peak. The top of Wild Rift gameplay, baby.
Yeah, if we're gonna be sending 3 seeds to North America or to the Icon series, then this could be it. Enemy versus Yan in the finals after destroying every other region in the world. I think it's possible. We could see Alui get a pentakill in the first game of the series. Thoughts?
Okay, wow.
You think Alui will save North America?
We're already past the first game of this series, so I guess the question is, will Alui get a pentakill this game? Now in Game 5 of the series. I mean, based on how he's been playing so far, maybe. Probably the best chance of his team.
Yeah, I give it a 4 Baron Steals out of 5, potentially.
4 Baron Steals out of 5. I don't understand this rating system, but I can get behind those numbers. Enemy, for the 8th time today, are on the blue side of the map, and this will be their last time on blue side of the Rift, because of course this is the final game of the day. Whoever takes this is walking away as our champions. The only question is, does Enemy adapt in their initial 3 bans?
It doesn't look like a Kangas. I really feel like the ball is in Enemy's court to adapt, right? They've been running the same core time and time again. It has been Truth on some kind of AD assassin, whether it is the Akshan playing a little bit more of a marksman role or literally just the Zed. They've been putting Alui on carries, Akali, Jace, these kinds of things. The only person I think has really taken a little bit of a shift or a change in their role is either been Tybe now with the Riven game, but most likely it's Jackie. I really want to see Jackie kind of thrive. I've been saying it all night, but we saw the Amumu game. I no longer want to think about the Amumu game. The Leona game, I thought he had a really good opener, but just needs to kind of open up more space for the rest of his team to kind of pop off.
One adaptation we are seeing, though, Alg, I want to bring our attention to it because I think it's a big one.
Whoa!
Diana banned. Diana is off the table, and Lee Sin too.
Okay.
So I think Enemy's identifying that the Vayne was not the issue. It was the Vayne plus Lulu. So they only need to ban one of them. They don't need to worry about both. And then they take away the enablers, which, I mean, Where's Tony has gotten this Lee Sin every single game so far. So I like this.
I feel like they're 4 games too late on the Vayne ban. That champion could have gone a while ago. I'm just not a huge fan of enchanters right now. I think tanks are where it's at in the game. And you take a look at this, we're seeing Diana being such a prominent leader in that case. Olaf was another champion that I was looking at because we haven't seen it too much, and they pick a really dangerous combo. We saw Tony thrive, actually, in the Summoner series, playing stuff like Olaf and Xin Zhao.
And this has been banned against them every single game so far. Popping off of the Lee Sin, you banned the Lee Sin. Well, hey, now he's getting this champion, which we know that he can pilot as well. Ban with the Diana. Well, Nine's back to the Orianna, which remember the first game of the day had an insane carry performance on 2. So it feels like the champ pool for Yan, it's still there. Like, they still got champions that they're very comfortable.
Exactly. And showing off a little bit of a different look while still keeping things rather the same, right? We're seeing the Darius again. So a lot of bruisers. Olaf is not known to try and protect his backline, so I expect for Yan to really try to focus on self-peeling AD carries in this situation, enable members like the Darius and the Olaf. Whether that means we get another Enchanter support or someone more engage-heavy is kind of up in the air for me, but I think Ezreal should have really big priority if Enemy want to take that away.
I think Enemy might just want to ban something like the Ezreal Jinx, maybe Ezreal Vayne, because like without the Lulu in particular, I'm not scared of the Vayne. I think maybe because they're willing to play the Jinx plus the Nami, that you could say, okay, ban the Ezreal plus that. Okay, maybe the Braum. I mean, it's still an adaptation. It's still something in the bot lane that was enabling those late game carries. But instead of Sad, they're looking at Yoru's champ.
Yeah, I think if it's just not... Like, if it's Jinx, it's alright. The thing is, again, you're dealing with the long range of someone like the Ziggs, which can be very dangerous to deal with. And Ezreal can provide that same level of playing at range versus a Ziggs. You can kind of play solo. I see a Zed ban. I see a blank champion portrait.
Yeah, I see. Team on, you gotta like, click lock in on these bans. If you're too many right here, maybe the Nami ban from enemy though, because again, that's the other champion that Yuru has been piloting. So if you're just really focused on the support champ pool, Bane. So they're leaving up the Jinx Nami again.
Yeah. I'm a little bit afraid here, Kangas, because, again, you're not really wanting to play front to back against this team. If you're enemy, you want to play from all different sides. They haven't really shown that they can do that. They're going to go ahead and pick Vayne, give counter pick to Yoru. Interesting stuff here from the side of Yon. As enemy now, they have your pick of a litter. You get to show your hand where is Ziggs going to go. It's more likely going to be in Griff's hands. So, Galio being banned means Leona's up as well for Jackie.
Yeah.
I would really not like a Mumu in this draft just because there's an Olaf in this game. That man will just run right through you.
Yeah, it doesn't really stop him in particular. Okay, so...
Oh, lock it in. Okay, it's Mundo support. All right, guys. Everybody at home. For all the North American fans, you've probably been seeing a little bit of this. Mundo is sick. Mundo's really, really cool. This is stuff that we've been seeing globally.
I'm going to this one blind. I have not yet seen the Mundo support, so I'm going to be learning today. But it is the Jinx plus that Nami, so Yon not, threatened by this.
You know what Mundo does, Kangas?
Tell me.
Mundo
Learn
goes
me.
where he pleases. He does not care, bro. He's like, oh, cool, you hit me with a shockwave. I'm gonna walk it off. Oh, we're playing in the bot lane versus a Nami and a Jinx. Well, the only real form of CC is your Jinx, is the Nami bubble. I'm just gonna shrug it off. We're just gonna walk. We're gonna walk right by it. Yeah, but like
Mundo don't go where he pleases. He goes around the chompers. He has he has to slightly deviate his intended course.
Good luck playing AD carry or Orianna in any situation where Mundo's on top of you, because he will just literally sit there, bash his head in against you, and unless you got reset on Jinx, unless there's some kind, there's no phase rush in this game, or there is, just as bad. Good luck.
Can Jackie pull it off? This is a lot of unique champs coming out for Jackie, flexing the depth of the champ pool. Not necessarily to the highest level of success, but still, I think it's cool that he's willing to pull all of this out, and this is the chance to prove, can the Mundo support work? Enemy versus Yon. Game 5 of Fight Night Rift. The first Fight Night Rift to go the full distance. Winner takes all right now.
This is just such a dangerous game to play now, Kangas, because we saw the last time Jackie did an adaptation in bot lane. It didn't go well for enemy. And right now, this is just a lot of trust between the members saying, look, we think Mundo's the best here. We think it's going to win us the game. It's going to help us get this. And
come on. Nine and Truth need to, for one time, not just all at each other level.
This is why you don't want to play this matchup versus Orianna, because Orianna just has better auto attacks against you. Yes, Corki has one of the earliest openers for auto attacks, but the passive, Clockwork passive, is just so good.
Double 2 hit early from the side of Team Yon in the bottom lane too. So they're pushing in, but yeah, that Clockwork wind up means that Orianna can oftentimes win those trades, not necessarily winning that specific trade. I think this is actually also the first time that we see Truth with Barrier instead of Ignite, so ideally there won't be too many early kills in this mid lane. They're just toying around with the idea.
Take a look at top lane. I just see an Apprehend come out. A Louis had to blow Flash. Thank you for that, observers. So you get the picture-in-picture to show off an early gank towards top side for Tony. Gets the flash away from the Jace, which is pretty mad. And I like this adaptation in the pathing as well, knowing that Kha'Zix's going to be here. I just want to avoid that. I'm not going to get for my mid lane, and top lane really is not going to be able to invest anything. So play to my strong side bot lane, pick up a rift, or pick up the scuttle there.
Smart pathing from where is Tony, avoiding that Kha'Zix. So Tybe spotted on the map, but should also know exactly where Tony was pathing as he went through the bottom, or rather the mid wave. So a lot of information from both junglers means that they can make decisions. Does Tybe want to go for a gank topside? Because Louis looks like he has a freeze.
Yeah, actually, I hope he does, because one, I haven't seen too many North American players, much less Wild Rift players, try to open up a freeze. But also, this is just such a good timer here for Tybe. Has the level 5 because of how much time it took for Tony to walk all the way down to hit those minions. Now, the wave is slowly bouncing back. There's 3 casters here, which is really huge if they want to go for this. But watch the timing here. We're even seeing Truth trying to make his way over. So we'll be seeing on the board. Zenith kind of just got to wait.
Reaction coming in from where's Tony. He's passing up towards this top side. So is 9. So enemy, they decide to pull it off. But Jackie's nearby. Okay, Super Mega Death Rocket spots out Aloy.
I always forget how fast Super Mega Death Rocket in this game. It just instantly goes.
Oh, but 9! Caught out in the mid lane here. Level 5. Shockwave available. Does not blow it, but both summoner spells down.
Smart vision placement stops that fight in topside. Tybe tried to use the ultimate to try to avoid vision, but he's already got spotted in the tri-brush, and Tony, I think, getting a little bit punished there. Just, you know that they're going to be hanging around that side. You probably don't want to be there, and
oh, Yuru.
Could this be a kill?
Has to flash. Wow, enemy are just tracking everywhere that Yon are passing. Yon are reactively pathing to what enemy is doing, and then enemies tracking them as well, almost killing Zenith. Flash from where is Tony? Hasn't popped the Ragnarok. I thought you'd want to for the movement speed. There we go. Now he's going forward. Couple more autos. Aloy in trouble. First blood picked up by where is Tony?
No barrier. The flash really coming off of cooldown. So such a tight timer there for Yon. Ends up making good on that play. Gets the wave to crash. Let's see if Tybe can get anything. I don't think so. I think he's just here to pick up a wave and make sure that someone's getting some of this gold. But especially as a jungler, you see it right there coming up on your screen. -10. Tybe is picking up too much of the wave minions. So the jungle camps are kind of falling to the wayside for this Kha'Zix.
And still behind in gold to the Olaf, who's right now on the dragon. But look at Truth. Package available. This would be juicy. He misses. He just wants to draw a little picture on the river instead. Not finding the right engage, but Zenith caught out right now. That's isolation damage. A 3-champ pullback, but it's not enough. Now Jackie again going where he pleases, running forward. Euro and 9, sad, also chunked out here. Yawn, they're taking way too much damage. They got to get out of here.
Oh my god. Okay, I know we were critiquing some of this. Jackie.
Oh! The rocket again moves very fast. Oh, the dragon! Secured by Aloy! And that's a dead Olaf right there. You're with the double bubble, but Aloy chasing for more. Once 9. Damage onto the Orianna. That's a shield back. Sliver of a health bar, but Griff is here. Yeah, you gotta be very careful. Run away if you can.
Truth just absolutely won that fight for his team. I know we were criticizing the package for not doing any damage, but it stopped them from really getting into that pit, because you saw Tybe, he started up the Rift Herald, and then he saw his team saying, hey, we could probably just do the dragon here, and the Rift Herald will still be in our back pocket. So it cuts off their only sense of engage. Zenith gets picked, and then the Corki poke alongside of Louis just makes that fight untenable for them, even with Nami healing them up. So now battle lines being drawn yet again. Ziggs is recalling. This is the last timer for Yon before they have to go back, answer these waves, and Rift Herald should be in the pocket of enemy.
Especially when you're landing poke like that as Aloy. Still gave up first blood this game, but has turned it around, notably. Not 0-2, instead 1-1-1, and landing these shock blasts consistently. So that means that Yon, they're going to be poked out. Can't approach this Rift Herald. And now Tybe is running up there. I feel like enemy could have committed to this a little earlier, so they're taking their time with it, and that's allowed Sad to actually push in bot. He should get a plate here.
Exactly. That's a plate, and Jace is going to be the one to respond. If he doesn't have a ward in this tri-bush, also will just get dove under this turret. So, gotta be careful here, guys. Gets another potential plate. They're just going to force for it.
Yeah, I mean, why not? That's first turret.
First turret for Jinx. First turret to now alleviate some of the side lane pressure coming in from enemy. Huge from them. They're going to grab this mid turret. That Rift Herald is guaranteed to take that. And in the top side, they're making sure to make good on some trades. Cross map. They're going to get a second turret as well.
2 turrets for 1. Enemy coming out on top here with a 2,000 gold lead. As they have so many champs up here, Zenith could be in trouble. Has both summoner spells though. And Sad is nearby as well. I believe Sad off of that turret should have a completed item. You're going to want to work towards 2 to 3 before you're fully ready as the Jinx for these team fights. But enemy, they don't want to have that happen. They don't want to get to that point in the game. So trying to speed this up. Whereas Tony looking to chase down Jackie right now. That's ultimate pop by Mundo. And avoid the CC. He's turning it back around to the Zenith. But burst of damage comes in. Oh, the Mega Death Rocket misses from Sad. That was close.
The one thing that I will say about this composition from enemy is that they have so many tools to be less committal than we've seen them all in before, right? Like, you had the Zed, you had stuff like the Lee Sin or the Kazakhs, where once you go in, you're in. But they're using them in a little bit of a different manner this time around, where Tybe is using the ultimate on this Kazakhs to just walk around, get out of fights if he needs to. Jackie can do the same thing, whereas as a Mumu, as a Leona, once you're in, you're in. Most times, you're not coming back out, and sometimes that's a really big win for your team. But as the Mundo, you can go in. Once they pop your CC on your passive, you're good to go. It's very light crowd control on this team, except for maybe someone like Nine or even just the Flame Chompers from Jinx. So Mundo kind of just walks right through this team.
And he's only going to get tankier the later the game goes. I know he's support, so he's not like farming and getting massively ahead right now, but eventually he will be relatively unkillable here. Sad's going to be the only one that can even scratch him. But speaking of supports and killability, Yuru almost goes down there as he's potentially caught in his own jungle. Jackie loves invading. That's something that I've noted about this support. He will always look to invade your brushes.
Jackie just knows how important proactive vision is. And Kangas, we've got an Ocean Drake on the table here. You see it already, all the members of both teams starting to slowly gravitate towards this part of the river. And with no Rift Herald up because of how late they took the Rift Heralds, Yan have such a tough time now entering here. They've got Ziggs Bomb they've got to walk through. They've got same thing with all of the poke. They could just
go
to
position correctly. They need Sad behind the front line. Yeah, and they can't. So nicely positioned by enemy. This is an adaptation I wanted to see. Set up for the objectives. Set up your team fight so that if the enemy takes it, you're ready. And then if they don't take it, well, you get the objective.
But like, why can't we just trade? Kangas. There's so many other options here, and Yan, they kind of just stare at the opponent and go, oh, I guess Dragon's gone. Back to mid lane. They don't get anything for it. And enemy just walk away like, alright, we got the Dragon, we can now just walk back mid. We have infinite wave clear. I've got Truth on this Corki, and Ziggs is holding down the fort mid. No one's threatening him because it's way too late. Yan missed their timer to potentially go for dives on bot side. And now Ziggs is completely uncontested the longer we go into this game.
That's something that a lot of teams in North America, especially some of the younger rosters, have a tendency to do. Not understanding when to cut your losses and just give up on an objective. Say, okay, the enemy's too set up, so yes, let's play for the cross map. That could have been 3 waves of minions into Jinx for that. And maybe even the Krugs as well if you want to just hard funnel onto her. But instead, lose priority and even Jackie gets the counter jungling in as the Mundo.
You know what's really, I guess, really good for enemy, and if you're a Yan fan, you're in shambles, is because the objectives are so oddly timed with one another, enemy can take the Dragon, reset, and immediately take this Rift Herald. Usually if they're taken at the same time, you can only get one or the other. And now enemy are basically set up in a prime position to win this game. They've got the Rift Herald, they've got double Drakes. The next one's a Cloud, which means if we get to an Elder, it's going to be Elder Infernal. And Yan just look completely lost as to how they want to start up a team fight. They're just walking around, holding hands around the Rift, and not really engaging.
Enemy 5,000 ahead. They were pinging the bottom lane before they took the Herald, so I thought maybe they would just rush down there and try and take that tier 2 turret immediately, but it's kind of funny to say. It's hard to use the second Herald when all outer turrets are already taken. It's like you're really committing at that point to the play. So it's a good problem to have for enemy, though.
They're also, I think it's really key for enemy that they're actually just matching a bunch of their items. If you take a look, 3 of the 5 players on their team are building Black Cleaver plus Veil, which is cool.
Ooh, that was a Louis. A Louis got it. That was cute of Zenith to pull it over the wall, but the range of Jace even steals away blue buff. Yan are even having trouble getting their own jungle camps.
Again, losing all your outer turrets will kind of do that to you. And now that they just have this, look at how they're having to play so scared, so reactively. The Enchanter having to sit right behind Sad to try and prevent anything from going on. Yon just look, honestly, they just look afraid to do anything. And against enemy, who are more than willing to play not only aggressive, but do stuff, it's just hard to watch, I think, especially with the series of games that we've had so far.
Under turret in the picture-in-picture, Aloy gets the solo kill onto 9, and now the rest of enemy, they feel empowered. They're ready to push for more here. Sad taking damage. Diggs bomb thrown out, lands bullseye onto the Jinx. So, yeah, Yon, they have to full retreat right now. Midway's pushing in. This could be another turret to enemy. They still have the Herald.
I mean, a side lane win for them right there with the solo kill. And just more and more damage being pumped into the backline of Yon. They're going to continue to lose turrets. They're not going to get this mid turret for a little bit just because there's no satchel bomb for a little bit, but it looks like enemy, they're more than willing to brute force it down with their auto attacks. Kangas.
That's also tier 2 top. Like
yeah.
they just got 2 tier 2 turrets at the same time.
Exactly. Enemy are just, they're making plays, and I know I've been saying it, I sound like a broken record, but Yon, you need to fight. You need to do something. Your Jinx has 2 items at this point. It's probably not going to get much better for your team after this. If you can't find a teamfight win now, the rest of this game gets worse. It doesn't get easier.
It's baffling. The difference in one game, the difference of the Corki and the Mundo. Those are the different champions right now here for the side of enemy. And they're able to just control the Rift this much. I don't know if it's because they're just so much better with the Corki package timing, or if Yon are just, I don't know, maybe their confidence has been shaken, but you're right. It just feels like a different team right now. Baron is being started by enemy right now. Yon have no idea.
Rain's not even in the area, so this is going to have to be a huge steal.
And the Mega Death Rocket misses again from Sad. Down to 3k health. Diggs bombs over. Nobody's on Sad. Who's going to peel the Jinx? Flashes to safety, looking for it.
Wait,
does Tony get the
resets.
steal? He does not. Time secures it, but that's a double kill over to Sad. This is what Yon needed. Can they get more? They need more. They have to push for more. But at this point, I think they're getting separated. Enemy look for the re-engage. They're down a member, but they take down Zenith. Now wait. Sad, he's excited. He gets one. Going for Jackie. That could be a triple kill unofficial. That's a quadra kill unofficial. Truth barely turns it back around with a shutdown, but will die for it. A costly Baron and an ace for Team Yon.
And oh my god, Yon finally do something, man. And it's so good. They play front to back. They allow for Jinx to completely destroy in that fight. You let no one interrupt her. Sad playing that positionally perfect for the most part. The Fog of War playing tricks on his mind, but still, I mean, that right there is exactly what we wanted to see. Allow your AD carry to do what they can, and I mean, you saw it right there when the team fight goes their way, when they're actually able to play front to back. Yon look sick. The Baron is just a gold injection in their back pocket and nothing else. Ziggs going down there. I was willing to say, hey, that was an okay fight, but a really good one for Yon, and he just completely went all heads on that.
The only way it could have been better is if, as a support, you gotta just face check that. You gotta walk in the brush so that your Jinx can keep hitting. But, I mean, other than that one little thing, that's 4 kills on the Sad. 4 and 1. Close to 3 items completed now. That was a 2-item Jinx. Imagine what a 3-item Jinx can do now. So, yeah. Yon, even though they're still down 9,000 gold, they're in a much better position if they're able to have the confidence to go for those kinds of plays.
Exactly. And again, you're still looking at a bunch of tier 2s that are not knocked down, or one tier 2 that's not knocked down, but the inhibitors are here. 9, you have to be so careful right now. In theory,
spots out.
You obviously don't want to die just because you're gonna lose this turret regardless.
Okay, Ziggs damage, pretty big, but that's Ziggs ult down now. Aloy jumps on the Sad! No summoner spells on the Jinx. She's still alive. How are you alive?
Burning.
Oh, the burn. Ignite is enough. 9 has to live now. The only DPS left on the side of Yon in what could be a disaster of a play. No kill straight up back. Truth jumps in. Truth is insane! The Olaf Rampage Ragnarok to end the days of enemy. Chasing down onto Truth. That's one down. Griff's got to kite away. Has the bombs, doing so successfully. Jackie as bodyguard as well. Yon cannot push for more.
Truth, did you just lose the plot? You're going to be dead for 40 seconds. Elder's up in 25. That's a huge throw for enemy. I don't know if they can contest for this. I mean, Sad's going to be up in time. He'll be able to make his way over here. Baron's in 30. That'll be an objective. Truth is going to have to race over here. He doesn't even need to teleport. He needs the Zonias that is in his inventory. He has the package waiting for him in base. Enemy, anything they can do to stop this dragon is a win as they wait for their mid laner to come back.
Oh, look at Jackie on the flank! The Mundo buying space, but nobody else can get in. The Nami ultimate, that was clutch. They're doing it! Yon, they're actually positioning correctly right now. They gotta keep 9 alive. Jump onto Alui again. The rocket missing, but a double kill for Alui! Finally goes down. Sad's joined the fight. Might be enough.
Teleport, Truth is here! What is he doing?
Teleport coming in right now. Truth, he goes for it. Time with the assassination. Slow on to Sad. Truth with the package! Sad in trouble. Has to flash over the wall, taking damage from the rockets. Truth is chasing him down. It gets the kill. That could be it. 18 minutes on the clock. 30 seconds to 50 seconds on the death timers. What can enemy get here?
Oh, it's going to be so close, Kangas. You saw it right there. The chompers were not quite placed perfectly for the teleport. And so that's going to be a turret down. I don't know if they have enough damage for this. The minions are there, but they're pretty low.
9's up in 10 seconds. I think that's game. Enemy are pushing for it. Down to half health. They've done it. Enemy off of an explosive team fight late in the game. Conquer their demons and defeat Yon to prevent the reverse sweep, and they are your Fight Night Rift champions.
It took them 5 games. They almost got reverse swept, and in their final moments, it was a few mistakes deep. You saw Truth go in. You have to imagine at that moment in comms, Truth, he Valkyries forwards, and then he dies to Olaf, and they're saying, did we just lose the game?
Yep.
The teleport comes on through. They just barely able to save that. It's so tense and sad. Unfortunately for Yon and the squad, they fall, but they need to hold their heads up high. Not only finishing second, but almost completing a reverse sweep and going undefeated in the group stage.
I'm going to say it right now. Sad has got some major eyes on him.
Yeah.
Like this player, incredible potential. And I'm excited to track the career of Sad going forward now, because that level of clutch factor, that level of, performance in these high pressure situations as an AD carry, that is what every team looks for from their AD carry. And even though the damage output wasn't absolutely insane, you got to imagine like 10,000 of that was in the last 2 minutes where the team fights actually started happening. Yeah, but it's enemy that wins it, Alk. It's enemy that prevent the reverse sweep. And our champions, finally, they had to work for it, though. That was close.
I bet there's some people in Twitch chat who saw the 2-0 start, turned off the stream. They're like, all right, we're getting into 3-0. They see the channel still up, and they're like, huh, what's going on here? Is this a rerun? Come through? And they're just like, oh, enemy may lose this. Pause chat.
Almost reverse swept. But the key word is almost. Of course. Enemy, they finally did it. They won late game team fights. And Corki was a big part of that. I actually liked the draft incredibly much more than the previous ones. Let's take a look, though, to recap everybody. I know it's exciting. I know we're crowning enemy, but we do have to take a moment to shout out every single player and every single team that competed today. Dogwater Gaming and Stamina Esports, both looking pretty good in their own rights. I mean, even though they weren't able to make it out, they still had moments where they were shining. Some players that were standing out. Yon and enemy in the grand finals, full 5 games. I love to see that level of competition.
Exactly. It just means that this part of the competition is so much closer, right? Especially for Stamina Esports. I think a lot of people who've been playing in North America for a long time will not only recognize Mexico City, but also a lot of the Latin America players coming over and playing on North American solo queue ladder. So I'm sure this isn't a huge shocker, but I'm glad that we're seeing some more competition, regionally speaking, between a lot of the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah, I think, again, the more competitive we can be, the better in our competitive region. We want a competitive region. We don't want, I mean, as cool as it is that Tribe just kind of crushed everybody.
0-6 Horizon Cup.
Yeah, it's like we need competition so that we, steel sharpens steel, everybody. And this is exactly what I was hoping for coming into today. So I'm hoping that these teams learn a lot from this, that these players learn a lot from this, and that they take these lessons and they bring it to Tribe. Okay, we can't have them beating everybody for 2 years in a row, people.
Please.
It doesn't match the script.
I hope so. Again, like you're saying, steel sharpens steel, and so hopefully the lessons enemy learn here will then transfer not only to themselves, but also, hey, just if we're gonna try and punish Tribe, we can keep going. We can keep trying and push them at least.
A big thing that we highlighted coming into the day, though, Alk, is a lot of these players are unsigned. You know, these are not organizations competing. So before we get ready for, you know, our wrap up of the day and, you know, our post game interview, I do want to ask you a question. What are the standout performers for you? That, you know, if you're a scout for an organization and you just watched all this, who's catching your attention? And you're just like, I want that player. I want them on my team.
I think if you look holistically at the series today and also historically speaking, I'm really, really high on Griff. It might just be because I'm an AD carry player, but this guy has already shown a huge mastery of the bot lane. I thought a really big pain point for a lot of marksman players is their inability to play mages, and that's where we saw Dienzio and someone like Old School really rise with playing Orianna and Brand, so I'm excited for this guy.
All right, you're looking at Griff. I'm looking at Aloy. I think Aloy is still somebody that is absolutely popping off right now, so that's our thoughts. So everybody in Twitch chat, of course, let us know who would you scout for a org-sponsored team.
Should be good.
I'm hearing that we should be getting ready here shortly for our post-game. Oh, okay. It looks like we're actually not going to have time for a post-game interview, unfortunately. So congratulations to the teams and the players, regardless, for that victory. Enemy, you did it! You're champions. Woo! Look at that. Full 5 games, making history here for Fight Night Rift. Thank you, everybody, for sticking around and watching the stream. It was a fantastic show. Thank you, of course, everybody in production for getting the gears running, but most importantly, the players for putting on a great set of games. We're going to be back in 2 weeks, same place, same time, for more Fight Night Rift. See you there.